Restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Member NCUA.
You don't want to miss our best price deals during the Black Friday sales event at Allen Samuels. This month you can save big on the truck you've been looking for, like the new 2023 Rams. Designed to be durable, functional, and stylish, Ram trucks give you that first-class feel. With premium options like luxurious leather-trimmed seating, surround view cameras, exceptional legroom and storage. Hurry!
Yeah, sorry, I was talking to the wrong pot. Yeah, I was like, okay. We're ready to go, though. One more spot, then the rejoin. Sorry about that.
Are you a proud Baylor fan? Do you love prizes? The Baylor
No, I was just one over on, you know what I mean? Like,
Sports. Baylor
for some reason, I was thinking it was that pot. But
loyal fans. So register today.
it sounds good, and the levels look good.
.com or download the Baylor Sports app straight to your phone. Prizes this year are better than ever, so start earning your points today. And sick 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Happened, how close they are, and then turns the page to this team, this opponent, the Houston Cougars. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think my thoughts are they're a very hard team to figure out. Maybe that's somewhat due to their youth. It's been kind of an erratic season. Obviously, much better on the road than at home, which normally you wouldn't think that would be the case, but. Yeah, and he's absolutely right about the fact that there were a lot of self-inflicted wounds in that Iowa State game, missed tackles, dropped passes, that kind of thing, things that you ought to be able to control and fix. You do those things, then you're absolutely probably in that game. And, you're playing a team today in Houston. I think you could call it the something's got to give bowl because,
right.
because they haven't won. Houston hasn't won on the road. Baylor hasn't beaten an FBS team at home, so that's going to change for one of these teams today.
That's right. Very good. What about the Richard Reese conundrum? You wrote about that this week.
Yeah, he's been kind of missing in action is the way I phrased it in my story. Obviously had a good game in that UCF game with 100 yards. But it sounds like, when you talk to Coach Aranda that, the blocking on the edge hasn't really been where Baylor wants it to be, and that's kind of where Richard does his best work.
Right.
Put him in space, let him make some moves, and we've seen it over and over again this season where he gets the ball and he's hit, right away, and that's hard to, it's hard to get much out of that, and he hasn't. And meanwhile, Dawson Pendergrass, Dominique Richardson, maybe they are guys that can shed contact a little bit more, get a little bit more forward momentum. So, you understand that thinking. You'd like for Baylor to, maybe improve its blocking and give Richard, some more opportunities because he is a guy that obviously, was great last year.
Right. He was great 4 weeks ago. I mean, like you said, the UCF game, 100 yards, 16 carries. Since then, just hadn't even had that many carries. Part of it is, and I think Coach Aranda explained this pretty well, when you're playing like that defensive front for Cincinnati, those guys are tough. Baylor didn't try to run anybody for the longest time in that game, much less Richard Reese. And then last week, Iowa State's defensive front's really good also.
Yeah, and of course, that's Coach Aranda's specialty is sort of breaking down, the footballness of it all.
Right.
And absolutely, they go into certain games with the idea that we're going to throw the ball a little bit more. These guys can really stop the run. And then I also asked him on Monday, how much does the game plan change based on what they're showing, what they're taking away, what's working for you guys, and his response was all the time. So I think it's a constantly evolving product to find out what works for this offense, and we'll see what happens today. They're a weird team to try to predict all year, but I just think, with Houston coming off a shutout loss at K-State, I think this is a chance for Baylor to make some hay today.
It is interesting that Baylor really doesn't know what they'll see from Houston defensively today. Cougars have gone, kind of swung one way and then the pendulum all the way the other way, trying different things. And might be a little feeling out process to start the game today. Yeah,
I think there's certain elements of these two teams being mirror images of each other.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what's working, and certainly Houston's been in that boat. They played Texas really tough, down to the wire, but the Longhorns got that game. The one Big 12 win that Houston does had came on a Hail Mary pass, kind of stole that one, really. And then, like I said, last week to go to K-State. Now, K-State's playing great, but, you never want to get shut out, road, home, wherever. So they'll probably be fired up today, and they're probably looking at this game, to be fair, as this is a chance for us to get a win, So it'll probably come down to all those things that close games come down to, turnovers and execution and, probably finishing off drives. I think it would be very wise if Baylor can, start the game fast. We haven't really seen that from the Bears this year, but if you can get out to a lead early, maybe get a little confidence, a little swagger, that would certainly help.
Yeah, that would be huge, and that's another thing Coach Aranda continues to talk about that they want to do is to start fast. Brycey, I appreciate it. It's great to see you. Thanks for coming down.
Absolutely, always.
All right, Bryce Cherry, sports editor of the Waco Tribune-Herald, with us in the Waco Trib Writers Block. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will unveil this week's Charity Champion, presented by TFNB, your bank for life, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. We'll have that for you when we come back on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
No matter which road you take.
All right, you see. Yeah, it's 6, so you got about 10 minutes total, but about 9 minutes.
Get that.
Thanks, John.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's going to believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cup Club, presented by Green Eye Associates, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today and sick 'em Bears.
TFNB, your bank for life, is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back as we continue on our Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show. It's our privilege and honor each week of Baylor home games to help unveil this week's charity champion presented by TFNB, Your Bank for Life, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. And this week, the charity champion is Hispanic Leaders Network. And we're joined by Elaine Botheo. She is the co-founder and the board chair for HLN, Hispanic Leaders Network. Elaine, congratulations to you. What does this mean to you to be selected as the charity champion?
Well, thank you so much, John. It is such a great honor to have been selected as a Charity of Champion organization. This means so much to our organization, especially for everything that we strive to do in our community to build future leaders. So it's an honor, especially for our mentorship program, Navegando.
Good. Tell us, in a nutshell, what do you do? What does Hispanic Leaders Network do in our community?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we are a group of passionate leaders that really are deeply vested in supporting current and future leaders to make a positive impact in our community. And so we do that in various ways. One, to provide personal, cultural, and leadership development opportunities for current and future leaders, because we want to make sure that they're equipped to make a positive impact.
And your mentorship program that goes into the schools, a variety of schools in the area, that is really thriving, isn't it?
Yes, it really is. It's making such a wonderful impact with our high school students. Navegando is the name of that program. It's led by board member Ilda Sabido, who also chairs that committee, and she has a great team. And what they do, John, is they go out to the high schools, currently at University High School and Waco High School, and probably by the time this is aired, they are adding La Vega High School as well. And so we have mentors that serve in leadership roles that go to the high schools and mentor students who are predominantly Spanish speaking. So all that mentorship happens in Spanish. And they try to be an inspiration for these students. They try to connect them to resources that would help them achieve their dreams, whatever they are, and also to promote higher education.
There's so much visibility that comes with being selected as a charity champion. What does that do for you and people who maybe are just learning about Hispanic Leaders Network? How could they be involved, or how could they support you?
So having the resources to continue this program, we like to take the students out into the community to learn about different opportunities for various leadership roles. One of the field trips that we love is taking them to, or several of the field trips we love, is taking them to colleges and universities. So we, in the spring, took the students to Baylor University. For some of them, it was the first time, even though they live in the community, it was the first time for them to actually step foot on the Baylor campus. Wow. And John, I wish you could have been there. They were so inspired. And, we're very fortunate that, at Baylor, there were the leaders, the tour guides. There were tour guides that were providing the tour all in Spanish. So the students interacted very well with them. They asked great questions in Spanish. And the tour was absolutely amazing. And the students will be going to MCC on November the 15th. And so we are, just trying to expose the students to, their options here in our community for higher education.
Wow. Well, it's so great to learn about your organization and learn what you do and how involved you are in our community and touching so many lives. Congratulations again for being selected as the charity champion. We're really excited to help share your story.
Thank you. Thank you. In addition to having resources to provide these opportunities for students, we are also wanting to be able to provide scholarships for these students because a lot of these students are at the junior and senior level in high school. And so we want to make sure that they have, the funds available, whatever we can do to help to get them to, that college or university of their dream.
Wow. That's tremendous. Elaine, thanks very much. Congratulations on what you have done and what you're doing every day. And congratulations again on being selected as the charity champion this week.
Thank you so much, John. Really appreciate you.
Elaine Botheo, she is the co-founder and the board chair for Hispanic Leaders Network. They are this week's charity champion, presented by TFNB, Your Bank for Life, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Back with more of our Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show after this. You're listening to the Baylor Sports Media Network.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per.
Okay,
and now
I'll be back in just a second.
2. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Have you gone gold yet? Go gold with Baylor Athletics this season and be the gold factor across each of our sports. Wear exclusive Go Gold apparel from the Baylor bookstore at the upcoming Go Gold dates. To stay up to date on some golden opportunities, visit BaylorBears.com/GoGold. Go Gold and sick 'em Bears.
Everything we do for you.
First Central Credit Union says it's game on. Lower your monthly vehicle payments by refinancing your vehicle with First Central. Make it a winning season with refinancing set to your preferences. You decide the due date and frequency. Financed elsewhere? Save money with a new local game plan. Apply online today. We make it easy to score at firstcentralcu.com.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
Don't miss out on our biggest deals of the year during
Last spot.
Friday sales event at
After this segment, we'll do that break, come back with Jerry, and then count it out to the affiliates. Okay, sounds good.
Jeep SUVs are known for their versatility from daily commuting to outdoor adventures. Hurry in and take advantage of these Black Friday deals today and start your Jeep adventure. Shop our great selections of new inventory in-store or online at AlanSamuelsDCJ.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Online to PizzaHut.com to order your game day meal. Pizza Hut delivers home gating with pizza, wings, and pasta. Time now for our NTTA traffic report. Small sticker, big savings thanks to NTTA. Traffic moving smoothly coming into the lots here at McLean Stadium. Remember the parking on Baylor campus or downtown Waco with shuttles that'll bring you right to the entry to the lots here at McLean Stadium. But if you have passed for lots 1, 2, 3, or 4, traffic is moving nicely coming into the stadium today. It's our traffic report brought to you by NTTA, small sticker, big savings. Let's go now to one of the great games in Baylor football history. It happens to be Baylor and U of H from 1991, October 5th, 1991. Bears pull out a big win over the Cougars, and here's details.
All right, 90 seconds.
October 5th, 1991. Coach Grant Taft and the Bears taking on the run-and-shoot-happy Houston Cougars in the Astrodome in Houston, Texas. U of H quarterback David Klingler had a big game, completing 33 of 57 passes for 460 yards and 2 touchdowns. But the Achilles heel for the run and shoot was turnovers, and Baylor forced 6 of them on the day. 3 interceptions and 3 fumble recoveries. The Baylor offense was led by the big play tandem of quarterback J.J. Joe and receiver Melvin Bonner. Joe completed 16 of 23 passes for 262 yards and 2 touchdowns, while Bonner caught 9 of those passes for 169 yards and a score. The biggest of those big plays, a 77-yard scoring strike with 8:20 left in the game to put the Bears up by 17. Defensive lineman Santana Dotson was named Sports Illustrated's National Defensive Player of the Week after claiming 4 tackles, including 2 behind the line of scrimmage for 16 yards lost, recording 1 sack while forcing 2 fumbles and recovering 1 other. The Bears never trailed in the game on their way to a 38-21 win over the Houston Cougars October 5th, 1991. This week's great game in Baylor football history. Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist.
Okay, so out of this, I'll count you down. And it'll be 59:30 when we get out.
A variety of contacts and eyewear.
I'll start in a minute as usual.
Optical team.
Thanks.
Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work.
Emo.
The number 1 Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway. Number 1 based on 2020.
Oh, yes. Yes.
This is Cole Posey with Baylor.
Take the lead with the extra point, yep.
When I walk away from Baylor, I know I will be a more well-rounded individual. Not only am I getting a top-tier athletic experience, I'm also getting top-tier training and character development. The ability to compete at the highest level, to be challenged spiritually, and to be pushed academically are unique things that no other university but Baylor can offer. My name is Cole Posey, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Well, I say that. Baylor is out there. Houston, for the most part, has gone into their locker room. We're joined by Jerry Hill, Baylor insider, and a lot of white, Jerry, on the field, a lot of white in the stands, a whiteout here today, and you're participating in that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're proud of that, aren't you?
Absolutely. White it out, man. That's and that was actually one of my keys is you know, and I know you mentioned it earlier, but these guys are 2-0 and they're white.
That's
all
right.
white. So
That's right.
This may be the way to go. We may never go. If the other teams will agree, we may go never wear anything else but this.
All
the rest
white,
of the way.
exactly. Well, we only have one home game after
That is
this.
true,
Might petition West Virginia to see if we can wear
There we
white
go.
again.
Yeah.
But it is a whiteout, and fans that are here, you can tell, are complying with that. It's a big game for Baylor, obviously, but for Houston also. It's a big game for both teams.
Absolutely. I mean, you're both sitting here at 3 and 5, kind of teetering a little bit, and you know, you'd like to come out with a win and still kind of keep hopes alive, that kind of thing. I mean, obviously, mathematically, you're not eliminated with this game, but I just think you put yourself in a lot better position, John, if you can come away with a win today.
And Houston would say almost exactly the same thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. They're sitting there in the same spot, and you know, they had the one big win over West Virginia, which I'm sure Dana Holgerson loved that one, last play of the game. That's their only conference win so far. You know, for the most part, the newcomers have not fared, and it's not surprising that the new teams would struggle in the league. But you know, I know UCF and Cincinnati play today. They're both 0 and 5. Houston 1 and 4, and I believe BYU might be 2 and 3, 2 and 4, something like that. So those new teams have struggled, and yeah, Houston is definitely in that spot where, man, we need a win today, that kind of thing, and hopefully we can finish strong.
Jerry, how about a little perspective and retrospective about Baylor and Houston? Of course, played in the Southwest Conference, haven't played since then. It's kind of fun, isn't it, to be back together?
Yeah, it's exciting to me, John, because it was just kind of a strange deal when, after the breakup of the Southwest Conference, Baylor played everybody else but Houston, and I don't know what the deal was there, but had played SMU, played Rice, played TCU when that was still a non-conference game. I guess they haven't played Arkansas since they left the league. Haven't played A&M since they left the Big 12. But, yeah, Houston, an in-state team that you haven't played since '95.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy. And I had gone back and looked, John, because Houston there for a stretch when they first came into the league, they were one of the most dominant teams in the conference. But Baylor had won 4 of its last 5, before the break. So, they have a slight edge. I believe it's 14, 13, and 1 in the series, but won 4 of those last 5. So that's big. Yep,
really fun to get Baylor and U of H back together again. A lot of connections. Coach Aranda actually coached at U of H a couple of years. He and Dana Holgerson were on the same staff out in Lubbock at Texas Tech. He likes telling that story, I think, about the time they were together there.
Man, you look back at that staff, John, and it's crazy the amount of coaching talent that was there in Lubbock, with Mike Leach. I mean, it's amazing. And, yeah, Dave was just a grad assistant. But interesting story, Aaron Hunt, I'm doing a getting-to-know feature on him, and Dave was actually his position coach, as a GA, but, he had the defensive ends. So Dave Aranda was Aaron Hunt's
How about that?
position coach. And, of course, Aaron is the all-time sacks leader for the Big 12, so pretty cool.
That is great. All right, Jerry, 2 teams that would like to run the ball, I'm sure, and like to run the ball better than they have in recent games.
Absolutely, and you've got 2 teams, both the defenses have struggled stopping the run, so I think you're going to see both teams at least try to get the run established, get something going. Baylor got a little bit going with Dawson Pendergrass last week. You'd like to see those other guys get going. You'd like to see Richard Reese get something established. He's struggled most of the year, I guess save the UCF game where he had 100 yards there. But, it'd be good to see Richard kind of get some chances in space and see what he can do. And, yeah, I look for both teams to try to run the ball. Baylor's got to stop or contain Donovan Smith because he's a guy he's a bigger guy. He's not like a, great running threat. But if he gets outside, he can beat you, and he's a bigger runner that can actually run over you. So you definitely want to keep Donovan Smith in the pocket and keep him back there.
Yeah, that was my next question. Donovan Smith, the transfer from Texas Tech, so we've seen him before. Right. He's actually 3rd in the Big 12 in total offense, so he has been very productive for U of H.
Yeah, he's only run the ball for almost 200 yards, but, man, he's throwing the ball unbelievable. He's got a great passing percentage, right around 65%. John, he's had some big games, so, what you want to do is not let him get going. I know 2 years ago it was actually a pretty good battle between him and Blake Shapen. Now 2 years later they're starting again, but Donovan Smith's on the other side with Houston. So, This should be a good one, John. I think, again, Blake has had some good games. I look for him to have a better game today because he kind of missed on some passes last week. I look for Blake to bounce back and have a big game today.
No Keytron Jackson today, which is unfortunate. I think he would be a real weapon and a real plus for Baylor.
Yeah, that's a big loss. You got him and Hal Presley both out now, and those were two of your better and bigger receivers. So I think that's where a guy like Armani Winfield can step up. Cameron Bonner, you haven't seen a lot from him yet, but I think those are two of the younger guys that can really step up and make a big impact today. You hate losing Keytron, because he's been kind of that big play threat, but obviously you still have Monterey Baldwin in there. Jordan Neighbors is another guy I could see stepping up. Josh Cameron. So they've got numbers. They've got guys. They just got to step up and play today.
All right, Jerry, final minute we have left. What, in your mind, is the key for a Baylor win today?
Yeah, I think they've got to stop Houston's run. I know that's a simple thing. Houston hadn't run the ball great, but I think if you can stop the run, it sets everything else up. So stop the run and then hopefully run the ball yourself. But I think that's the number one key is stopping Houston's run.
Very good. Hey, good to see you. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Johnny.
All right, Jerry Hill, Baylor Insider. Good to get his thoughts, a view from the Hill here on Baylor and Houston coming up. Jerry goes back to Southwest Conference press tour days, so we remember Baylor and U of H from days gone by. That'll wrap up our countdown to kickoff. We appreciate you being with us. We invite you to stay tuned. Our countdown to kickoff is coming up next. Kick, bottom of the hour. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Bobby. So my mic to me sounds splattered, and I've turned the phones down. It still sounds the same. Is there anything you can do there?
Countdown, 1, 2.
Come on, come on. Oh, that's better. Hello, 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 hello,
1, 2, 1,
hello,
2.
hello, hello. That's great. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I'm chilling.
Good timing. Aaron, good timing.
Thank you, thank you.
This is the Baylor Football Countdown to Kickoff on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Today's Countdown to Kickoff is brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. HEB, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Coming up, we'll break down today's game, check scores, and take you inside Baylor football. And now, let's go live to the booth with the voice of the Baylor Bears, John Morris.
Stadium on the banks of the Brazos. Welcome into our countdown to kickoff. It is Baylor and Houston for the first time since Southwest Conference days in 1995. The Bears and Cougars now together again in the Big 12 Conference. Everybody, welcome into our broadcast. Both Baylor and Houston 3-5 on the season. Bears 2-3 in league play. Houston comes in 1-4 in the league, and JJ, safe to say, two teams that really need a win today.
John, you're exactly right. Both teams reeling. Baylor beat Cincinnati, but came back, lost to Iowa State. Houston's lost 2 straight, and you just need something to at least keep you in contention. Neither team gets knocked out of bowl eligibility, but a loss here would go a long way. So this is a rivalry that I really cherish, John. I play these guys every year while I was in school, so it's good to see them playing again.
How'd you do? What was your record against U of H?
That's a great question.
All right, we'll get back to you on that. Ricky Thompson, your time at Baylor really preceded Houston in the Southwest Conference. They came in 1976. But it's fun, isn't it, to get the rivalry going again?
Yeah, it is. In fact, that was the first year I was gone. U of H came in and really dominated the league early when they came in. I think this is one that everybody's looked forward to, and it's good that it's back. And the funny story, we've talked about it several times, U of H's equipment truck sitting in our parking lot game canceled the day before when the COVID year, and I think Hogerson's had fun with that, and I think maybe we can end that fun today with a win here.
Yeah, that's true. That goes back to 2020. We were supposed to play each other that date in September, and the game was called on Friday afternoon. Houston made a big deal and continues to about their equipment truck being here in Waco, but it was a COVID cancellation on Baylor's part. But we'll get together today and look forward to it. Sun has popped out here on the banks of the Brazos. We've got more to come on our countdown to kickoff. We invite you to stay with us. More to come when we continue here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
During the Black Friday sales event at Allen Samuels. This month, you can save big on the truck you've been looking for, like the new 2023 Rams. Designed to be durable, functional, and stylish, Ram trucks give you that first-class feel with premium options like luxurious leather-trim seating.
Do what now?
Plus exceptional legroom and storage. Hurry in and shop our...
Oh, the player? Yeah.
Shop an award-winning dealership with award-winning products. Allen Samuels in Waco.
I have it labeled as Houston pregame player Cameron.
Up and coming season that will be here.
Josh Cameron, yeah.
Excited about our team and the culture of joy. We're also excited about the new look Big 12 conference.
And it's only 25 seconds.
To the Pharaoh. We have some big games coming up in November and December. And then we move to the new pavilion, which should be the best home court advantage in the nation. Thanks for helping making both tough places to play for the opponents. In the Pharaoh and in the pavilion. See you there.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cup Club, presented by Green Eye Associates, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today and sick 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football. On the Baylor Sports Media Network.
ER and Urgent Care. Premier ER and Urgent Care is the place to go when you're not sure where to go. Open 24/7 and just a short walk across campus. No appointment necessary, just walk in. Visit premier.care to learn more. And back with us, and Ricky, JJ, Bears were dealt a blow. They'll be without Keytron Jackson today. Boy, he was starting to come on and out with the concussion protocol, we are told, for the game today. That's a tough loss not to have him available.
John, it is. And Keytron, had a really good game. I think that was in Cincinnati and was starting to develop. And as Ricky knows, it takes a receiver a while to get used to, just kind of a new system with a new quarterback. So I hate to see him out again, but I do feel good about the guys we have out there. Hopefully they can produce.
Yeah, Ricky, no Keytron, no Hal Presley. He's been out for a couple of weeks now, but gives opportunities for some of the younger guys, Jordan Neighbors, maybe Cameron Bonner, Armani Winfield, some of those guys to step in.
Well, it does, and I think part of the discussion in camp was the depth at the receiver position. So we're going to find out if that depth's there, that's for sure. Armani Winfield, highly recruited receiver. We've not seen much of him, but he's going to be an important part of this game and the rest of this season. Of course, the injury last week that cost another receiver out of that lineup, and then Hal, of course, with a lower leg injury that's going to keep him out the rest of the season. But I tell you, these guys have ability, and they've got to just get, JJ and I talked about it, you have to get in with the quarterback with timing, and that takes play, and it doesn't take practice, it takes it in a football game. So I think that's very important that these guys get that connection with Blake, and that he has confidence, JJ, to let go of the football when he sees the receiver in a spot where he's about to get open and he can throw it early, and that takes that connection on Saturday, not during the week.
All right, Rick, thanks very much. One of those guys working on the timing right now in pregame warm-ups just caught a pass right in front of you, Josh Cameron. Josh is a grizzled sophomore out of Cedar Park High School. He talked earlier this week about the way Baylor has been able to keep an upbeat, positive attitude through this season.
I'd say the attitude is you just got to get it fixed, kind of get it corrected. Kind of looking like back at that game, a lot of the plays, it was just like kind of like one little thing off or just a little thing here. And really like from us being like that close, like into the game. So I think just really just like cohesive and basically fixing that one little thing to make all the difference.
It's Josh Cameron. Watch for him today. Baylor in the all-whites, white pants, white jerseys, white helmets today for the Bears. Normally reserved for road games, but they made the call back during the summer. Asked Houston, and Houston said, sure, why not? And Baylor will wear the all-whites today here at home against the University of Houston. It's also Salute to Service Day. You'll see our coaches and staff in some Army green attire on the sidelines. Take a break. When we come back, get Ricky and JJ's what to watch for in this game. Baylor and U of H coming up from McLean Stadium and here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
First Central Credit Union invites you to join our team. Game strategy, earn 5% APY on your money. Enjoy ATM fee refunds and the ability to make deposits 24/7 at our ATMs. You can earn interest and have access to your money. Suit up in a free new member t-shirt. Join our team today at firstcentralcu.com.
Which segment is Aranda again?
We do for you. Sick 'em, Bear.
Next one. Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
This is Cole Posey with Baylor Baseball, and this is my story. When I walk away from Baylor, I know I will be a more well-rounded individual. Not only am I getting a top-tier athletic experience, I'm also getting top-tier training and character development. The ability to compete at the highest level, to be challenged spiritually, and to be pushed academically are unique things that no other university but Baylor can offer. My name is Cole Posey, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Now, it was overcast earlier. It's going to be a beautiful day for the first Saturday in November. Back with us, John Morris, JJ Joe, Ricky Thompson, our entire crew together. Jeff Walter is here, our spotter and statistician. Bob Baker, our engineer in the booth. Kelly Moore and Don Gimmer here as frequency coordinators. We appreciate Aaron Sexton, our network board operator. Gary Moss in network operations. Thanks to all who make the broadcast possible for you today. 74 and sunny at kickoff is what Jeff relays to us. Ricky, JJ, what to watch for in this game today? What player, position, matchup, JJ in particular, will you keep an eye on?
Well, John, I think, Houston's offense is really good. I'm going to focus on Baylor's offense, though. So I think the Houston offense is going to put pressure for our offense to have to score. Ricky and I talked about this before. So I think Baylor, as much as we've diversified, it's going to have to try to run the ball. So I'm just going to go back to the meat and potatoes up front between Colton Price, Clark Barrington, and Campbell Barrington. Houston didn't have a great run defense. They got two young gentlemen, number 93, Caldwell, and number 10, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the last name. They're big enough to cause problems because they get penetration. They take chance to get penetration. We have to control those two guys, John.
You're going to leave me to pronounce his name?
Yes, I am.
That would be Chidozie Nwankwo.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, thanks.
That's number 10.
Ricky, how about you?
Well, I'm going to stick with an easy name, Donovan Smith. This is
call.
U of H quarterback. This guy is 6'5", 240 pounds. If that sounds familiar, go back to Texas State, who runs the same offense as Houston, and their quarterback, 6'5", 240. Same description. And I tell you, this is going to be critical. I think Houston has a great offense. They move the ball well. They run the spread. This has been a big challenge for Baylor defensively in the past. The difference is today, I think what you'll see in the secondary, you'll see 3 cornerbacks instead of 2, which means hopefully you have cornerbacks on slot receivers instead of safeties. That was really a problem in that Texas State game. So I'm going to take the secondary to stop Donovan Smith from having a great passing game. They can run the football as well, but if you let him throw it and have success downfield, that's a real problem. So I think the Baylor secondary is going to be very key to a Baylor victory today.
All right, that's a good call. It really is. Houston, really good offense, as you guys said, but primarily passing, 266.5 yards per game, throwing the ball, 116.5 per game rushing the ball. So that's a couple of the keys and key areas to watch today for Baylor versus the University of Houston. 29th meeting all-time between these two. Baylor leads the series by 1 all-time. Take a break. When we come back, we will hear from Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. Coach Aranda, a one-time assistant coach at the University of Houston, also coached with Dana Holgerson at Texas Tech. We'll hear from the Baylor head coach when we come back. We'll continue on our countdown to kickoff, and our coverage continues after this from your local station.
Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care.
Okay, and this is Aranda in and out, so we're good.
Trustworthy and it's on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics. You don't want to miss our best price deals during the Black Friday sales event at Allen Samuels. This month you can save big on the truck you've been looking for, like the new 2023 Rams. Designed to be durable, functional, and stylish, Ram trucks give you that first-class feel. With premium options like luxurious leather-trimmed seating, surround view cameras, plus exceptional legroom and storage, hurry in and shop our great selection in-store or online today. Shop an award-winning dealership with award-winning products, Allen Samuels in Waco.
Ask for Kasasa Checking. It's our superpower. First Central Credit Union pays 5% APY on your checking account. There's no penalty in this game. Get great returns while having complete access to your cash. Get in motion with First Central's Reward Checking that refunds ATM fees nationwide. Enjoy an automatic savings feature that pays you too. It's a snap to apply online at firstcentralcu.com.
Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back inside McLean Stadium. Let's continue on our pregame show. Visit now with Bears head coach Dave Aranda. And, Coach, back at it today. Houston Cougars coming in, and another opportunity for you guys to get on the winning side today.
Appreciate that. I have a lot of respect for this team, and, you see just the athleticism they have. You see the scheme and the system and the way that they try to manipulate, angles and numbers and all of it. So a lot of respect for them, and they get hot, then they can get real hot. So our deal here is try to cool them down, score early, start fast, and get them kind of questioning what's happening, and so that we can get on the right side of things at the end.
Dana Holgerson, a guy you know pretty well, going back to a time when you were on the same staff out in Lubbock.
A lot of respect for him. He, when I was coming up, he was the guy that was really kind of holding the whole thing together there in Lubbock, and was always working really hard, always sacrificing, always doing all the little things. I think he had come from Iowa Wesleyan at the time, and so just had that work ethic that comes with coming from a small school, and then you're at a bigger school trying to prove yourself. And I can still see that with him, just his intensity and his want to win and the fight that he has and everything. I know his team's going to have that.
We're seeing some of your younger guys. Some of them are freshmen, some true freshmen, like Dawson Pendergrass, a guy that comes in and is really making his mark in his first year here.
Yeah, we did a study on making guys miss and kind of where Baylor ranks in our league as overall as a team, and then within that, who on our team has highest percentage of making guys miss. And Monterey was at the top, and then Drake Dabney was right there, but then Dawson was right there. I think Dawson was even kind of with Drake, and so. I think Dawson continues to make plays when he has opportunities, and then there's a bunch of times where he's in a route and so a ball's thrown to someone else, and he sees it, clicks off, finds a defender, blocks, makes a critical block. He was a lead blocker for some of the quarterback runs the last couple of weeks and made big-time blocks. And so he's been a guy. He's emphasis on special teams. Cincinnati made a big block on a return, and this last return made a big block, too, on two of Josh's returns here the last 2 weeks. And so he's been performing really, really well and feel like he's only going to get better, too.
The defensively, some of those young guys, they're really coming on. They've become key components for you defensively.
Yeah, we're starting to feel, and they're starting to believe that they're not young anymore, and so we're hopeful that that's the case. I think, the wins and the losses, and just as that compiles, that's always the thing, and so you have to be able to fight that, and I think some of that is a fight that we've had the last couple of weeks, some of the young guys, but their ability to have their cleats in the grass, to not have bright lights in big cities, influence them, and for them to want the moment and take advantage of the moment, all that has been really strong. And I think, their improvement from week one to where we're at now has been a testament to them and, their coaches that they're working with.
Final thought, white jerseys, normally reserved for the road. You're going to wear those at home today. Maybe that'll work in your favor.
We're trying to do everything we can, and so we're not trying to leave no stone unturned. And so I know our guys really like that look, and there's something in the off season that they had talked about wanting to have the opportunity to do. We're trying to find ways with just the jerseys and stuff to try to be as different as we can and stand out and stuff. And this was one that the players really liked, and so we're excited that we can do it today.
Very good. Good luck. We'll talk to you after the game.
Hey, thank you.
It's Bears head coach Dave Aranda. It's the Bears and the Houston Cougars on a whiteout at McLean Stadium coming up next. More of our pregame show after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's going to believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER.
Wow, he shanked that. Yes, he shanked it.
With on-site lab and CT.
About 35 yards.
EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Work with most major.
Brutal.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
You're listening to Baylor Football, on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Kickoff bottom of the hour. We'll take you down to the field coming up to get the toss of the coin and give you our starting lineups. The legend of the game today is Kari Long, JJ. Good to have Kari back. He's going to lead the stadium chant down there. Yeah, big time. So welcome back to Waco and Baylor, Kari Long. JJ, how about your keys to the game? How are the Bears going to get a big win today?
Well, John, I always like the numbers, and this is a game where you're going against a team that likes to move it up and down the field, like to throw it. So I think offensively for Baylor, for Coach Grimes today, while Baylor will need to be versatile, I think Coach has to call at least 30 runs for his running backs today. Baylor has to rush for at least 150 yards. U of H is yielding 161 yards on the ground. Baylor has to get to that number or very close to it. The next is +1. And that +1 means the turnover margin. Last week we did a pretty good job, but nevertheless against the University of Houston, I think that they normally are averaging about 30. They're averaging 25 points. You get +1, get an extra possession. And the last thing, John, is the number 4. And that number 4 is simply the number of 25-plus yard plays the defense at max can give up today. U of H is going to attack our secondary through the air. You got to limit it to no more than 1 1/4. You give up more than that, now we're in a track meet, and Baylor doesn't want to be in a track meet.
Yeah, those explosive plays have been really bad for Baylor. I mean, there have been just too many to overcome, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's why I put a number on. Like last week we talked about it. Iowa State is not very explosive, John, but they had, I counted 5 really explosive plays of 25-plus yards, and I know they had others. So that's huge. You got to limit those.
Here comes the Baylor line running onto the field. They'll set a tunnel through which the Baylor team will run onto in just a couple of minutes. We'll take our final pregame break. When we come back, we'll get the toss of the coin, then toe meets leather. Baylor and Houston, Big 12 football from Waco, here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Deals of the year during the Black Friday sales event at Allen Samuels in Waco. Experience the adventure, style, and comfort of the new 2023 Jeep lineup, including the Grand Cherokee L, Renegade, Gladiator, Wrangler, and the Wrangler 4xe. Jeep SUVs are known for their versatility from daily commuting to outdoor adventures. Hurry in and take advantage of these Black Friday deals today and start your Jeep adventure. Shop our great selections of new inventory in-store or online at AllenSamuelsDCJ.com.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Hi, this is Scott Drew, and we're working hard for this up-and-coming season that will be here soon. We're excited about our team and the culture of joy. We're also excited about the new-look Big 12 Conference and saying farewell to the Pharaoh. We have some big games coming up in November and December, and then we move to the new pavilion, which should be the best home court advantage in the nation. Thanks for helping making both tough places to play for the opponents, in the Farrell and in the Pavilion. See you there.
This is Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Today's game is brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Get ready. Kickoff is just moments away. Let's go back to the booth with John Morris.
JJ Joe, Ricky Thompson on the sidelines for us. Jeff Walter, our spotter and statistician. Bob Baker, our engineer, here in the booth. And here come the Bears running onto the field. It is a little bit of an odd sight to see Baylor wearing all white at home. I'm not sure if it's ever happened before. Certainly it has not happened in a long time.
John, I actually like the look because we've two of our wins, maybe all three of our wins, I think. No, two of our wins.
Two of the three,
two of our
right,
wins.
Right.
We wore that white, so I like the nice ice look, and we'll see how it works for us here at McLean.
Houston counters with white pants, black jerseys, white numerals and lettering, and white helmets. So both teams with white helmets today. Big game for both Baylor and U of H. Baylor's 3-5 on the season. They're 2-3 in Big 12 conference play. Houston, their first year in the Big 12 conference, they are 3-5. They are 1-4 in the Big 12. That one win, a Hail Mary that was answered on a touchdown pass on the final play of the game to beat West Virginia 3 weeks ago. Our officials are taking the captains to midfield. We'll listen in here in just a moment. Derek Anderson is our referee today. And, Ricky, we hear Coach Aranda talk about it. Dana Holgerson talked about it this week. He wants his team to start fast. So that's a real key for both teams today.
Well, it really is, and we've talked about that every week. And
okay,
it seems
gentlemen,
like
welcome to the
we've
game.
given up a score early in each of those games. So I think today, particularly
Houston,
with these two teams struggling,
the
a fast start is going to be even more important. And I know the Bears are looking to try to do that any way they can, either defensively or offensively.
All right, let's listen in to the toss of the coin.
It is tails. What's your selection? Defer. They defer. You want the ball? Yeah. Which way are you going to kick? All right, you guys switch. Houston has won the toss and elected to defer to the second half. Baylor is going to receive on this end.
That would be the north end, and that's not all bad. Baylor will get the ball first as we begin this game today. Baylor represented with the captains Jarrell Boykins, Matt Jones, Devin Bobby, and Kelsey Johnson. You heard our referee, Derek Anderson. Here is our Big 12 officiating crew working today's game.
Derek Anderson, referee, Cat Spring, Texas.
Daniel Young, back judge from Humble, Texas.
Michael Henderson, umpire, Frisco's Most Wanted.
Mark Graves, side judge, Carthage, Texas.
Brian Ellis, center judge, originally from the block, but now in Ever Beach, Hawaii.
Doug Moore, headlines, Dime Box, Texas.
Gabriel De Leon, field judge, Bronx, New York.
Quentin Gibbons from Los Angeles.
And Quentin Gibbons, the line judge for that crew today. All right, Bears to receive first. Let's give you our starting lineups brought to you by Baylor, Scott and White, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. When it comes to sports medicine and orthopedics, Baylor, Scott and White, Southwest brings the home team advantage to Central Texans. Baylor with that retooled offensive line. We've seen it for 3 weeks now. Colton Price, the redshirt freshman out of Bowie at center. Clark Barrington at left guard. Campbell Barrington at right guard. Gavin Byers at right tackle. Alvin Abosele at left tackle to start for the Bears. Bears as they set up to receive the opening kick from the University of Houston. Richard Reese is back deep to receive. We were talking about Richard Reese earlier. This may be a way to kind of get him going, get the ball in his hands early.
Yeah, John, I like it. He did return early, and they were playing him more in the back, but I think this way, see if we can get him in space.
Houston kicker approaches. Toe meets leather. Kick is away. This will be a touchback. It bounces 9 yards deep, and the Bears will begin at their own 25-yard line. See who's out there to start for Baylor at running back. Blake Shapen will be the quarterback, redshirt junior out of Shreveport Evangel Christian Academy, completing 61% of his passes on the year. He's thrown for 1,475 yards through the first 8 games of the year, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception, and that was thrown last week, taken away by Iowa State. It is Dominic Richardson to start in the backfield, 6'1", 204-pound junior from Oklahoma City and a transfer from Oklahoma State. Give you U of H starters here in just a moment as we wrap up our Baylor Scott and White, Southwest Sports Medicine, and Orthopedics starting lineups. Bears from their own 25, wearing all white at home, traveling left to right, snap back, pass, left side, caught by Baldwin. Baldwin slips out of one tackle and is out to the 30-yard line. So a 5-yard pickup on first down, the completion to Monterey Baldwin.
We've seen a lot of that early in the season. Monterey comes on a little quick mow. He halts, gets a quick wide receiver. But I just call it a screen. He's getting blocked up front. He's getting some blocking from his receiver, and he picks up 5 yards. Another way to kind of get the ball to the edge in the passing game that acts just like the run game.
5-yard pickup, 2nd and 5 for the Bears from their own 30. Hand this one off. Dominic Richardson cuts upfield. He's got a couple to the 32. For Houston defensively, Nelson Caesar and David Agwebu at the ends. Agwebu, the transfer from Oklahoma. Jamari Caldwell and Chidozie Nwankwo are the tackles inside. Linebackers, the will is Malik Robinson. Starting at Mike, middle linebacker for Houston is Tremarcus Cheeks in the absence of Jamal Morris. Malik Fleming is the nickel back. In the secondary, Alex Hogan, Isaiah Hamilton, A.J. Halsey, and Antonio Brooks. For the Bears, out, and that's a first down across the 35 to the 38-yard line. Josh Cameron with the catch. Heard from him in the pregame show. Move the chains. First down of the day for the Bears.
Well, I like that. I mean, Baylor got it to 3rd and 3. That's manageable. Last week against Iowa State, we were facing so many 3rd and 7 plus, and that's hard to convert. 3rd and 3 after 2 solid plays, and then Blake finds Josh Cameron wide open to his left in the slot, and that's a conversion after a 4-14 last week.
First down play, handoff. Dawson Pendergrass starts right, cuts upfield, gets out to the 43-yard line. That's a 5-yard gain on the first down carry by Dawson Pendergrass, coming off a very nice game last week against Iowa State. 8 carries, 37 yards, but 2 touchdowns, tough running between the tackles. JJ also had 3 catches for 39 yards.
Yeah, the game was tailor-made for Dawson because in the rain, it really wasn't going to be a lot of messing around. He did a great job. Now Reese is in the backfield.
Richard Reese, play action, fake the handoff. Shapen looking to throw, steps up. He's going to run. Weaving up the field, the 50, the 45, the 40, and down. Nice run by Blake Shapen. The Bears are in Houston territory. Let's check in with Ricky Thompson.
Guys, I was behind that play, and you could see that open up in the middle for Blake. He spent a lot of time looking downfield, so he didn't give up on it quickly. But that's a huge play for the Bears. It always hurts when you have a QB take off, when you have good coverage downfield. You prevented the pass play, and then your quarterback takes off and runs for 15 or 20. Huge play by Blake.
How about 17 yards on that carry to the Houston 39-yard line? First down, Bears. Again, traveling left to right, first possession of the day. Pitch it in the backfield to Reese. Reese bumps into his blocker and then charges forward, gets to the 35-yard line. So a 4-yard gain on the play. Nice to see Richard Reese, his first carry of the day. Bears have 2nd and 6 from the 35.
Yeah, I know Reese, when he sees films, he's going to wish he had that back. I think he had a cutback lane, but bumped into his player. But on that prior play, that was created by Monterey Baldwin getting bracketed on a deep post. Blake did a great job. And you'll notice, John, Blake does not have the brace on this afternoon.
Oh, all right, very good. 2nd down, 6 for the Bears. Handoff for Richardson up the middle. Tough running between the tackles. He's to the 31-yard line. That'll be about 2 yards short. Bears looking at 3rd down and 2 from there with 11:20 and counting on the clock here in the first quarter.
Yeah, once you get that brace off, and I've had a knee injury before. I was in high school, but once you finally are comfortable to take it off, that means he feels really good. And I know he's been saying he's 100%, but now I feel like Blake is probably, he feels like he's at least back to where he was preseason.
Good call, JJ. Second down, or third down and 2 it is for the Bears from the Houston 31. Opening possession of the game. Bears receive the opening kickoff. They've driven to the Cougars 31. Turn, handoff, Pendergrass, lots of room. He's to the 30, the 25, almost the 20-yard line. Big run on third down by Dawson Pendergrass. That's another Baylor first down. First down sponsored by Belfour Property Restoration, a proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
That's a great move by Dawson. And this was Coach Aranda was talking about, just making guys miss. There was the early penetration, and that early penetration was from one of the defensive linemen from U of H. He just slides to his left, keeps going forward, slides. He doesn't explode, he slides, finds the gap, picks up the first down.
11-yard carry on that play. Keep it on the ground. Hand off to Reese. Flag down. Reese pushed out of bounds on the near side. He will lose yardage, but we'll check the flag.
That's going to in the area of holding.
Holding, number 53, offense. 10-yard penalty, replay first down.
Yeah, I like Coach Grimes' attack here. He's trying to come out and use short passing game. Then he's using that run game. He's already ran the ball quite a bit more in the last couple of weeks. On that one, he's trying to do a fake toss to the field to get that U of H defense flowing. It was just too fast because then Reese coming back into the boundary off the handoff, and U of H had already slanted that way. So the fake didn't give the defense enough time to move to the field, but now Baylor with that hold is facing 1st and 20.
Yeah, loss of 10 back to the 30-yard line for Baylor. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right side. It is, as JJ said, 1st down and 20. Shapen, flush quickly, rolling right, looking, and he's going to just run out of bounds, cut his losses there. Stepped out at the 31, maybe the 30, so no gain, no loss on the play. Bears looking at 2nd down and 20 from the 30-yard line.
Yeah, Baylor's trying to split that one of the safeties. They had Drake Dabney kind of running what I would call a shallow post, and the Monterey Baldwin is to the field, the wide side running a deep post, and they were splitting the safety. They're going to read the safety. If he comes low, they go behind him. Blake just didn't feel comfortable like he had enough time.
2nd down 20 for the Bears. Drake Dabney moves from the right side to the left side, sets up in the slot as the tight end. Baldwin in motion right to left. Shapen as the ball is snapped.
Another flag.
Another flag.
Prior to the snap, false start, number 58, offense. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Well, and not that penalties have been issues. Baylor actually been pretty clean, but this has kind of been the issue offensively. It's been something. We'll drive the ball. Baylor has a really good drive going. U of H has yielded 80-plus points in the first quarters of games. And we're driving John, and then we go from a 1st and 10 from the 20 to now we're in a 2nd and 25 backed up to our 35. And this is a hard convert, but there's an opportunity.
Again, 3 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Snap back to Shapen, back pedals, drops it off, short pass. Dominic Richardson keeps his footing. Going to get minimal yardage there to the 32, so about a 3-yard pickup on that play. Trying to set up the screen to Dominic Richardson. Just didn't have enough blockers in front of him. So the Bears looking at, is this 3rd down now?
Yeah,
3rd and 22.
They're going to 3-by-1 set. They do have Dabney in. I doubt he goes this fast. They're lined up like they're going to go fast, John.
They need to get to the 10 for a 1st down.
And he holds this. And now what Houston's going to do, Houston looks like they're going to drop in coverage as Baylor comes out in 3-by-1 set. So Blake's going to probably check this one down.
3 down linemen rushing for Houston. Shapen over the middle. It is bobbled. Tipped away, nearly caught on the deflection, but incomplete. Drake Dabney, the intended receiver there.
Well, yeah, we've seen Ricky a little bit more of that from Dabney than I would expect, because he had found the hole, Rick, and was going to make it a very easy field goal, but just couldn't hold it.
Well, yeah, that was one that Dabney needs to catch. That was going to bring it to the 20-yard line, cutting this to a 37-yard kick. But, JJ, I think he had room to turn and run after the catch as well, but you just can't make those kind of drops. This is a big change at the 20 versus the 31-yard line.
So now they'll have to set up for a long field goal, a 49-yard attempt by Isaiah Hankins. Does not get a good shot. Was that partially blocked?
Looked like it, John.
It sure did. It didn't come out of there high at all. So we'll look at the replay and see who maybe got a hand on that. But the Bears, with a promising drive, then a couple of penalties back them up. They end up with no points on their first possession of the day. Timeout on the field, 7:55 on the clock, first quarter. Scoreless, Baylor and Houston on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This is Coach Nikki Collin with a reminder that the start of the Baylor women's basketball season is right around the corner, and we need you to reach our goals this season. We have an exciting team with some outstanding returning.
Texas K-State is 30-30 going to overtime, yeah.
Season, then moving to the brand new Foster Pavilion beginning in January. Thank you for your support. And
they were with 2 minutes left. K-State made the stop and drove downfield for the field goal.
Don't want to miss our best price deals during the Black.
Yes, yeah.
And Samuels. This
pretty incredible.
truck you've been looking for, like the new 2023 Rams. Designed to be durable, functional, and stylish, Ram trucks give you that first-class feel. With premium options like luxurious leather-trimmed seating, surround view cameras, plus exceptional legroom and storage, hurry in and shop our great selection in-store or online today. Shop an award-winning dealership with award-winning products. Allen Samuels in Waco.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.
A&M down 38-35 with 2 seconds left, about to try the field goal.
Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Drive on Baylor's first possession today yields no points. The field goal was a long attempt by Isaiah Hankins, but partially blocked by U of H. We don't have anyone on the stat monitor who's given credit for that block, just says Houston team. But JJ, that's tough. That was a good-looking drive, and the Bears come away scoreless.
Yeah, and John, that's we've seen that quite a bit throughout the year. And really what got us is really the penalties before that, because we were at 1st and 10 from the 20. When you have that, really your percentages of scoring go up really high, and then all of a sudden Baylor is backed up because of a couple penalties, and then you have a drop. So now you got to go against U of H, who's going to really put stress on your back end. So the defense has to try to see if they can step up. So it'll be interesting to see what Coach Powledge does here, if he plans on really trying to attack Donovan Smith in his passing game or drop and just try to see if they can execute.
Aiden Jenkins, Chateau Reed, the corners for the Bears. Devin Lemire, Devin Bobby, the safeties for Baylor. Give you the other starters in a moment. Houston begins at their own 32-yard line. Donovan Smith, short pass, little bit behind his receiver, and it is incomplete. Dalton Carnes, that intended receiver. Great story there. A freshman walk-on who just really caught the eye of Dana Holgerson, was put on scholarship, and now in the absence of Joseph Manjack today for Houston, we may see Carnes quite a bit on the field. In fact, he was the target on the first pass. 2nd down and 10 for U of H. Parker Jenkins in the backfield. Smith takes the snap, swings it out to Jenkins on the left side, gets out of 1 tackle, and he's out to the 33, ends up a gain of 1. Let's go down to Ricky Thompson.
Well, on that first play, John, receiver was wide open. Smith threw that ball too hard. On that one, JJ, you just lay it out in front. If so, there was a lot of running room there, so that one was on the quarterback.
So a 1-yard gain is the net result there. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left side. Houston at their own 33, looking at 3rd down and 9. Houston team that is 40%, 10th in the Big 12 on 3rd down conversions this year. Smith hit as he throws, and catch is made, and then drilled after making the catch by Matt Jones. He held on to the ball, Samuel Brown did, but it's not enough for a first down, only a 2-yard gain to the 35.
Yeah, well, Coach decided to bring just a little dog. I mean, Baylor was rushing forward, then they brought Brooks Miller up into the line to rush, to turn into 5 rushers. That created a hot, or hey, I got to get the ball out as Donovan Brooks was looking at it. So Donovan Smith gets it out. Matt Jones, great tackle.
Left-footed punter, Lane Wilkins boots it away. Josh Cameron calls for the fair catch, takes it in at the 25. And the Bears have the ball back, a 40-yard punt, a 3-and-out for Houston on their first possession of the day. Baylor offense coming back on the field. We're scoreless first quarter in Waco, 6:31 on the clock. We'll be back with more Baylor and Houston on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
No matter which road you take.
Aggies shanked the kick with 2 seconds left. They lose 38-35.
You're your own.
Yeah. Yep, they lost. So it's already a good start to the day.
Pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's going to believe this.
And each day ends binge watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $20.
K-State held Texas to a field goal, and now they're going for a touchdown on 4th and goal.
Order the #1 rated internet. Create the plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
23 Baylor football season is presented by HEB. We're also brought to you by Pepsi. Hey, Bears fans, this football season, make Pepsi your go-to game day drink because it's the only drink for football watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Bears football. And brought to you by Baylor Scott & White Health, the official healthcare provider of Baylor Athletics. Well, scoreless first quarter, 6:31 on the clock. But JJ, does this qualify as a fast start for the Bears?
Well, John, it's almost fast. It's
almost
a good start. And the reason I say the defense did their job. You like that,
right.
Coach Powell's groups come out, they get that 3 and out. But offensively, you just after such a good drive, as Baylor comes out, you got to just get points, and you can't have those mistakes at the end. So we'll see. Coach Grimes they have 44 yards rushing, which is a big change from the last couple of weeks early in the game. I think this U of H team is ripe to give up points, but they're going to keep right now 2 deep safeties and force you to just nip at it, figuring you're going to make a mistake.
Well, this Houston defense is last in the Big 12 in scoring defense, giving up 32.5 points a game. Here's the first play from the 25. Roll out to the right to run by Blake Shapen. He will slide at the end of it. He ends up across the 30-yard line, but with the slide, JJ, they'll spot it back at about the 28.5.
Yeah, that's not a bad play by Blake. I like the slide, but I always tell you, I like to just dive forward with the ball. They're not going to let a guy spear you, so that way you don't give up those 2 or 3 yards that he had to give up.
So call it 2nd down and 7 for the Bears. 2nd and 6. Ball just shy of the 29-yard line. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Handoff, Pendergrass running left. Looks to cut up. He is chopped down at about the 31-yard line. So a 2-yard gain on that play. Big Jamari Caldwell in on the tackle for U of H. 6'1", 325-pound defensive tackle from Newberry, South Carolina.
Yeah, Baylor's 2 or 3 on 3rd downs there. And that last one was a really long one, so it's kind of hard to hold that one against them. But up front, U of H's tackle. They get a few tackles for loss. And now it looks like they're going to rush 3 and drop.
Here's the 3rd down play. Shapen rolls right, completes the pass. Not going to be enough. Dabney makes the catch, but then he is chopped down at the 32-yard line. So a 2-yard gain, not enough for a first down. Antonio Brooks, the safety, made the tackle in the open field. Bears will have to punt it away on their second possession of the day.
Well, once again, I mean, I think Baylor was going to go to a little play-action boot. And actually, Rick and I talked about this before the game, is that teams are really keyed on the boot. And what Blake had to do there is get his head around and really just pull up, because the defensive end was going to hold him in and couldn't get that conversion.
Dylan Schaub, the deep snapper. Palmer Williams boots it away. Fair catch called for, taken on the run. And U of H has the ball back. 4.5 minutes on the clock, first quarter. Houston has the ball back. Houston, again, 3-5 on the season, same overall record as Baylor. 1-4 in their first year in the Big 12 Conference. How about an Alliance Bank call to the sidelines to our Ricky Thompson?
Well, I couldn't see the number, JJ, but there was a receiver downfield about 20 yards that had the inside post corner route that was open downfield further than Dabney, which would have been by far the first down. But to your point, the outside rush, Blake doesn't have time on that boot to set, stop in the pocket, and deliver the ball downfield. Otherwise, that could have been a big play, maybe 20, 25 yards.
Yeah, instead, the underneath throw to Dabney was complete, but not enough for the first down, so the Bears then have to punt the ball away. Baylor football is brought to you in part by Antone's. Antone's famous Po' Boys, proud sponsor of Baylor athletics. You can sick them right here at McLean Stadium, or you can find them wrapped in their iconic white butcher paper at your HEB deli sections and many fine supermarkets in Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, or Austin. Antone's original Po' Boys are made with recipes that haven't changed since 1962. A unique taste that generations of Texans have loved. Their original turkey and Swiss roast beef sandwiches are all best sellers. Antone's famous Po' Boys, a handmade sandwich beloved by Texans, often referred to as a Texas version of a New Orleans po' boy. It all began with their iconic sandwich shops in Houston, handmade daily with highest quality meats, cheeses, and of course their famous chow chow relish, fresh bread, and pickles. That is Antone's famous po' boys, which we have here in the booth, right?
Yeah, we do. I usually kind of get one of those out of the door.
Did you sample one of those today? Jeff Walters did.
Jeff already did, yeah. I normally get one on for the road, John.
For the road.
Yeah.
Well, that is would depend on there being some left
exactly.
for you to take them on the road.
That's true, that's true.
All right, not a bad start for the Bears today. Again, in first possession, nice drive. Penalties backed them up. Interesting thing is Baylor is the least penalized team in the Big 12. You know, they're third fewest penalty yards per game in the nation. Average of only 4 penalties for 24 yards per game. But they had those earlier that really stymied that first drive. Total of 2 penalties for 15 yards against Baylor.
And John, what happens? This is why a lot of times, like Iowa State teams, that even though sometimes the talent is down, they'll be usually pretty steady. Is Baylor on that first drive had 12 plays for 43 yards. So typically what happens is if you can keep a team from going 60 yards on you in one play or 2 plays or hitting one of those big chunks, sooner or later a mistake will be made. Baylor actually had a really good drive going, probably at about 7 or 8 plays. By that time, you want to score. And that's why you need that chunk, because it's hard to have young college men kind of execute all together and not have a mistake. So Baylor makes one mistake, John, as we line up. They have a hold. That really almost kills that drive. And then, of course, now instead of you've dominated the game in the first quarter, but it's still nothing as U of H comes out, John, at the line of scrimmage. And really this triangular set to the left with 3 receivers and 1 receiver to the right out of this spread look.
Trevin Maie in the defensive front for the Bears. Trey Emery is in there at the defensive tackle spot. Kyler Jordan at one defensive end, TJ Franklin at the other. Houston begins at their own 22-yard line. Snap back to Donovan Smith. Gives to Jenkins. Stacked up, slowed up, finally finished off and slung down rudely there by Trevin Maie. So a gain of, what, a yard? Maybe a yard and a half on that first down carry.
Yeah, Coach Holgerson decided to come out. Let's put a tight end in and then try to see if we can run at him. Baylor's been yielding yards. Baylor did a great job of committing quickly, reading really quickly. That is a run play, closing all the gaps. Everybody played their responsibility.
Carl Williams, the 4th, in there at a cornerback spot for the Bears. Call it 2nd down and 8 for U of H. Under 4 minutes on the clock. First quarter, scoreless, Baylor and Houston. Donovan Smith takes the snap in the shotgun, has time. Now the pocket collapses. Now he's going to run. Watch out. 25, 30, 35, and he slides down. That'll be a first down. They'll spot it at the 35-yard line. And there's the danger when Donovan Smith takes off running out of the pocket. Let's check in with Ricky.
Yeah, guys, not only did he take off running, Houston's right tackle had an arm around the Baylor defender coming in from the outside. It was a clear hole. That wasn't called. You're not going to get it called every time, but that's what opened that hole up for Donovan Smith.
All right. Good eye there, Ricky. TJ Franklin, the guy that was apparently held and no call. First down for U of H. Their first down of the day. Out to the 35. Smith takes the snap, passes over the middle. It is caught. Down at midfield is Matthew Golden, the sophomore out of Klein Kane High School. Spotted at the 50, a 15-yard pickup on the pass over the middle.
Yeah, Baylor playing a little zone there, only rushing forward, really trying to drop back, and that's one of those holes.
Little tempo, quarterback draw. Wow. Donovan Smith takes off. Baylor pushes him out of bounds after a very short gain on the far side. DJ Coleman was up there quickly to push him out. Only a 1-yard gain to the Baylor 49.
Well, that's a weird play because Matthew Golden, receiver, was coming in motion right to left, and then he was coming to Donovan Smith. I think he was expecting either to hand it to him or whatever, and he stopped, and he just walked off. He's hobbled off, and I think that kind of messed up that play for him there, and now they're going to face a second and about 9.5.
From the Baylor 49-yard line for U of H, traveling right to left, scoreless first quarter, 2.5 on the clock. Donovan Smith takes the snap. Smith passes, crossing route, caught. Nice open field tackle by Baylor. Devin Bobby tracked him down. Bobby, a career-high 11 tackles in the game last week against Iowa State. Makes the tackle there after a short 2-yard gain.
Well, they're trying to run off. Baylor's really playing coverage right now, trying to run you off, run a bunch of under routes. And Devin Bobby did a great job of tracking the inside receiver and getting him to the ground, and that's been the big thing with Baylor, just get the players to the ground. Now third down at about 7, and see if Baylor brings pressure. No pressure.
Ball just outside the Baylor 46-yard line. Big third down opportunity here. Donovan Smith alone in the backfield, takes the snap. Over the middle, it is caught, and a first down for U of H. That looks like on the receiving end, Michael Laughlin, the senior receiver for U of H, just kind of found an open area, sat down, made the catch, and a 14-yard gain to the Baylor 33.
That's one of the challenges. You want to keep eyes on the quarterback with zone, but when you have that, you do have gaps. Can't cover up all of it. Just finds a zone, a void in the zone at about 7 yards, turns around, and Donovan Smith puts it on him.
A couple of first downs on this possession by U of H. First and 10 here from the 33. Handoff, watch out, breaking through into the second level from the backfield is a new back, Stacy Sneed. Sneed, a sophomore out of Arlington, Mansfield Timberview High School. He's all the way to the 20-yard line, so a 13-yard gain.
Yeah, he really squirted in quick. He got in the middle, just really was patient. We've seen that as running backs get in there. We don't have a lineman or linebacker able to disengage and make that tackle. Squirts through, it makes the first down.
Stations give you a chance to identify yourselves following this play. First down and 10 from the 20 for U of H. Donovan Smith looks left, now tucks the ball, looking to run. Baylor has him hemmed in and down for a loss back at the 23. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265 ESPN Central Texas.
Nice containment by Baylor there. Kyler Jordan was there and Gabe Hall was there, combining for the tackle. And a loss of 3, and that'll be the final play of the first quarter.
This is the end of the first quarter.
End of 1 at McLean Stadium. Scoreless, Baylor and the University of Houston. Cougars ball, 2nd and 13. When we come back to begin the second quarter, our coverage continues after this word from your local station.
Don't miss miss out on our biggest deals of the year during the Black Friday sales event at Allen Samuels in Waco. Experience the adventure, style, and comfort of the new 2023 Jeep lineup, including the Grand Cherokee, Grand Cherokee L, Renegade, Gladiator, Wrangler, and the Wrangler 4xe. Jeep SUVs are known for their versatility from daily commuting to outdoor adventures. Hurry in and take advantage of these Black Friday deals today and start your Jeep adventure. Shop our great selections of new inventory in-store or online at AllenSamuelsDCJ.com.
Baylor alumni are more than 160,000 strong. When we all join hands to support our university, we don't just move the needle, we move mountains. Working together, we create life-changing opportunities for students on the field, in the classroom, in the laboratory, and in life for generations to come. So get connected. Get involved. Learn how at baylor.edu/alumni.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Stadium, the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame and Wall of Honor class inducted in a banquet last night being introduced to the crowd here. That is a great class that includes Max Muncy from Baylor Baseball. Also, our own Pat Nunley, Pat into the Athletics Hall of Fame, which is just tremendous. Ken Quisenberry, a teammate of Ricky's here at Baylor, and J.D. Walton from Baylor football and others, but a great, great class into the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame. JJ, end of one, scoreless. How about some of the first quarter stats?
Yeah, U of H has evened up the yardage total, 65 yards for Baylor, 58 for U of H. Both teams, time of possession, Baylor 9 minutes and 4 seconds, 5 minutes and 58 seconds for U of H. Blake Shapen 4 or 5 for only 15 yards, but Baylor has 50 yards rushing here in the young quarter, and 22 of those by Blake Shapen. And Donovan Smith's 5 of 6, 34 yards, and their leading rusher is Snead. So as they set up here, John, a very even game, which explains the 0-0 score.
Well, it's very even in every way, isn't it? All right, Houston has it at the Baylor 23-yard line. It is 2nd and 13 from there. Switch ends, Houston traveling left to right. Baylor threatening a blitz. Here it comes. Donovan Smith, short pass is caught. Tackle made immediately of Michael Laughlin at the 16-yard line, so a 7-yard pickup on that play.
Well, John, Jeff astutely noted that Matthew Golden, one of their top receivers, is now getting on a cart going in. That's not good. You don't want that for that young man. The sophomore receiver looks like he will not be back.
All right, so there's another loss at receiver. Houston already playing without Joseph Manjack today, sophomore receiver transferred from USC. Here's the 3rd down and 6 play for U of H. Key play here from the 16. Donovan Smith passes, and it's intercepted inside the 5. He stepped out of bounds, but the interception for the Bears is Caden Jenkins who has the pick. Caden Jenkins, the pick on the pass into the end zone. Let's go down to Ricky.
Well, I tell you what, that was a great play on the football. Coming out of the backfield, circling up on the route. The coverage was really good. We had 2 defenders back there, but a great play on the football. I tell you what, if he wouldn't have stepped out of bounds, that ball would have been out around the 25, 30-yard line. But you'll take that. Best case, that prevents a field goal attempt. that Houston would have had, even if incomplete, would have been easy chip shot. So that prevents 3 at least, if not 7.
Well, nice takeaway by the Bears. They're now +4 on the season in takeaways. For Caden Jenkins, that is interception number 3 on the year. And they'll take over at their own 8-yard line. Baylor back on offense, still scoreless, 14-11 on the clock, second quarter. So a nice takeaway by the Bears. First play, handoff, Dawson Pendergrass, right side. He's out to the 13, 14-yard line. Let's go back to Ricky.
Hey, guys, that was really close to a fumble. Blake bobbled that snap, actually had it against his thigh pad. I wasn't sure he was going to be able to get it to Pendergrass, or if he did, would hit his thigh pad and then bounce off. So good job of controlling that football. What a turnover that would have been inside your own 10-yard line.
Yeah, exactly. Would have given it right back to him. 6-yard gain leaves Baylor 2nd down and 4. Dominic Richardson in there, gets the handoff right up the middle, tough running across the 20, and that's a first down for the Bears. Dominic Richardson, the first down carry. First down sponsored by Belfour Property Restoration. Belfour donating $10 per Baylor first down to Waco first responders this season.
Yeah, I like those first 2 plays. Pendergrass came out, like Ricky did. It was a really, really tricky exchange, but they got it. Baylor's now back on the ground, and the way Houston's playing coverage right now, the 2 high safeties, pretty soon they'll creep that safety. We're seeing it already. Creeping the safety down near the line of scrimmage. Number 24, Housley, their leading tackler, and you have a chance to take a shot.
All right, for the Bears, 1st and 10 at their own 21. Pass near sideline is caught. That is Dawson Pendergrass again, showing how versatile he can be making the catch. 8 yards out to the 29-yard line on the catch by the freshman Dawson Pendergrass.
Yeah, it's a good catch. You're not expecting him to be a receiver, but he comes out on a little flare out. Blake is trying to look to see if he'll be able to get Josh Cameron on a little curl route. The linebacker drops into that little coverage zone, takes that away, jumps it to Dawson. Nice, easy, taking the profit. Dawson does a great job of catching that with his hands.
2nd down 2 for the Bears from their own 29-yard line. Man in motion across the top of the backfield. Pitch to Reese. Reese cuts upfield. He's got a first down at the 34. So a 5-yard carry by Richard Reese. Reese has really been stymied the last few weeks. Not even that many carries. Total of 9 carries for just 15 yards over the last 3 weeks combined. But already today he's been a more focal part of the offense.
Yeah, well, they're moving a lot of guys in and out. I mean, Dawson got a carry, Richardson's got a carry, Reese got a carry, now Richardson's back in.
1st and 10 at the 34. Dominic Richardson breaks through into the 2nd level. He is nailed at the 43-yard line, but that is a 9-yard carry on first down by Dominic Richardson.
Yeah, Baylor really running the ball well. They had 50 yards at the end of 1 quarter. Now it looks like until they update this stats, they're at 63. And that's what I think you need to do against a Dana Holgorsen team. You got to keep that offense on the sideline, keep Donovan Smith on the sideline, but then eventually when they bring that safety down, Halsey likes to get out around the line of scrimmage. You got to have one of your receivers able to take advantage.
2nd down 1 for the Bears. Shapen in the pocket, looking to throw. Pass near side. Bobble. Did he hold on to it? Maybe. Yeah, they're saying it's a catch for Armani Winfield, and that's across midfield at the Houston 47-yard line. Looked like a bobble, but he held on to it.
Yeah, John, it was a bobble. Actually, he was battling Isaiah Hamilton, who's a really solid cornerback, has 3 interceptions on the season. And they were battling, but I think it's a tie go to the receiver because
right.
Hamilton right now is still arguing, man. Hey, I think I intercepted that ball.
So 1st down Bears, just across midfield, Shapen to throw. Pass left side, led his receiver too much. Dabney, the intended receiver there, made a dive at it. Ricky just couldn't quite get to it.
Yeah, over number 24 Halsey. That was a play where Blake really threw it the only place he could, having to throw it over the defender, just out past the outreached arm of Drake Dabney. That would have been a huge play there, probably down to at least the Houston 25-yard line.
Well, that's one right there where Monterey takes a couple guys deep, and they're trying to bring it, but really on that, Blake had a really tight window. He really, if he goes back and looks at that field, he's going to need to check that ball down.
2nd and 10 for the Bears. Handoff Dominic Richardson nearly slips down in the backfield. Gains his footing, picks up a couple of yards to the 45. So here comes 3rd down and 8 for the Bears. They're at the Houston 45, 10-10 on the clock, second quarter. Still scoreless, Bears and Cougars.
Yeah, just to go back to that previous play, John, the way things are so precise is that really what happened is the cornerback dropped all the way up under Dabney, and the window was small, and if he drops it to that running back, he gets there first. Now Baylor's facing a 3rd and 10. Blake just takes care of this one. It's a 2 receiver set, tight end to the right. There's Dawson back in the backfield with him. This may be a run play here.
On 3rd down and 8 from the 45, handoff to Dominic Richardson, and not much there. A yard to the 44, and that is it.
Yeah, that's got to be we're going for it on 4th down type play, and we're trying to surprise them. They are going for it on 4th down. But somebody's down on the field, John. Looks like one of the...
Yeah, it's the big nose guard, Chidi Nwankwo.
Right, yes.
Junior right out of Richmond Foster, and he was down.
Time
his
out on the
teammates
field
were
for an
immediately
injury.
signaling for the trainers to come in. Hey, let's give full credit to that Hall of Fame and Wall of Honor class. I didn't get to give you everybody's name, but the banquet, the induction banquet, was last night. Stan Curry from Baylor Track and Field, Sandy Forsyth Massey from Baylor Track and Field, Dennis Lukash, great Baylor men's tennis player, Max Muncy from Baylor baseball, part of that 2012 team, now with the LA Dodgers. Pat Nunley, Baylor basketball, and about to begin his 42nd year broadcasting Baylor basketball. Ken Quisenberry from Baylor football, Tiffany Townsend from Baylor track and field, J.D. Walton, Baylor football, and then the Wall of Honor honoree was Mr. George Chandler, came to Baylor on a tennis scholarship and has been outstanding in the legal field out over in East Texas for many, many years. Ricky, you were there last night. That was a fun banquet, and what a great class.
Well, it really was. That was a tough decision on behalf of a committee. Really, it's getting to the point where it's just so hard to pick and limit it to 6 or 7 guys and ladies that go into that Hall of Fame. But what a great event, sold out crowd, as you mentioned last night. Could have sold even more tables if you had room, but really a good class. I thought they all represented themselves well. A lot of fun and a great honor for those guys to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, really good. Great stories, great acceptance speeches last night. So well done by Walter Abercrombie, Tammy Harden, and the Blue Ribbon panel that selects the Hall of Fame class. Not an easy job these days with so many qualified candidates for that. All right, the Houston player has been helped up and off to the far side. We've got a full timeout going here. Scoreless, 0-0, Baylor and Houston with 9:27 on the clock in the second quarter.
Yeah, this is a good drive going, but now Baylor's going to be facing a really precarious, John, 4th and 7.
What do you do here? Ball's at the, 44-yard line, the U of H 44.
Well, we don't hand it off. I don't think we do that.
Well, number one, are they going for it?
Yeah, they got to go for it. I think you almost kind of got to go for it because U of H started showing you that they could run the ball and throw the ball on you that last drive, and you got a great interception by Caden Jenkins, and that's telling me that whether they get it there at the 4th and, if they get it to 40-something, if they get it at their, inside their 20, they're probably going to move the ball on you. So I'm thinking with Blake's been successful. He's 7-9 for only 38 yards, but really high completion percentage. Let us also run the ball for 76 yards here early in this game. So I'm thinking right now you have an opportunity to give Blake an option, really, to see if I could get Monterey to pull combo coverage and then try to get Dabney. I think Dabney's had the opportunity, a couple catches, but it's got to be in the middle of the field, not on a smash route, a corner route, or an over route coming on to the side, but something in the middle and tell him, hey, I need you to make a play. And right now they have Dabney. I think that's to his left, along with Kelsey Johnson, 2 tight ends, 3 receivers to his right. Maybe actually a tight end on the inside, but let's see what we have here.
All right, 4th down and 7 for the Bears from the U of H 44. The Bears will go for it. Snap back to Shapen. Here's the play. Pressured, and he's sacked. Got in on Shapen, and he couldn't get away. And a sack on 4th and 7. The Bears lose that yardage, and they'll give the ball over to the University of Houston.
Well, that's the one thing you just, Blake really didn't have much of a chance there. But on that one, Dabney had to do a chip. And Houston I don't know if they brought a little pressure, but he did a chip as we get ready to go to, looks like they're going to go on a break here, John. But he's on the left, he does a chip, then he goes across the middle. If Blake sees him now, and he hits him on that crosser, Dabney was wide open, but he's felt the pressure from his left. And then when he felt that pressure from his left, he just pulled it down, took the sack, and Baylor's going to turn over on down.
Traylon Payne, the guy that came in to get him from the will linebacker position. Houston takes over at the Baylor 44-yard line. Timeout on the field, 9:14 on the clock. Second quarter, scoreless. Baylor and University of Houston on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
For a limited time, get
Be right back.
reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
This is Cole Posey with Baylor Baseball, and this is my story. When I walk away from Baylor, I know I will be a more well-rounded individual. Not only am I getting a top-tier athletic experience, I'm also getting top-tier training and character development. The ability to compete at the highest level, to be challenged spiritually, and to be pushed academically are unique things that no other university but Baylor can offer. My name is Cole Posey, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Part by Toyota. Baylor fans, enter for your chance to win a football recruit game day experience for 2 in the Toyota 5-Star Fan Sweepstakes. Visit ToyotaFivestarFan.com to enter. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Mentioned this, Baylor went for it on 4th and 7, got the big sack by Traylon Payne. That ball goes over on downs to U of H. These 2 teams have given up the most sacks of any 2 teams in the Big 12.
Oh, wow.
Houston's given up 19, and that sack of Baylor was the 24th sack Baylor has given up this year. That's more than any other team in the Big 12.
Well, and that can cause problems, and what it turns into an opportunity with U of H gets the ball like you're a 44-yard line.
So good field position, short field for U of H. Here's a toss to a back coming around. And nice coverage by Baylor. Coming around, he cuts up field. Samuel Brown did, and Corey Gordon makes the tackle after a 1-yard gain.
They got Gordon playing a lot more, it looks like deep safety, than he was playing the star quite a bit. And he did a great job of reacting, seeing that, what I'm going to call receiver around. He came in motion, and actually as a pass as he tosses in front of him. Safe way to do it, because if it's dropped, it's still just an incomplete pass.
So give him 2 yards to the 42 on that play. Well done by Corey Gordon. It wasn't more. 2nd and 8 for U of H. Empty backfield. Donovan Smith takes the snap. Pressure. Pocket collapses. Pass short underneath is caught at the 35. Running at the 30 into the 25-yard line. For U of H, that is Stephon Johnson with the catch. Transfer from Oklahoma State. A Baylor player is down at the end of the play.
Bryson
Johnson, a sophomore from Houston, 6 foot, 182-pounder. And it's Bryson Jackson, the 7th-year senior for the Bears, who is down at the end of the play.
So Baylor kind of had a combo coverage there. They kind of had a matchup as Bryson kind of reads around a little bit in some discomfort. Where they had, looks like the safety's over the top, and it's a man connection underneath. But unfortunately, they allow Johnson to get loose. It's like, you know, on the boundary side, we were playing more of a 3-deep zone or something, and he got loose. And They're going to take a break as Bryson's still on the ground there, John.
All right, let's take a break as well. 8:21 on the clock, second quarter. Bryson Jackson being attended to on the field. We'll take a timeout. 0-0 Baylor-Houston on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's going to believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
First Central Credit Union invites you to join our team. Game strategy, earn 5% APY on your money. Enjoy ATM fee refunds and the ability to make deposits 24/7 at our ATMs. You can earn interest and have access to your money. Suit up in a free new member t-shirt. Join our team today at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you. Sick 'em, Bears.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Talking to Coach Aranda, gave a fist bump to him, so hopefully Bryson Jackson is all right there, and that is good news. And we're glad to have visiting our booth today, JJ, Greg Ani, Jane Ani, Lisa Offenlock, Elijah Ani, and Sophia Ani. It's great to have y'all in here. Welcome to you. We appreciate it.
Welcome.
Whatever you see or learn in the booth stays here. Okay? Fair enough? But welcome to you. We appreciate you being with us. Part of the group experience, a visit to our home radio booth here at McLean Stadium.
We saw this formation before. They have a triangle set to the right. The receiver, the tight end moves in. Last time they just ran the ball on that. Let's see if they do play action pass or run it.
It's first down and 10 from the 26 for U of H. Here's play action. Donovan Smith passing, touchdown, Houston.
Play action.
Slant coming in from the left side, and the catch was made by Samuel Brown for his third touchdown of the season. Good-looking throw by Donovan Smith, also covers 26 yards, and the Houston Cougars draw first blood here midway in the second quarter.
Yeah, defense is really built not to allow that pass. It's play action off a set. Looks like a run action. The receiver to the single side comes in. Singles, he runs a post, but the safety comes down expecting run. That leaves that corner on the wide side that has outside leverage. It leaves the middle wide open. Easy pitch and catch.
Jack Martin is the kicker, on for the extra point. Snap, good hold, and the kick is very high, but good by Jack Martin, a guy who spent 2 seasons at Alabama, 2 at Troy, and now is somehow a junior at the University of Houston. And a Houston player is down at the end of the play. The extra point kick was good. It's 7-0 Cougars with 8:03 on the clock here in the second quarter. Scoring drive. Remember, Baylor went for it on 4th and 7, gave up the sack, so a short field for U of H.
Right.
3 plays, 44 yards, 1:11 off the clock for the touchdown. Scoring drive by U of H, a 26-yard touchdown pass from Donovan Smith to Samuel Brown.
And John, that's one chunk play. I mean, they were moving anyway, but that's a 26, 25, 20-plus yard play is what we call chunk. And that's how plays go together. They ran that same exact set and ran the ball before. So they come back this time with the same set, move the tight end in. They fake it to the running back. And then all of a sudden what happens is if the front side safety to the wide side of the field just plays his responsibility and stays in that middle of the field, that pass is taken away and it's not there. But he triggers thinking, oh, it's run, because I saw it before. He comes up just like 2 steps. That's all it takes. He comes 2 steps, which is about 3 or 4 yards. That guy is behind him on the post. The cornerback is outside, which is his responsibility. But the cornerback is going to be on TV as giving up a touchdown. So time for the offense to respond.
That's good analysis, JJ. 7-0 lead for the Houston Cougars. I tell you, maybe the best seat in the house today might be on that berm area. There's a lot of people on the berm under the scoreboard. Bring a blanket, settle in there. It is sunny and what, about 74 degrees. So really, really nice, and good crowd down there. Here's the Houston kickoff. Richard Reese is back deep.
Short and
they
high.
have a chance to return this one. Takes it at the 8.
He's got a chance.
Up the seam, center of the field, the 20, 25, 30, 35, angles to the near side and out of bounds. Nice return by Richard Reese. Put the ball in his hands for the kickoff return of 23 yards.
Yeah, Reese will watch film. He'll want that one back. I mean, it was a great return, but I think if he just presses up inside just a couple more steps, he may split that thing, and then they're chasing him to the end zone. But that's a fantastic return, exactly what this offense needs, starting at the 37-yard line.
Beautiful, love that. Good field position to start for the Bears, trailing 7-0 to the University of Houston. Bears begin at their own 37-yard line, traveling right to left, second quarter, 7:55 on the clock. 3 receivers right, pass that way, catch is made, and you can see the defensive back closing fast on Monterey Baldwin. He made the catch, but he'll lose 2 yards back to the 35.
Well, part of playing a receiver, if you want to play receiver, you got to first be able to block, and I know Ricky can tell us a lot about that. And out there on the side, I forget if it's, I can't tell if that was Josh Cameron or Monty Winfield, but I think it was Monty. He's a young he's a sophomore, redshirt freshman. He has to make that block and give Monterey a chance to get some yardage.
Second down and 12 for the Bears from their own 35-yard line now. Trailing Houston 7-0. 7:15 and counting on the clock in the second quarter. Snap back to Shapen. He'll hand the ball to Pendergrass. Cuts back against the grain and stumbles forward. He'll get about 3 or 4 yards on that play. They'll spot it at the 38.
Yeah, that's a good cut by Dawson. Unfortunately, that's going to go down as just a little meanier 3-yard run. And really, it's a great cut. He makes a guy that really what U of H do. They're slanting, taking gaps. He makes the cut back. Looks like he's going to have a big gap there, but he gets about 3 yards. But big play on his part to get it to manageable. This is actually long, but manageable.
A.J. Halsey made the tackle. Here's Shapen, sets up the screen. It is caught and then busted up. Short gain to the 39-yard line. Just a yard on the screen to Dominic Richardson.
Yeah, the U of H read that really quickly. At first, when I saw him break out to the left, I thought Richardson was going to have a chance, but the U of H defender did a great job of reacting and getting out to the left of the offense, right of the defense, and getting him to the ground. Baylor's going to be forced to punt.
That was Chidi Nwankwo who busted that play up. Bears will have to punt it away on 4th down and 8. Palmer Williams boots it.
Lord have mercy.
Malik Fleming waits. Won't get a chance to touch it. It goes out of bounds on the near side. Not a great punt by Palmer Williams.
That's the first time I've seen a rugby kick rolling to your right, get yanked all the way back to your left. Looks like one of my golf shots right there, John.
And he's not really a rugby-style punter either. They'll spot it at the 27-yard line. 34-yard punt by Palmer Williams. So U of H takes over at their own 27. 5:52 on the clock, second quarter. Houston 7, Baylor nothing. Bears have yet to score here in the first half against a Houston defense that is last in the Big 12 in scoring defense, total defense, and passing defense. From the 27, 1st and 10, U of H. Donovan Smith, quarterback draw, runs to the left. Chased down by Garmin Randolph and ridden down to the turf. How about Garmin Randolph and that burst of speed to jump on the back of Donovan Smith?
Well, he saw that play last week. I mean, Iowa State runs that what I call quarterback counter. They fake one way to the right, then two linemen pull right to left. And they just get behind him and run. And Garmin he did not hesitate. As soon as he saw those two linemen pull, he just chased them and did a great job tackling the quarterback to the ground. And Donovan's not a small guy. He's like 6'4", 250.
That's exactly right, yeah. Two big men in that collision. Gain of 2, so 2nd and 8. Donovan Smith, slant right side, incomplete. Shot it by his intended receiver. That was Stacy Snead out of the backfield.
That was Garmin Randolph again. Thank you for that, Jeff. He was at that jack position, and Garmin, it looks like he's rushing. He jumps off, jumps out into coverage, right into that little hole. The receiver saw him and said, that guy's kind of big. He's not supposed to be there. And Garmin did a great job of not giving up that alley. 3rd down and 8.
And when you say kind of big, you're not lying.
No, I'm not.
6'7", 250.
It's a big guy.
Redshirt senior Garmin Randolph out of Jefferson, Georgia. So the incompletion leaves it 3rd down and 8 for U of H from their own 29-yard line. Here's the play, empty backfield, flags down, and that'll stop the play.
Yeah, it's going to be like a little false start here.
Here's Derek Anderson,
Prior
our
to
referee.
the snap, false start, number 12, offense. It's a 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
That's a big one for Baylor. I like that. U of H is going to spread us out. They're going to go empty. And the only thing, and I'm not sure if Ricky's live. Rick, if you're live, let me know. That leaves a big void in the middle of the field for us. No one's in there. And if they get a receiver in there, I kind of hesitant about it. So let's see if Dana Holgorsen comes back with something, see if they can spread Baylor out and what they do. 2-by-2 set.
All right, back them up 5, 3rd down and 13 from the 24 for the University of Houston. Snap back to Donovan Smith. Smith steps up. Now he's going to run. Bears got him on the ground short of the 1st down marker at the 32-yard line. Devin Lemire leads the way for the Bears, and that'll bring up 4th down and an apparent punting situation for Houston.
And that's why I sometimes get uncomfortable by that set. Actually, U of H starting the 2-by-2 set. They motion the back out to make it empty. And once they do that, our middle gets really void. And if that quarterback breaks like that, 3rd and 15 or 14 turns into 3rd and 3 or 4th and 3 very quickly.
Lane Wilkins back to punt. Bears put some pressure on it. Josh Cameron can't get to it. It's going to bounce short. Houston will touch it dead. Bears will get decent field position again. They take over at the 36-yard line. Only a 31-yard punt there. Bears have possession. 4:22 on the clock. Timeout on the field. Our score, Houston 7, Baylor nothing. Take a break and be right back on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We do for you. Are you looking for a new set of wheels? First Central Credit Union offers fast.
Hey, John, this is break 6.
Competitive rates and flexible terms make for a win in financing your next vehicle. A quick online application for the money you need at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do, we do.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because that goes into the halftime end. Okay. Right, I'm glad you said that. Yeah. Thank you, John.
This is Coach Nikki Collin with a reminder that the start of the Baylor women's basketball season is right around the corner, and we need you to reach our goals this season. We have an exciting team with some outstanding returning players and dynamic newcomers. We hope to see you in the Farrell Center to start the season, then moving to the brand new Foster Pavilion beginning in January. Thank you for your support, and Sic 'em Bears.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Jeff Hess, Mazda, and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work, determination, commitment. The #1 Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
#1 based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Presented by HEB. 4:22 on the clock, second quarter from McLean Stadium in Waco, and a whiteout. Houston leads Baylor 7-0. It is a shutout so far for U of H. The Cougars with their touchdown snapped a string of 5 straight quarters in which they had been shut out. They lost to Kansas State last week, 41-0.
Wow.
First time that U of H had been shut out since September 23rd of 2000. So it goes back a ways. They are on the board and lead the Bears by 1 touchdown, 7-0. Bears ball. 4:22 to go before halftime. Following the punt, Bears take over at their own 36. Snap back to Chapin. Back pedals, passes over the middle. Caught, spun around, and Josh Cameron makes the catch. He's all the way to the U of H 48-yard line after the reception.
That's a good play right there. Baylor showed a 2-stack receivers to the left. Josh Cameron was backside to the right. Blake fakes it to his left, and Josh Cameron is coming across the middle right to left. U of H is showing a lot of zone. A lot of times it's 3 zone, 3 deep zone, sometimes it's 2 safeties, but Blake just has to be patient. Receivers have to be smart enough to get to the void and slow down. Don't run through a void. So that's a good play on first down.
Another first down for the Bears, brought to you by Belfour, where they restore more than property. 1st and 10 at the U of H 48. Chapin fakes the handoff. In the pocket, bounces around, now rolls right, passes right. Josh Cameron again bumped out of bounds. I'll spot that at the 43, it looks like, so a gain of about 5 on that play.
Yeah, I like that. Once again, a little play action. And this time on the bootleg, what they did is they actually had Kelsey Johnson there blocking for Blake instead of letting that end be open. And that kept pressure off of him, and he found something. He wanted to go deep. I believe that was Armani Winfield, but they covered that up.
3 receivers left for the Bears on this play. Handoff. Looking for room up the middle, keeping his legs churning. That is Dominic Richardson. He'll get a yard to the 42. So a hard-earned yard there will leave Baylor 3rd down and 4 from the U of H 42 with 2 minutes 49 seconds to play in the half.
Yeah, not too much pushing there. And really what Baylor needs is they need the tight end. And Dabney comes back in to really help control the middle of the field and get those yardage needed on these tough 3rd downs or also these passing downs. But here we go.
Baylor 2 of 6 on 3rd downs today. On the season, the Bears 37% on 3rd downs. Changing the play, Chapin now back pedals into the shotgun. He'll hand it off to Dominique. Bounces off the first line, and he's got a first down. Dominic Richardson runs it for the Baylor first down at the 33-yard line.
And I like that play on a run play on 3rd and 4, because 3rd and 4 is one where the defense is trying to figure out, is this going to be play action? Right there, they hand the ball off. The line does a great job of not allowing penetration, because U of H was thinking, hey, we don't want to blitz and miss. And then they get Dominique Richardson with a good run there. Now you have 1st and 10. And really, if you can, let's see if you got a good play. You want to see, can I take a shot? But it looks like Monterey Baldwin her to his left.
First down, Bears. Here's Chapin, fakes the handoff, trying to screen it. Watch out, ball up in the air and kind of up for grabs, and finally falls incomplete. Just kind of lofted it up there in the direction of Dominic Richardson. But for U of H, they almost came away with a pick.
Yeah, John, what it was going to be a screen, and actually it did play action. Baylor's running a lot of screens today, so U of H must have shown the propensity to either blitz or get lost a little bit, but they're playing the screen game well. But he's trying to fake it. Look, they sent a couple receivers deep, try to come back to Dominique Richardson on the screen, and it was read really quickly.
Latravian McCutcheon almost had that interception. Here's 2nd and 10 for Baylor. Chapin, a dart over the middle. That's a completion to Jake Roberts. Roberts, the big tight end, carries the pile to the 17-yard line. Bears are in the HEB red zone following a 17-yard completion from Blake Shapen to Jake Roberts.
And, John, that's what I talked about tight end. When a team is playing a lot of zone, right, they got a lot of runts right there in the middle of the field. You got to have a big 6'5" guy. And Dabney's dropped 1 or 2. And then, of course, now there's Jake Roberts right there, and he makes the grab.
1st and 10, Bears pass, short pass, caught, and down inside the 15 at the 13 by Monterey Baldwin. So there's another 4 yards on that play. They actually spotted the previous one at the 17. Baylor will use a timeout right
timeout,
here.
Yeah,
Baylor.
Timeout.
This is their first of the half. 30-second timeout.
Well, and John, what I mentioned is, like, a lot of times everybody wants to go deep, but what if U of H is their defense is really committed to is, hey, we're not going to let Monterey Baldwin beat us. We've seen him get close to beating people. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop those 2 safeties, go 3 high, we're going to bracket anytime they go deep. So what that opens up is it opens up the tight end. Dabney drops like a 12 or 13-yard route early in the game, and then he has another one that we barely miss him on. And right there, Jake Roberts finds that void in the middle, and boom, you get a first down. They can't cover it all up, but the players just have to execute.
All right, timeout Bears, 2nd and 6 coming up. They're in the HEB red zone. They've driven to the 13-yard line of Houston. Most serious scoring threat of the day for the Bears. Trailing 7-0, as we said, 1:07 on the clock here in the 2nd quarter. Timeouts, Baylor has 2 remaining. Houston has all 3 of theirs, if that becomes a factor. But there are just 1 minute and 7 seconds left here in the 2nd quarter. Bears back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 6 from the 13. Snap back to Shapen. Shapen is snowed under and tackled for a loss. Loss back to the 21-yard line on the 2nd sack of the day. An 8-yard loss.
Timeout. Baylor.
Baylor will use their 2nd timeout right
30-second timeout.
Yeah, it's untimely time for a sack right there. I'm not sure what Baylor really had going on. They had a single receiver to the wide side and several tights. I really don't like compression in the in the red zone, because it makes everything so tight and so many guys coming. They just had too many for Baylor to block. They just really had too many. So when you have a compressed format where you have like 2 or 3 receivers tight, and then you have 1 receiver way out, it brings a lot of bodies in the middle. And it's already where the field, you have less of the field vertically to work with. So all these bodies. So I think sometimes you can get confused up front. But nevertheless, now Baylor's at a 3rd and 14, John. So this is huge. I think this is an end zone shot. So he's going to come out with Josh Cameron to the right. I think this is Monterey in the slot to the left. They're going to bracket and take him away. And then I think, John, out here to the far left, I can't see that number. But really what you got is Kelsey Johnson in that slot. I really look for him to work that tight end.
It's 3rd down and 14 for the Bears. Pass to the end zone, right side. Caught Josh Cameron. What a great back shoulder catch by Josh Cameron. And the Bears are in the end zone. They're an extra point away from tying the game in the final minute of the 2nd quarter.
Well, sometimes there's nothing like having a player that's just going to make a play, because right there, everything told you, don't make that throw. Even though it's a good back shoulder throw, U of H had a press corner. They had a press corner on him, and then they had a safety coming over late, number 24, Halsey. Everything you have tells you, hey, look, they're going to take that away to the boundary. But Josh Cameron, at that moment, may have told
the previous play is under further review.
They're going to review it. And I'm saying don't make the throw, John. Not that it's a bad throw. It's just that the coverage is dictating not go there. But Josh Cameron looks like at least he made a great effort at it. But they're going to review it.
All right, take a look at it. If it stands, Jeff tells us it's Josh Cameron's first career touchdown here at Baylor. Comes at a very good time. 53 seconds on the clock, 2nd quarter. Would put Baylor within an extra point of tying this game.
I see what they're looking at, John. Looks like as he got hit, he went on his back. The ball didn't hit the ground. The question is, did he slide out of bounds before he secured the ball? The good news is the call on the field is a touchdown. I'm not sure if they're going to have a good angle. I don't know if we have that many cameras here to see if he was actually out of bounds as he laid on his back.
That was a tough throw by Blake Shapen and a really good catch by Josh Cameron. Yeah, making sure this stands and has Baylor at 7-6.
Yeah, the question, John, really is that the angle is really kind of shooting from our side. And the best angle, he gets hit. They're trying to see if he actually kept possession of the ball because he did kind of roll. Looks like he did roll and his shoulder pad or his helmet did hit the white, but you just don't have a great angle at all that.
All right.
They're trying to piece together several different looks.
Right, if it stands, it'll cap a 9-play, 64-yard scoring drive, 3:29 off the clock. Really a clutch drive by the Bears. It gives them points as we near halftime. We apologize. We've got trouble with Ricky Thompson's mic down on the field. That's why we haven't heard from Ricky in a while. Hope to figure out how he can visit with Coach Dave Aranda going in at halftime. Now they show the replay on the big board.
Yeah, my gut tells me that they're going to call him out. I hate to say it.
All right.
I've been wrong, and here we go.
Here's our referee.
After review, the receiver bobbled the ball and did not get completion of the pass until his helmet was out of bounds. It's an incomplete pass. It'll be 4th down at the 21-yard line.
Wow. Yeah, that's my gut, John, 'cause his helmet, as you did see, they had to piece together a couple of looks. But as you look at it, he hits the ground. It's hard to see it in different looks. And his helmet did kind of bounce and hit the ground. And it looks like it did land on that part. Clearly landed on the white chalk, and it's not chalk anymore. But unfortunately, that's going to result in Isaiah Hankins having to come out and attempt a 39-yard field goal.
All right, so the Bears will settle for a field goal here. 4th down play. Kicking from the right hash, kicking right to left. Bit of a wind at his back. Good snap, good hold. The kick by Hankins is no good. He missed it. Pulled it right, it looked like. So Hankins has had one block today, and he missed this one from 39 yards out. So the Bears with a goose egg on their side of the scoreboard. It remains Houston 7, Baylor nothing with 48 seconds to go before halftime.
Yeah, that's one. I mean, Hankins has really been nailing them too. I mean, he had really been kicking really well, and that happens. In his kickers are like golfers in a sense. Sometimes they lose the stroke, and he had one that was deflected, and then that one I can't tell. I think if it was just pulled to the right or whatnot, but nevertheless, U of H dodges a bullet.
So the Cougars will take over following the missed field goal at their own 21-yard line. 48 seconds on the clock. They've got 3 timeouts in their back pocket, should that be a factor. Pass over the middle. This one is caught. Did he hold on to it? Yes. And a timeout. 5-yard gain to the 26.5.
Timeout, Houston.
Joshua
This is their first of the half. 30-second timeout.
Joshua Cobbs, the receiver, junior from San Antonio, a transfer from Wyoming. This Houston team has 50 newcomers on their roster this year.
Oh, wow.
23 transfers. So a lot of new faces for Dana Holgerson and U of H.
Yeah, got to put all those together, and it takes a little time. But that was a big tackle right there, because that forces Dana Holgerson to burn a timeout. And for Baylor, really what's big for Coach Aranda and Coach Powell is to get this stop here, because U of H gets the ball after half. Remember, they won the toss and deferred, and you're already trailing by a score, as Baylor's really struggled to score. Don't want to give up any points.
5-yard pickup, 2nd and 5 for U of H. Jeff Walter notices that Bryson Jackson is back out there for the Bears. That is good news. Snap back to Donovan Smith in the pocket. Flushed out of the pocket. He's going to run to the 30. To the near sideline, out of bounds, just shy of the 35-yard line is Donovan Smith. Former Texas Tech quarterback, transfer to U of H. First down on the legs of Donovan Smith there with 31 seconds to play before halftime.
That's good scramble, and at the end of the half, you have to kind of give something up, and you give that up because you don't want to give up anything in the middle of the field deep.
1st and 10 at their own 34 for U of H. And it off running left, Parker Jenkins. Jenkins, a big run across midfield. Down to the Baylor 47 before Devin Lemire pulls him down. Houston will hustle to the line of scrimmage. Now they'll use their 2nd timeout.
Yeah, man, that's just
Houston has called their 2nd timeout of the half.
That's a perfect
30-second timeout
for that defensive call. Baylor was bringing a little pressure from Corey Gordon. He was in the boundaries coming from the left. They ran zone away from him. And as he caught the safeties rotating, all of a sudden, when one safety from one side comes, you got to cover him up. And the safety on the other side was from the field was rotating back, and that's a perfect call. And now they're going to be in Baylor territory with 24 seconds to go. I believe they have one timeout remaining.
Right. I think that's right.
And so this is where, if you're Baylor, you know, the question is, we haven't really gotten much pressure on Donovan Smith. Do we play zone? And when we've done that, he's found his void. So I think you really have to consider bringing some disguised pressure to make him hurry on the throw.
All right, 1st and 10 from the Baylor 47. Here's pressure on the edge. Donovan Smith steps up, moves away from it. He is looking to throw, and he'll finally throw it away into the Baylor bench area. Pressured out of the pocket, then pressured on the perimeter by Gabe Hall and T.J. Franklin. So finally, his best option was to throw the ball into the Baylor bench area. Now 16 seconds left before halftime.
Yeah, they still have a timeout, so Donovan Smith still has the ability to run the ball or find someone over the middle short of the sticks, trying to get in field goal range with the ball at about the 47-yard line.
We're at 2nd down and 10. Pressure again coming on the edge. Donovan Smith going deep, left sideline, and interception by Baylor. Second pick here in the first half. This one by Chateau Reed. His first interception of the year. That'll snuff out the Houston drive just before halftime. Chateau Reed, the interception.
Well, once again, Baylor brought pressure from the boundary by Corey Gordon. And Chateau Reed did a great job with technique. He knows it looks like man, but I think really he has deep third coverage. Could have been man, but he has a great job. He has good coverage. He has inside leverage, and he gets his head around and looks back to the quarterback while he keeps running. And he then starts playing the ball and does a great job of high pointing the ball and taking it away from the receiver. So that was a textbook on how to cover a receiver there. And Baylor's going to kneel this out.
So interceptions by Caden Jenkins and by Chateau Reed in the first half. A 2-0 takeaway advantage by Baylor, but the Cougars lead on the scoreboard. Halftime in Waco, our score, Houston 7, Baylor nothing. Back to begin our Nissan halftime report in a moment here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Everything we do for you. First Central Credit Union says it's game on. Lower your monthly vehicle payments by refinancing your vehicle with First Central. Make it a winning season with refinancing set to your preferences. You decide the due date and frequency. Financed elsewhere? Save money with a new local game plan. Apply online today. We make it easy to score at firstcentralcu.com.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
You don't want to miss our best price deals during the Black Friday sales event at Allen Samuels. This month you can save big on the truck you've been looking for, like the new 2023 Rams. Designed to be durable, functional, and stylish, Ram trucks give you that first-class feel. With premium options like luxurious leather-trimmed seating, surround view cameras, plus exceptional legroom and storage, hurry in and shop our great selection in-store or online today. Shop an award-winning dealership with award-winning products, Allen Samuels in Waco. Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
You're listening to live coverage of Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Now, it's time for the Nissan Halftime Show. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier, ER, and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Stay tuned as we break down the first half. Check in on scores from around the country and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
But the Bears do trail to the University of Houston. Looked like Baylor had a touchdown to tie it up. But then on review, it was ruled that Josh Cameron didn't have control as his helmet touched out of bounds. And so that touchdown was taken off the board. Bears then tried a field goal on the following play, and Isaiah Hankins pulled it right from 39 yards away. So scoreless in the first half, and the Bears are scoreless for Baylor in the first half. University of Houston has a 7-0 lead on Baylor here at halftime. We told you earlier about the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame and Wall of Honor banquet that was held last night. We'll visit with one of the newest Hall of Famers right after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios,
Any
this
trouble
is
getting up here?
KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Back with us at halftime, and as we mentioned, the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame Wall of Honor banquet last night. One of the inductees last night, our own Pat Nunley, who joins us here at halftime. This is kind of an out-of-body experience. You and I sit next to each other a lot, but never here at McLean Stadium.
And never on a Hall of Fame induction ceremony stage.
Never before, until last night.
Until last night,
which was great. Congratulations again to you.
Thank you. It was such an emotional night.
Yeah.
It really was. And it's hard to condense 46 years into 8 minutes or whatever it ended up being.
Right.
But it's an experience, John, I'll just never, ever forget.
Well, your acceptance speech was spot on. It was perfect. You talked a lot about it. You were shifting the focus not so much on you, but on we more than me.
Well, it is. I mean, John, as I thought about this, and I thought a great deal, from when Walter called me back in June to tell me, and what the constant theme was people.
Huh.
It was the people. It was my teammates, my coaches, all the guys that go into making our broadcast happen, you, the Baylor coaches, my family, not in that order of priority. And so, again, it was in a very short period of time, how do I acknowledge the impact those people have made on my life? But to your point, it is a we thing, not a me thing.
Yeah, very nice. Very well said. Great to have your coach, Tommy Newman, there last night.
Yeah, very emotional.
Yeah.
He and I played golf yesterday. He and his wife had come in the night before, so Cassandra and I took him to dinner. Had a great, great visit. And then honored him last night. He's 79 years old and had some health issues. He's come back from those, played 18 holes of golf yesterday.
Huh.
But I wanted to make sure, and that was the perfect forum to do it, that he understood just the impact that he has made on my life. And I think I communicated that to him. And we had more time together than we've had over the past several years. And it was wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good number of your teammates who were there last night. That sure was fun.
That was fun.
Yeah.
And they're great guys, John. You know most of those guys.
Absolutely.
They are just terrific. And they all came to support me. We had a great time. A bunch of them came by the house last night after the event. A couple of them came in, couldn't get to the banquet, but came in just to spend some time with me and the rest of the teammates right after the banquet.
Oh, nice.
And then had to leave this morning. So very, very touching. And it's really what I've come to expect from all of those teammates.
Wow, very cool. Well, congratulations to you. I couldn't be more thrilled that you're a part of the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame. And the banquet, what Walter and Tammy do and the B Association do, it is always first class.
It was unbelievable, John. And really, to me, the takeaway was the emotion in the room. And I think, and in fact, my brothers made the comment to me last night, this is a Baylor thing, isn't it? And I said, it absolutely is. And it was nice for them to be introduced to Baylor. Now, they all know Baylor, and they've been on the sidelines. But to be involved in a Baylor experience and to see the impact that Baylor has made on each of the 9 inductees last night was heartwarming. Yeah, it just was.
Very cool. All right, let's talk some hoops. Women's basketball begins Monday. They had an exhibition win last night over Hardin-Simmons. The women open at home Monday against Southern. The men not actually dipping their toe into the season. They're diving in a game against Auburn in Sioux Falls, South Dakota on Tuesday.
Yeah, and so Coach Drew, I think it was last year, John, said that his schedule, the team schedule, was the 3rd most difficult in the country. And that's a consistent theme for them. He believes in going out and playing great teams and doing it earlier rather than later, because the teams that are going to play in the Big 12 are all elite. Like, really, 1 through 14 is going to be a grind. Yeah. So you're right. They're going to hit it head on Tuesday against a really good Auburn team, very well coached. This is a young team, so the more they can learn about themselves earlier, again, rather than later, the better. And I think Tuesday's going to tell them an awful lot.
It's going to be a tough schedule in non-conference. Auburn, play Michigan State in Detroit, play Duke at Madison Square Garden. I mean, there's some tough games in there.
You get Seton Hall at home.
Yeah.
So it's a perfect schedule to get them ready for the best conference in the country in the Big 12. And it's going to be so much fun. You and I, John, love traveling with them. It's always such a great experience, and I'm ready to dive in. I've looked at all the stats. I've gone through the college basketball yearbook. I've got all the stats, but the good stuff is what happens on the floor, because at that point, stats really don't matter, and we're about to start to really learn what this team looks like under pressure, right? And we're going to see that beginning Tuesday. Can't wait.
Very cool. In Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Explain that, right?
Explain that.
Neutral site game, but that'll be the season opener. Well, great to have you come up. We appreciate it. Congratulations again. You're very, very deserving, and great that you're a member of the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame.
What I want to say, John, it was so nice having you within 3 feet of me. You were up there right next to me, so if I needed a blanket, if I needed a hug, or if I just fell out, you were right there to be able to pick up the slack for me. And I mean that. It was great to have you right there side by side with me.
You don't need me, but I'm always right there.
I know you are.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you, J-Mo.
Pat Nunley, member of the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame class of 2023. You'll hear him on our Baylor broadcast beginning on Tuesday. Again, a great class that was inducted last night. Included Max Muncy from Baylor baseball, Dennis Lukash from men's tennis, Sandy Forsyth Massey and Tiffany Townsend from women's track and field, Stan Curry from men's track and field, Ken Quisenberry and J.D. Walton from Baylor football, and Mr. George Chandler, the Hall of Fame Wall of Honor Award last night. Well done by Walter and Tammy and the B Association board with the induction banquet. Take a break. When we come back here at halftime, J.J. Joe will give us all the first half stats, or if Pat stays, he can do first half stats as well. We're glad you're with us at the half. Our score, Houston 7, Baylor nothing. This is our Nissan halftime report. We're back after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB, your bank for
life,
is
the
official local
Good
bank
job.
of
Thank you.
Athletics.
Glad you got up here.
Find out why more
Appreciate it.
Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings
Let's see if
accounts
I can do
to earn
this.
interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for
Coach, we had a
huge play turned over back there with the Josh Cameron.
Experiences on the Baylor Sports app for an elite in-venue experience at select Baylor athletic events. New this year, fans can submit their own video board messages to go on the big screen during the game. Baylor football experiences include on-field photos, sideline access during warm-ups, tunnel access during the team runout, and an in-game radio booth experience. Purchase your experience today through the Baylor Sports app.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 locations serving Texas, San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back to McLean Stadium, where Baylor trails the University of Houston Cougars 7-0, as they would say in soccer. Well, the first half started out pretty decent for the Bears as they drove the ball 12 plays for 55 yards. But it ended on a missed field goal attempt after a few penalties. Took the ball from the 20-yard line back to the 32. Let's take a quick look at the halftime stat recap. Baylor in the first half ran 37 plays to Houston's 23 plays, which is very encouraging. But unfortunately, the production after that first drive has been pretty anemic. 37 plays for 145 yards, so Baylor has run 25 plays for 90 yards since the first drive. And U of H has done a really good job defensively of limiting the big chunk plays, which is interesting is Baylor's run the ball for 68 yards on 20 carries. And that's also taken into account Blake Shapen running the ball 5 times, but has a net of 1 yard. He had some sacked twice in that first half, and that took away 21 yards from his 22 total gains. So ends with the net 1 yard gain in that first half. Blake Shapen 13 of 17, so very efficient, but the productivity is not there. 13 of 17 for 77 yards. It's been sacked twice, as I mentioned. And if you look at that, what I say, you could do yards per attempt or yards per completion, however you want to look at it. That is pretty low. That's around 4 yards per attempt, and it's a little bit more than that. And you really want that number to be up around 8 yards per attempt. So, nevertheless, Donovan Smith, 10 of 14. He does have a touchdown pass, 92 yards, has 2 interceptions. So the Baylor defense has done what it needed to do in the afternoon. Time of possession, Baylor 19 minutes, almost doubling up U of H. 19 minutes and 55 seconds to 10 minutes and 5 seconds. The trouble has been Baylor's ability to find a chunk play in either the running game or the passing game. And in the running game, Dominique Richardson, 36 yards rushing. Dawson Pendergrass, 28 yards rushing. Richard Reese, 1 carry for 4 yards. Each runner is averaging at least over 4 yards per carry, so the running game is not the issue. U of H on the ground, they have 61 yards on the ground on 9 attempts, 92 yards through the air. Josh Cameron, the leading receiver, wish he would have got that credited with that touchdown reception. Unfortunately, he finished the half with 3 catches for 27 yards. Mallory Baldwin, 3 catches, only 7 yards. Samuel Brown, the leading receiver for U of H, 3 for 30 on the afternoon. Third down conversions, U of H 1 of 3. Baylor 3 of 8. Also went for it on 4th down, missed it. So they're 0 of 1 on 4th down conversions. Red zone scoring chances, this is not the number on either side you want to see. U of H 0 for 1. Baylor 0 of 2. U of H gets the ball coming out to start the second half. Baylor needs to find some chunk plays and find some production. Next, we'll bring you the second half. This is the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This is Cole Posey with Baylor Baseball, and this is
Get out of there.
When I walk away from Baylor, I know I will be a more well-rounded individual. Not only am I getting a top-tier athletic experience, I'm also getting top-tier training and character development. The ability to compete at the highest level, to be challenged spiritually, and to be pushed academically are unique things that no other university but Baylor can offer. My name is Cole Posey, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet.
He's down
from
there
Astound
knocking it
Broadband,
in from
starting
50
as low as
now.
$25 per month. Now we have mobile too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet.
groove.
Create the perfect plan with fast speeds
Pregame,
to meet
yeah.
all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Chippy.
Baylor Athletics
his rhythm
Group
going.
experiences are back. Fans can now
That's
purchase
outside to the
exclusive
right there, to the
experiences
left,
on the
I'm sorry.
Baylor Sports app for an elite in-venue experience at select Baylor athletic events. New this year, fans can
He needs
submit
one
their
of
own
those 30
video
yards.
board
That first drive would
messages
have
to
helped
go
him
on
with
the
it. It would have
big
gave him
screen
like a
during the
30-something
game.
yard.
Exactly.
Baylor
Start
football
the game.
experiences include
Ended up being
on-field
a
photos,
49-yard.
sideline access during warm-ups, tunnel access during the team runout, and an in-game radio booth experience. Purchase your
They must be in there
experience
having a
today
prayer
through the Baylor Sports app.
Premier ER and
Spent a
Urgent
long
Care
time
has
in there,
all
aren't
the
they?
convenience of
That's
urgent
2
care
minutes to
with
go for
all
them.
the
Yeah,
expertise
really.
of an ER, all
Wow.
under one roof.
That's what I'm saying.
At every
Like,
visit, be seen by
making a decision. They
ER-trained
making some
staff
call,
with
like,
on-site
you
lab
don't
and
wanna go
CT,
out, stay
X-ray,
in.
ultrasound,
You wanna
and
go.
EKG. Here, you
We
pay
gonna
for
stay
the
in here.
appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network
how
with
y'all
most
playing.
major insurance
Stay in
providers.
here.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has
had
4
one of those
convenient
speakers
locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
You've been listening to the Nissan Halftime Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Stay tuned as we rejoin the voice of the Baylor Bears, John Morris, live from the booth, bringing you the second half of action and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
That'll wrap up our Nissan halftime report. We're set to kick off the second half, and Baylor just now coming out of the locker room. Let's go down to Ricky Thompson, who visited with head coach Dave Aranda, brought to you by Alliance Bank, Central Texas.
Hey, Coach, we had a huge play turned over back there with a Josh Cameron touchdown. Got to stop there with Chateau Reed's interception inside the 10, 7-0 at halftime.
Yeah, we have to be able to score points. We got to be able to finish some drives. I think there's some success with moving the ball in the intermediate, but we have to close it out. And whether that's a red zone thing, I think a lot of it's just an execution thing. I think whether it's protection or it's not running into the blockers as a running back, there's a lot to improve on.
Okay, Coach, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ricky. With head coach Dave Aranda at halftime, it's brought to you by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. Bears trail 7-0 as we start the third quarter. Remember, U of H won the toss, deferred to the second half, so they'll get the ball first to begin this third quarter. Stacy Sneed and Parker Jenkins back deep for Houston on the kick. Be taken by Sneed at the 1 on the near side, out to the 10, to the 20, or just shy of the 20. His feet slip out from under him. And Houston will begin at their own 19-yard line. Alfonso Allen was there to make sure he stayed down. Bears trail 7-0 as we begin the second half. JJ gave you all the pertinent stats from the first 30 minutes today. And the Bears had a touchdown, then had it taken off the board on review. And JJ, the way you looked at it, that was the right call.
Yeah, no, John, it was. I mean, his helmet did bounce, and it was really a good hit. He got hit right when he caught it, so the ball jostled a little bit. He still caught it, just his helmet had to bounce too fast.
All right, Houston beginning at their own 19-yard line. First play, handoff. Nothing doing, running up the middle and running right into the waiting arms of Garmin Randolph as Parker Jenkins. They'll give him 2 yards to the 21, yeah.
I tell you, Garmin Randolph's playing football today. If he could bring a few along with him, I'll tell you.
Second down and 8 for U of H from their own 21-yard line. Just getting going. Third quarter. Cougars leading Baylor 7-0. Jenkins in the backfield. Donovan Smith will stick it in his bread basket. And he runs into another Baylor defender. This is Matt Jones, who slings him down to the ground. That's another yard. And so 3 yards on 2 carries by Parker Jenkins, and he's kind of paid for it, the way he's been thrown to the ground by 2 Baylor defenders.
Yeah, Baylor's been a little bit more willing to bring second-level help quickly from the linebacker and bring the safety down in the gap. So now 3-by-2 set empty. Watch the quarterback run.
Third down 7 for U of H. Donovan Smith, he'll take off. Got to contain him, and they do stop him short of the sticks.
Just close. It's really close.
You're right. He needs the 29 for a first down. Caden Jenkins makes the tackle. It's going to be about a half yard short, it looks like. They may go for it here.
Oh, Baylor's subbing.
Baylor is subbing. Hang on. They got to let him get set.
Well, I don't think
quarterback keep.
Well, it's going to be close, John, because I couldn't tell if U of H subbed at all, but Baylor was subbing. And the official from the very back threw the flag. There's a flag on the ground. Maybe illegal substitution.
Illegal substitution, 12 men, defense. It's a 5-yard penalty, results in a first down.
Yeah, it's one where Baylor's trying to run players off, and when you count it, they go in a lot of sugar huddle. Sugar huddle is just a little quick huddle that's like 2 or 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And when teams do that, it's hard to sub, especially when you have very short yardages like that was. But nevertheless, they're going to get that penalty, pick up the first down, and U of H comes out to the line.
And that was very short. It was 4th and inches, really,
Right.
maybe a half yard at the most. But on the penalty, they've got the first down and more. So 1st and 10 out to the 33. Donovan Smith passes, crossing route, caught, running at the 40 and pulled down at the 47-yard line. Catch made there by Stephon Johnson. Caden Jenkins tracks him down to make the tackle. That's another first down out to the 46 for the Houston Cougars.
Well, Baylor's shown a lot of willingness to blitz the star. They brought the star from the right side of the defense, left side of the offense, and U of H had the right call. They had a little mesh route, or under route, coming right to left, right where that star voided. That under route was thrown right to where he departed. So nice pitch and catch, first down.
First down and 10 at their own 46 for U of H. Leading 7-0 over the Bears. Donovan Smith takes the snap. He'll give to Tony Mathis. No, he kept the ball and ran it to the near side and to the Baylor 49-yard line, where Garmin Randolph rides him down to the turf again. Nice fake there and a gain of 5 yards.
Yeah, it was. They actually pulled the lineman backside guard around the block. Garmin went up under the blocker and actually was able to make a play. So this is huge here. Baylor doesn't need to give up any more points.
Second down and 5. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left side for U of H. Line of scrimmage is the Baylor 49-yard line. 3.5 minutes into the third quarter. Snap back to Donovan Smith. Quick hitter, right side is caught. Shakes one tackle. He's got a first down. And he's down, but a fumble at the end of the play.
Oh, they recovered it, John, because Baylor players trying to pick it up. And that's one where coach always tells you, see the ball, jump on it. But it's a nice tackle, nice convergence. I like the speed by the Baylor DBs, but when the ball came out, a Baylor defender looks like he tried to pick it up instead of just jumping on it. And Houston's going to recover that ball.
Man, catch was made there by Samuel Brown, and that's another first down for U of H. They've got it at the Baylor 39. Here is quarterback run to the right side. Donovan Smith tripped up by Devin Bobby, but he's inside the 35 to the 34. So a 5-yard gain on that carry by quarterback Donovan Smith.
Yeah, out there as a young player, Carl Williams. Carl Williams was out there in that previous play, and that ball came out. It was right there, and he reached his hand out like he's going to pick it up instead of jumping on it. Now U of H is really threatening, moving inside the 35-yard line.
Second and 5. Donovan Smith looking to throw. Looks left, comes back right. Pass over there, complete. That is Tony Mathis out of the backfield. Mathis, a transfer from West Virginia. And he is stopped at the 30, so he'll be a yard short. Here's 3rd and 1 for Houston from the Baylor 30-yard line.
Well, that's good. I mean, really, Donovan Smith wanted to push that ball vertical, but nothing was there. Baylor had great coverage, but that's identification of a check down. He just has a check down, a running back who runs out there, doesn't keep running. He stops by the sideline, and then Donovan knows, I mean, nothing here. Instead of running, I'm just going to throw it out to the check down. Now they have a manageable 3rd down and 1.
Tight formation for U of H. They do have 2 receivers out left, 1 to the right side. And whistles will stop play. It's Houston.
Timeout. Houston.
Houston calls a timeout.
It's their first
here.
of the half.
All right, on 3rd
Timeout
and
on the
1, the Cougars call a timeout. We will step aside, 9:39 on the clock, 3rd quarter. 3rd and 1 for the Cougars when we come back. Houston leading Baylor 7-0 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB Bank for Life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Hi, this is Scott Drew, and we're working hard for this up-and-coming season that will be here soon. We're excited about our team and the culture of joy. We're also excited about the new look Big 12 Conference and saying farewell to the Pharaoh. We have some big games coming up in November and December, and then we move to the new pavilion, which should be the best home court advantage in the nation. Thanks for helping making both tough places to play for the opponents. In the Pharaoh and in the pavilion. See you there.
Everything we do for you.
First Central Credit Union says it's game on. Lower your monthly vehicle payments by refinancing your vehicle with First Central. Make it a winning season with refinancing set to your preferences. You decide the due date and frequency. Financed elsewhere? Save money with a new local game plan. Apply online today. We make it easy to score at firstcentralcu.com.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Game day drink because it's the only drink for football watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Bears football. A timeout taken by Houston. A 3rd and 1 play coming up. 9:39 on the clock. Cougars are driven to the Baylor 30-yard line where they have, as we said, that 3rd and 1 coming up. This big 3rd down opportunity here, JJ.
No, it really is, John. They had a 3rd and 1, and Holgerson calls a timeout. And I think really what he was probably looking at, I think they feel comfortable with the ability to go for it on 4th if they need to. But I think he was looking for a shot. And I don't think he got that look of a shot that he wanted, so he called a timeout because they didn't have any time pressure. There was no play clock pressure, and then they didn't have too many men on the field. But they've taken a long time in this huddle, so we'll see what the formation is. They're normally in at least a 3 wide set with a tight end. And it looks like, I believe there is a tight end in the game. I think that's a tight end here. We'll see when he break. And see if he is willing to take a shot on 3rd and 1. Realize that Baylor will probably try to force the 4th down here.
All right, timeout has expired. Houston back on the field, but huddling. Baylor's defense is out there. Shadows reaching across, about halfway across the field from the west side stands. Here we go, Houston to the line of scrimmage. They bunch tight. There's Donovan Smith under center. Baylor crowds the line of scrimmage. Donovan Smith maybe trying to get Baylor to jump off sides here on 3rd and 1. Now the snap, the surge forward, and looks like he got it. We'll wait till they unpile and they spot the ball.
Yeah, that was just going to be a quarterback sneak there. I think that was an adjustment because it didn't look like that's the look they had before they took the timeout. So
that's 1st down.
Yeah, it's 1st down. Yeah, 1st down. Bunch of subs come in now. Let's see if they take a shot. This is normally an area where you have these spread offenses. They don't want to get too compressed. Baylor's making them run plays. See if they do that play action. They got the tight end already set. No play action and try to take another shot.
1st down and 10. Ball just inside the Baylor 29 for the Houston Cougars, leading 7-0. 8:58 and counting, 3rd quarter. Snap back to Donovan Smith. He will hand the ball off, running left, through a hole. Watch out to the 20, to the 15-yard line. Tony Mathis inside the 15 with the carry. Mathis, a junior from Orlando, a transfer from West Virginia. This is the guy that had 163 yards and two touchdowns against Baylor for the Mountaineers against Baylor a couple of years ago. 15 yards on that carry, a new set of downs. And up to Mathis again. He is knocked down at the 11-yard line. 3-yard pickup. Byron Vaughn's the tackler for Baylor. Houston has it at the Baylor 11.
Yeah, he's found a little magic here, running the ball and finding a way to get the quick passing game going. Really have Baylor defense on its heels, 3-by-1 set.
2nd down and 7 for the Cougars. 8-minute mark, 3rd quarter. Donovan Smith looks to the far sideline. Adjusts Tony Mathis from his left shoulder to his right shoulder. Now claps his hands, takes the snap, gives to Mathis, running left. Baylor's got him down at the 12-yard line. Loss of a yard on the play. Byron Vaughn's lost his helmet on the play. He'll have to come out for at least one play. The loss of a yard there, and it's 3rd down and, well, actually they spotted at the 11, so no gain, no loss. It is 3rd down and 7 for U of H.
Well, that's a great play by Devin Bobby to go ahead and make the tackle. Safety is on the running back. Great job by Vaughns up front. Gets him to the ground. Now you're going to force a 3rd and 7 here. Huge play here. This may be a 4-point play.
Two receivers right, one to the left side. 3rd down 7 for Houston from the Baylor 11. Donovan Smith takes the snap, steps up in the pocket. Flag is down.
Wow.
Swings it out to a back who will walk into the end zone, Samuel Brown. But let's check the flag in the Houston backfield.
That's a hold.
Holding, number 74, offense. 10-yard penalty, replay 3rd down.
Yeah, that's right there. It was kind of good because U of H had broken Samuel Brown out free, left to right. He came in a little crossing route, and initially he was covered when Donovan Smith was trying to find him. But then Donovan Smith scrambled upwards. That attracted the eyes of the defenders, and he was wide open to the right. But nevertheless, it's all negated by the hold. U of H now facing a 3rd and 17, and Baylor hadn't gotten much pressure on Donovan Smith. They tried to blitz him. So let's see if Coach Powell has plays zone here. Drop players in coverage, just force him to check it down.
Changes things quite a bit. 3rd and 17 from the 21 now. Snap back to Donovan Smith. Jenkins runs it up the middle. He is down at the 14-yard line. Corey Gordon makes the tackle. So a gain of 7 on the play. It's 4th down. It appears and a field goal opportunity is coming up for Jack Martin and U of H.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to. That's a good play. They just try to get it in manageable field goal position. As they got to, now this is going to be about a 32-yard field goal attempt here.
Jack Martin, the kicker, will kick it from the left hash, kicking right to left. Snap, good hold. Martin kicks it in the air and through the uprights and on the board. So Houston adds 3 to their lead. 6:16 on the clock, 3rd quarter. Our new score, Houston 10, Baylor nothing. Timeout on the field. Our coverage continues after this word from your local station.
Texas Golf Carts has been providing sales, service, and leasing to Central Texas since 1993. We offer many different parts and accessories from various manufacturers and are the only authorized Yamaha and Club Car dealer in Central Texas. Visit our new location off Highway 6 in Waco or call us at 848-5991 and let us know what you are looking for, and we'll provide the expertise in meeting and achieving your desires and specifications. We are also proud supporters of the Baylor Bears. Sick 'em, Bears.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
First Central Credit Union invites you to join our team. Game strategy, earn 5% APY on your money. Enjoy ATM fee refunds and the ability to make deposits 24/7 at our ATMs. You can earn interest and have access to your money. Suit up in a free new member t-shirt. Join our team today at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you. Sick 'em, Bears.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
By Houston, 8 minutes and 44 seconds. 8-minute, 44-second drive culminates in a 31-yard field goal by Jack Martin. Ups the lead for the Cougars to 10-0. JJ, impressive in that it was 14 plays. Impressive that it was 8 minutes and 44 seconds.
Yeah, John, I thought it was a good mix. I mean, they started that thing out. You know, they had a little quarterback run mixed in there. They had some run game mixed in there. They had some, really Donovan Smith did a good job of checking it down when he needed to. And it's just a real steady drive. And when you're up 7-0 and your defense actually is, for them, strangely, they're playing pretty well right now, holding Baylor to no points. A field goal just seems like it's insurmountable. So, but it's a good drive by Dana Holgerson's offense. Now, really, it's Coach Grimes and his squad going against one of the poorest performing defenses in the conference. You expect for this offense to be able to put up points, and here's an opportunity.
They are pitching a shutout right now. We'll see if we can have Ricky Thompson rejoin us after this kickoff. Jack Martin will kick it off from right to left. Richard Reese back deep, a yard deep in the Baylor end zone. Kick is away. High end over end kick. He'll let it sail over his head. Ricky, that was an impressive drive, really, by U of H to up their lead to 10-0.
Well, it absolutely was in many regards. We talked in the break, that is not a typical Houston drive, not 14 plays and 8 minutes off the clock. That's not what you normally see. This top offense generally turns it pretty quick. 5-6 play drives, less than 2 or 3 minutes. But at this point in this type football game, how huge is it to run off 8 minutes and 44 seconds, get the field goal, go out by 2 scores when you've held a team to 0 with 6:16 to go in the third quarter. So really exactly what Houston needed to do in their first drive.
Yeah. So impressive that TV has to take another timeout because it was such a long drive they didn't get any timeout breaks in there. We will keep it right here. 6:16 on the clock, as Ricky said. And, Rick, what was the thought? You talked to Coach Aranda going in at halftime. Baylor at that point down 7-0, had just missed on what would have been a touchdown, maybe tied the game, and then missed on a field goal to still be shut out in the first half.
Well, I think it was frustration, obviously. Everyone feels that. Of course, coaches and players feel it more than anybody, JJ, as you know. It's not like it doesn't affect those guys on the field, and I think they felt like they were in a position to be much better off than 7-0, and I think they were too. The play to Josh Cameron, man, how close was that? Just the matter of his head hitting the ground, maybe a slight bobble when he goes down, but in all regards, that was a fantastic catch. One-handed grab, just happened to hit his head out of bounds. But how many times have you seen a play reversed because your head hit out of bounds? I'm not sure I've ever seen it.
Yeah, that's true, and very tight, and they looked at it, and on the review it was overturned. It was a Baylor touchdown called on the field and overturned on review, so kept the Bears off the scoreboard. And then the field goal miss by Isaiah Hankins. That was officially a 38-yarder. It was his first miss inside 40 yards all season. He was 10 for 10 coming in.
And it didn't miss far, but what a difference that would make in this game right now. Think about it, you're 10-3. That's a one-score game. Right now it's 2, so That was a huge miss by Hankins. He's been money all year long as he's kicked, particularly we'll go back to Cincinnati when he hit the 4 all over 40 yards, 1 over 50. So not like him to miss that, but kind of goes with the day, I guess, when you're getting shut out.
Yeah, that's true. Fun to watch him come out at halftime, came out early, and he was knocking it home from 50-plus yards. So he's ready if he gets another chance, and hopefully he will get another chance. So next to last home game for the Bears, 8 on the season. This is home game number 7. We'll be on the road for the next 2 weeks at Kansas State, then at TCU, and then close here on November 25th against West Virginia. And that's it, down the home stretch as we reach the month of November. Check some other scores from today. That one in Austin, wild game. Kansas State, great comeback. They fall 3 points short in overtime. Texas over K-State, 33-30 in overtime earlier today. Bedlam going on in Stillwater. Oklahoma State leads Oklahoma 17-14, just starting the second half there at Boone Pickens Stadium. And 2 other games coming up tonight, Kansas at Iowa State and BYU at West Virginia. Those are the games in the Big 12. Today there was the Thursday night special. Texas Tech beat TCU 35-28 was the final. All right, here we go, back to play. Baylor's ball to begin at their own 25-yard line. Following the touchback on the kickoff, Shapen at quarterback, stands in the shotgun. Reese in the backfield. Starts right, goes back left, gets the handoff. Reese cuts upfield, 30 to the 34-yard line. A lot of movement back there by Richard Reese. It ends up with a 9-yard carry.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen that action. I like it. It's trying to get Reese to the edge and get him on the move, instead of from a standstill position. So he moves. He's on the left. He moves to the right. Then he kind of comes a little far, and then he starts sprinting across from right to left. Picks up 9 yards, and that's a good gain.
2nd and 1 for the Bears from their own 34-yard line, trailing 10-0 to Houston. Here's Shapen. Shapen looking to throw. Steps up. He's going to drop it underneath to Pendergrass on the left side. Kept his footing enough to get the first down across the 40 to the 41-yard line. Nearly slipped down.
Yeah, you
saw. No, they're going to mark him back, actually, at the 38, 37.
37, yeah. It's still a first down. But right there, that doesn't seem like much, but that's just a check down. That's a check down. You only get 1 or 2 yards, but it gets the first down. And that's what I want to see more from Blake is, hey, they try to look at Monterey going right to left at a little, what I'm going to call it like a post, but it's going to end up looking like a corner. But then what happens, they take it away. He checks it down, get the first down, and move on.
Baylor moves tight ends. Drake Dabney and Kelsey Johnson from the left side to the right side. Cameron in motion right to left. Pitch in the backfield to Pendergrass. Pendergrass running hard, gets to the 39. A flag is down at the end of the play.
Yeah, it's right in the middle, too. It's going to be a hold, indication of holding. The funny thing is it really wasn't needed because that's probably 5 or 7 yards, 10 yards from the play. This is the call.
Holding, number 87, offense. It's a 10-yard penalty, replay first down.
Yeah, it's on Kelsey Johnson, and I guess he's on play side, and I'm not sure what he did, but evidently it was a hold, but that's going to knock Baylor back there as they are trying to get some points. Now it's first down and 20 back from your 29-yard line.
Oh, that one hurts. So 1st and 20 for the Bears from the 29. Shapen takes the snap. Shapen pressured and sacked. 3rd sack of the day for the University of Houston. Nelson Caesar gets to him, the junior out of Missouri City Ridgepoint High School. He's the Big 12 sacks leader coming in, and he gets that one back to the 23-yard line.
Well, really, Houston, I mean, they have a sacks league, but they're not a huge sack team. They have fewer sacks than Baylor, but on that's a covered sack. They saw what Iowa State did to us in the passing game, and now they're doing it, dropping 8 and just waiting for Baylor to.
2nd and 24, pass over the middle, caught by Josh Cameron. Cameron's out to the 37-yard line. So they get 14 of it back right there. It'll be 3rd and 10, 3rd and 9 where they spot it. 3rd down and 9 coming up for the Bears.
And that's right in that middle where, you expect your tight end to play a little bit more. Josh Cameron right to left. I'm sorry, Houston's going to sub off late. Now Blake needs a little protection, and really they're not really rushing that many. Rushing 3. So that means if I'm having trouble with some of the rushers, their top pass, I'm identifying like Caesar, and I'm going to put 2 guys on him if they don't bring more than 3.
Here's Chapin, kind of an underhand toss to Jake Roberts. Roberts running center of the field. He's got the first down across midfield. Sort of a shovel pass by Chapin to Jake Roberts. First down Bears. They had 2nd and 24, and they convert.
Yep. And Halsey, their safety, is down on the field there. I'm not sure if he got blocked or if he actually hit the big tight end, Jake Roberts, he's having opportunities and he's taking advantage of it. But Halsey is one of their leading tackles, 61 tackles coming on the season, transfer from New Mexico. And he's a free safety, but he plays down in the box. When your free safety is your leading tackler, that's normally not good. And Halsey right now is just laying down. But on that play, John, we've seen it twice with Jake Roberts on 3rd down. That's just a little shovel pass. But prior on the previous series, right before the half, he actually ran a little, I think it was a little post or a little in route. He gets it, he picks up the first down. And that's us talking about the tight ends. The way Houston is playing defense, they're dropping a lot of guys, and a lot of times what you have is a 6-foot guy in the middle of the field with a little bit of territory to guard. And usually you want to put a 6'4", 6'5" tight end in that space, and Roberts has found it. But, John, he's still down.
Yeah, it's A.J. Halsey, their free safety, being attended to on the field. We will keep it here. Bears had a 2nd and 24, and they convert that. So they've got 1st and 10 at the U of H 49-yard line. That's moving the chains. Moving is a bear. Let Central Transportation Systems cage that bear and leave it to the professionals to handle all of your moving and storage needs, whether you're moving to Dallas, Houston, or across the country. Central Transportation Systems can pack and move your home and give you the ultimate moving experience. Give them a call at 254-256-2577 or visit online at centralsystems.com/Baylor. So Halsey is up, walking off very slowly under his own power to the far sideline. We've seen a lot of those stoppages of play today for guys racked up a little bit.
John, you're getting week 9, 10, whichever one this is, man. Those bodies are taking a lot.
It is 9.
So now the big thing here for Blake, if I'm Coach Grimes, I'm thinking I'm going to try to get to my run game here. You just don't want to take a sack. They're going to bring that safety down into the box now. Don't take a sack. Need no positive, negative plays.
4 down lineman defensively. Handoff Dominic Richardson. Richardson pulls his way for an 11-yard gain to the 38-yard line. Was hit right at the line of scrimmage, burst through that, and then pulled a would-be tackler for a first down.
Yeah, I like that. You come back to that run play. U of H's defense is not that good. You've gotten a couple big conversions on them. They're starting reeling. That's what happens when defenses are struggling. You get a couple first downs, they'll give up some chunks to you.
1st and 10 Bears at the 38. Here's a little double reverse and a flea flicker, and a pass is caught on the sidelines. Did he get in? Drake Dabney, touchdown Bears. The double reverse in the backfield, flea flicker back to Chapin, who hit Drake Dabney from 38 yards out, and the Bears are in the end zone for the first time today.
Yeah, it's just a good play. That's one that Coach Grimes has been holding. But at first I thought it was going to be a traditional just run play. They came out and tossed it back, and Dabney, who was one of the early ones that kind of comes around, he actually gets out to the wing. Nobody picks him up.
Here's the extra point kick. It is good by Isaiah Hankins. Hankins' kick pulls the Bears within 3. 2:20 on the clock, our new score. Houston 10, Baylor 7. First points of the day by the Bears, brought to you by First Place Foods. Brought to you by Hunn's Pickles and Relish, proud sponsors of Baylor Athletics. That's a darn good pickle, available at restaurants and food service outlets throughout the Southwest. Also look for Hunn's Pickles in the deli section at select grocers throughout North Texas. What a play, JJ. That flea flicker was run to perfection.
Yeah, it was, John. And actually, Dabney, when he's down there, all Blake has to do, and he does a great job. That's a harder throw than you think, because when a guy's that wide open, you just don't want to miss him. He does a good job of seeing him open. He just kind of settles him. Didn't run him forward. He just kind of puts it on him. Drake has to slow down just a little bit, but it's nice change-up and done right there where teams a lot of times take a shot. Around between the 40s is typically when a team is going to look to take a shot, and that's what you need. And Rick, we talked about that, Rick, needing those chunk plays.
Yeah, that's right. These 10, 12 play drives earlier with no points at the end of them, those are tough. That's really a drain on your offense. We've got the kickoff here.
Kick taken at the 4, returned out to the 10, 15, 20, and down at the 22-yard line. Trey Wilson with the tackle for the Bears, and Houston will begin at their own 23 is where they'll spot it. But a little momentum on the Baylor side as the Bears are in the end zone following the 10th touchdown pass this season by Blake Shapen.
Well, both teams, John, coming out with these extensive drives. This is U of H's only second possession. There's only 2 minutes left in the third quarter.
Yeah, that long drive ate up more than half the quarter by U of H. That ended in a field goal. Now we've got a ball game. 10-7, Houston leading Baylor. Cougars ball beginning at their own 23. Donovan Smith in the pocket. A lot of time in the pocket. Dumps it off to the right side. That one is caught. And then out of bounds on the far side is Samuel Brown. But it's an 11-yard gain out to the 34. Short pass. Yards after the catch by Samuel Brown. First down, Cougars.
Yeah, Baylor had a little pressure from just the front coming, and they almost got to Donovan Smith, but he found a receiver, a little bitty slot guy running left to right, and that guy got matched up against Matt Jones, who's playing that backside zone, and he does a little hezzy move on Matt, and that's a tough play for Matt to make, but they got him out of bounds, even though it's a first down.
Final 2 minutes, third quarter, 10-7, Houston up on Baylor. Donovan Smith looks right, fakes, now tucks the ball, looking to run left. And he dives forward inside or outside the 40-yard line. Spot him at the 42, so a 9-yard gain, 8-yard gain on the carry by quarterback Donovan Smith.
Yeah, they try to act like they're going to run a quick wide receiver screen to the right. He has some linemen pull around in front of him. That's what you can do when you have a guy who's 6'4", 250, he's pretty mobile. You can use him as a running back.
Second down 8 for U of H at their own 42-yard line. Minute 11 and counting in the third quarter. And off, running right, pulled down for a loss is Parker Jenkins.
That's Boykins, I think, John.
Who got him?
I want to say that's Big Boykins, ain't it? Number 98.
Jarrell Boykins pulls him down. Welcome in, Jarrell Boykins. That's a big play, a loss back to the 39-yard line. So here comes third down and 5 for Houston.
It's good to see him get some action. It's good to see him finally feel healthy enough to get on the field. A little confused now, the Baylor defense.
On third down and 5, Donovan Smith claps his hands,
Blitz.
Takes the snap.
Oh,
Pressure's
one-on-one.
coming.
Big
Gonna
play.
pass it near side, off the hands and incomplete. Carl Williams with the pass defense and an incompletion intended for Stephon Johnson.
Yeah, John, that was just man-to-man. Ricky, I can't tell if you got to see that one, but that was man-to-man. And it looked like Stephon Johnson was going to have a chance to catch it, but just looks like it went through his hands. And I'll tell you, I mean, I think that's one where Baylor's defense really needed to get off the field. And now, John, Baylor trailing 10-7 with 19 seconds to go in the third. U of H looks like they're going to punt this ball away.
Now a stop by the defense following Baylor's first score of the day. Punt is away. Josh Cameron late fair catch call at the 21. 40-yard effort on the punt by Lane Wilkins. But the Bears have the ball back. 12 seconds on the clock in the third quarter. Some momentum for the Bears. Down by 3, and they've got possession of the ball. Houston leading 10-7.
I'll tell you, that was a much-needed stop, especially in a game that's really sprinting by. And now, if you're the Baylor offense, really what you're looking for, as they found a little traction on that first drive, is can I get a chunk? That chunk play really helped on that last drive. They passed to Drake Dabney.
Bears begin at their own 21-yard line. Dominic Richardson in the backfield. He gets the handoff. Richardson wrapped up by Nelson Caesar. Pulls forward for maybe 2 yards. Give him 2 to the 23.
This is the end of the third quarter.
And that is the end of the third quarter. Switch ends. Bears will travel right to left. We go to the fourth quarter. Our score, Houston 10, Baylor 7. Back with the fourth quarter after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics.
All right.
Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back.
Ricky going back down?
5 convenient locations
Okay.
and an award-winning mobile app.
All that
Banking
testing
is
wasn't
never
on
been
the
easier.
air, was it?
TFNB,
Okay.
Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Good job, Bobby.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs.
What's going on back there?
FlatRockTrailers.com.
Kids can now
Okay.
join the Baylor Cup Club, presented by Green Eye Associates, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain
Now we got a
exclusive
game.
benefits and
Yep,
access
finally.
to Baylor Athletics events.
Yeah.
Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today and sick 'em Bears.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears
Good
both
to
know
know.
what it takes to be #1. Hard work, determination, commitment. The #1 Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the KD Freeway.
#1 based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
You're listening to Baylor Football. On the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Game here at McLean Stadium. Houston leads Baylor 10-7. Bears with a bit of momentum as we reach the fourth quarter. JJ, how about some stats through 3 quarters today?
Well, it turned 32 yards for the Bears, 241 for U of H. After that first drive, Baylor really slowed down on the afternoon. 24 minutes time possession, 20 minutes and 57 seconds. And right now the difference is U of H's field goal kicker has been able to bang through his attempt. And Isaiah Hankins has had one blocked and another that he missed to the, I believe, right. Blake Shapin, 18 of 22, 148 yards, and a touchdown pass there to Drake Dabney. Josh Cameron is the leading receiver, 4 catches, 42 yards on the afternoon, followed by Drake Dabney, 2 catches, 39 yards, and that touched on that flea flicker. Donovan Smith, 14 of 19, 130 yards and 1 score. Neither team, really burning up the passing game, but both quarterbacks been efficient. On the ground, Dominique Richardson, 10 for 49. Donovan Smith is the leading rusher for U of H, 11 for 52. Baylor has rushed for 84 yards on the afternoon. U of H, 111. And now Baylor is beginning the fourth quarter with the opportunity to take the lead.
All right, switch ends. Bears traveling right to left. They've got it at their own 17-yard line. Second down and 8 from there as we begin the fourth quarter. 10-7 Houston lead. Snap back to Shapin. Passes out on the right side. Pass caught and struggling for the first down marker. Not going to get there. Tackled at the 30-yard line. For the Bears, that is Cameron Bonner with the catch. He'll be 1 yard short. 3rd and 1 from the 30 coming up.
One of the few times we've seen U of H bring a blitz and leave really man-to-man coverage. Coach Holgerson's defense has really been judicious on when they bring pressure. Baylor gets that down to manageable 3rd down and 1 here. Got to hold up in the middle here as Baylor tries to go. We've got Dawson in here.
Here's 3rd down and 1. Fake the handoff to him. Going to swing the pass out. Caught on the near side. That is a first down to the 40-yard line. Catch made by Hawkins Polly. Welcome into the tight end rotation. Hawkins Polly, a freshman from Houston, makes the catch. I'm going to say his first of the year, I think.
Yeah, John. Yeah, I think, and they had him at like an H-back, I think, position. And he's in a formation where you think he's going to block for Dawson on the 3rd and 1. Slips out on a nice little, we usually run a waggle with that, but it slips him out in the flat. Nobody's going to pay attention to that. And Picks up a first down.
How about that? First down, Bears. Shapen looking for more. Passes right side. Room to run for Monterey Baldwin at the 50 and out of bounds at the 48. 9-yard gain on the quick hitter to Monterey Baldwin. Let's go down, because we can, to Ricky Thompson on the Baylor sideline.
Well, it's good to be back and see the game. It's hard to watch it up there from where you can see everything. It's better down here when it's hard to see. But until you can get a feel down here on the sideline that the Bears are into this game now, and they know they've got a chance. They're playing well. This is a huge drive here, guys. 10-7 down with 13 minutes to go.
And some momentum on Baylor's side. Good to have you back with us, Ricky. Here's Shapen. Spins, passes, caught, near side. And Dabney tries to hurdle over the defensive back and is upended at the 34-yard line. Dabney, who had the touchdown catch, gives Baylor a first down at the U of H 34.
Yeah, once again, they're now trying to get Blake on the edge with those boots, but now what they're doing is they're blocking for him. They actually have a player in that's going to come in either pulling across and blocking or just blocking at the line of scrimmage to protect, to give an extra layer of protection. That's a good read by Blake. Now you're right here. This is when you don't need a negative play. They've got a little chunk play there. Opportunity to run the ball here.
16 on the last play. First down, Bears. Shapen fakes the handoff, passes near sideline, caught by Dominic Richardson, and then blasted out of bounds. That's going to be a catch. He had control of it at the 24, it looks like, where he went out of bounds. That'll be another Baylor first down. First down sponsored by Belfour Property Restoration, a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Let's check in with Ricky.
Guys, that was a big catch. Dominic could see the defender coming, and when you see him coming at you and the ball at the same time, that really takes concentration.
Wow, great catch there by Richardson. First down, Bears. Handoff, Dawson Pendergrass pauses, through a hole inside the 15 to the 13-yard line. He's got that great sense of pausing, waiting on his blockers. He runs it to the 15 is where they'll spot it, so a 9-yard gain by the freshman out of Mineola High School, Dawson Pendergrass.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Actually, they had one of the defensive tackles, Nwanku John, at the snap. He called the play, and he actually was on the other side. He got up, and he ran behind the other tackle. And fortunately for Baylor, they had the blocks all solidified.
Wow.
Nice nice run by Dawson.
Leaves Baylor 2nd and 1. They're in the HEB red zone at the 15-yard line. Pendergrass in the backfield in the pistol behind quarterback Shapen. Gets the handoff. First down and more. He's to the 10-yard line. Pendergrass to the 10, where it'll be first and goal for the Bears.
That's a nice quick hit on that one. Dawson saw the hole, and he immediately hit it. He wasn't no stuttering, no probing, and there's a University of Houston player down. We've seen a lot of that this afternoon, but Dawson hit that hole pretty quick. Now Baylor's at the 10-yard line.
Timeout on the field for an end.
Holding his right leg. They'll stop play here. 10:49 on the clock. Bears have first and goal at the 10. Jamari Caldwell is the player that is being attended to, the senior defensive tackle for U of H. But, boy, the Bears absolutely have some momentum on their side now. Full timeout, we'll step aside. Let's do this first. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Now to a full break as the U of H player is helped to his feet. Timeout on the field, 10:49 to play. Fourth quarter, Bears trailing 10-7, but driving. They've got first and goal at the 10 when we come back on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories. that become legends.
I got one. I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's going to believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor driving, trailing 10-7. Bears have not led in this game today. Looking to change that if they can punch it in on this possession. They've got 1st and goal. They've driven to the Houston 10-yard line.
Is that Richard Reese in the slot to the right?
It is indeed. Now he comes in motion to the left side, takes the handoff. Blocker in front of him. Reese to the 5. To the 3-yard line is Richard Reese. Bears will have 2nd and goal from the 3 coming up.
That was something up. I mean, I'm sure U of H knew something was up. I was thinking. That's the first time I've seen Richard Reese, Ricky, in the slot before, but caught him on a little jet sweep.
Well, and I think that's trying to find a way to get Richard Reese outside the tackles with the football. He's got speed to get out there. That was a great play. When you're 1st and goal at the 10, we've talked about it. That may be the worst place to have a 1st down with 10 yards to go with not much room to work.
Well, they got it down to the 3, so 2.
It's the 2, actually. You're right. Shapen is under center, takes the snap, hands it off. Reese running left.
Oh,
flag is down. Oh, and he's pushed out of bounds.
See, that's the thing about those flags right there, John. They're going to call hold.
Holding, number 45, offense. It's a 10-yard penalty, replay 2nd down.
It's so far inside, it really didn't even benefit Reese at all as he tried to get to the edge. But now that's going to push it back. And actually, I hate that it's a 10-yard. It's going to put the ball back to the 12. So it's going to be 2nd down now. I will say this. The only thing I like about this, in a sense, is it opens the field some when you don't have a dominating offensive line. So let's see what the combination. Armani Winfield comes in. Looks like Josh Cameron comes in. You still have Kelsey Johnson, Drake Dabney, the 2 tight ends. I really would like, you don't have Keytron to kind of do a 50-50 ball, but I'd like to see if you can get some combination with Dabney.
Reese comes out. Pendergrass is in. Another flag dropped.
Delay of game.
Oh, delay of game.
Offense. It's a 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that makes the natives restless right there, John. The hold, you understand that happens, but then when you come off the hold, then you actually have a little extra time because the ref has to call the penalty, and then you get the flag. That's not good. So now it's going to push it back. Now it's a little bit testy because you're at the 17 instead of the 12.
Well, it was at the end of that run would have been 2nd and goal from the 2, right? So now they're back to the 17. It is still 2nd down. Bears have some room to work here. Shapen fakes the handoff, rolls right, drops it off, incomplete. He overshot Josh Cameron. Cameron might have had some room to rumble there, but the pass over his head. Now it is 3rd and goal from the 17 for the Bears.
And it's not many plays you have for this one, but I mean, I know U of H has been getting pressure, but I really still like having Dabney, or even we've seen Jake Roberts work middle of the field to get smaller safeties, while you still have a Cameron on the outside and maybe Armani on the outside. And right now Monterey's not in, but you got the 2 tight, so I like the tight ends in the middle.
Here we go, 3rd and goal. Handoff Pendergrass weaves out to the right side to the 10. Pendergrass slowed up and down at the 10-yard line he goes. So a 7-yard run by Pendergrass, trying to get outside that final guy, and he couldn't do so. So tackled at the 10. Bears on 4th and goal from the 10. We'll call on Isaiah Hankins.
And I think that was what Coach Grimes is calling that with the field goal in mind. Just simply now, let me put Isaiah, and we know he's missed a couple. Let's put him in really an advantageous position. This is right here, like a 27-yard field goal attempt.
Kicking from the right hash, remember a left-footed kicker. Dylan Schaub the snap. Palmer Williams the hold. Isaiah Hankins puts it on the board, and we are tied at 10 with 8:18 to play in the 4th quarter. The Bears have climbed back to a tie ball game in the 4th quarter. Isaiah Hankins hits from 27 yards out. Timeout on the field will step aside. 8:18 to play, 4th quarter. Now Baylor 10, Houston 10 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
You don't want to miss our best price deals during the Black Friday sales event at Allen Samuels. This month you can save big on the truck you've been looking for, like the new 2023 Rams. Designed to be durable, functional, and stylish, Ram trucks give you that first-class feel with premium options like luxury.
Okay, John, so this is kind of the same at halftime.
Exceptional legroom. Hurry in.
Right.
In-store.
Okay, cool.
Hey, shop an award-winning dealership with award-winning products. Allen Samuels in Wake.
It is. It's weird, but I'm getting used to it finally.
The convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Baylor alumni are more than 160,000 strong. When we all join hands to support our university, we don't just move the needle, we move mountains. Working together, we create life-changing opportunities for students on the field, in the classroom, in the laboratory, and in life for generations to come. So get connected. Get involved. Learn how at baylor.edu/alumni.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Bears fans this football season make Pepsi your go-to game day drink because it's the only drink for football watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Bears football. By Baylor Scott & White Health, the official health care provider of Baylor Athletics. And by Toyota. Baylor fans, enter for your chance to win a football recruit game day experience for 2 in the Toyota 5-Star Fan Sweepstakes. Visit ToyotaFivestarFan.com to enter. Toyota's a proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Well, John, I would say the momentum is trying to lean towards the Bears here.
I would say, yes.
Yeah, Baylor scored 10 points here in this half. U of H did kick a field goal. They opened up the half with a great drive from their 19-yard line. Drove down, kicked a 32-yard field goal, went up 10-0. And now Baylor has a little bit of momentum, but if the momentum only holds if the defense comes out and builds on that forced punt on the last drive. So Coach Holgerson really probably wants this win, so you got to be ready for anything because he knows, hey, look, he has nothing to lose.
Holgerson's won 3 straight over Baylor going back to his West Virginia days. Here's the kickoff by Isaiah Hankins, taken at the 1 with a fair catch. Or it's Stacy Sneed who takes it with a fair catch. They'll start at their own 25. How about that scoring drive by Baylor? 12 plays, 69 yards, 6:54 off the clock. We have seen some long time-consuming drives in this game today.
Yeah, John, we have, and that's what we talked about this earlier is, you know, one of the things I talked about coming this week is like just talking about if the defense that requires the other team to run a lot of plays is probably going to win because they're probably not going to score a touchdown. The team will probably kick a field goal. We've seen several field goal attempts. Baylor's actually missed one this afternoon. So right now, I think if you make the team run plays, but you got to be ready for Donovan Smith's legs. And any kind of thing that you've seen on film with trick plays, they may run it here.
Beginning at their own 25-yard lines, 2 receivers in a stack on either side. Donovan Smith takes the snap, looks left. Now going to roll right, going to pass right upfield. It is caught. And running up the sidelines to the 50, to the 40, and out of bounds on the near side. That is the diminutive Dalton Carnes who made that catch. Boy, somebody, who was it? Carl Williams, who made a dive at that ball, just couldn't get it. And it was a big-time completion for 33 yards to the Baylor 42.
Yeah, he just caught him in an under route. It was a man underneath with safeties over the top. They got Carl sprinting across, couldn't catch him. Once he dove, there was nobody there to get that receiver out on the ground.
Good job to throw on the run by Donovan Smith. First down. Smith fakes the handoff, slides left, passes.
There it is again.
Carnes again, he's got it. He is down at the 28-yard line on this play. 14 yards on this pickup. Back-to-back completion, Smith to Carnes.
It's too easy right there. I mean, you got 2 basically under routes. You get caught in a man, 2 deep man under, or 3 deep man under. Then you get caught in the zone where he's doing exactly the same route. And 2 plays, they have 47 yards.
Ugh.
And now they're inside the 30-yard line with 7:16 in the county.
1st and 10, U of H. Still a lot of time to go. From the Baylor 28. Handoff running right, the receiver around and down at the 19-yard line. Caden Jenkins makes the tackle of Samuel Brown. About a 4-yard pickup on that play will leave U of H 2nd down and 6.
Yeah, right there, it's just one of those jet sweeps, just want to pass underneath. Now what you got is Holgerson is probably going to take his time, 6:46 and counting, because he knows how important a touchdown is here. And with this offense, they like to keep it with the field. They like to take a shot now. They don't want to get it too compressed. Makes it hard to score. So Baylor has to be ready as they go in motion.
From the 24-yard line, fake the pitch. Donovan Smith takes off and is tripped up running right. DJ Franklin was there. Matt Jones was there.
That wasn't a trip, John.
That was
trust me. No, that wasn't a trip.
TJ said no further from right here. That'll leave it at 3rd and 6 coming up for University of Houston from the 24-yard line. Here's a big 3rd down play.
Yeah, this is big to force his field goal attempt. Now, the question is, what does Coach Powers do? We've seen Coach Powers bring pressure from that star position, but now you have Carl Williams out there as a corner over that bunch formation to the left as they go in motion. I think Baylor, if they do blitz, they're blitzing with their linebackers, but if you don't get there, if you miss, someone has to spy Donovan.
2 receivers left, 1 right. Snap back to Donovan Smith. Rolls to his right. He's passing for the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, Houston. Tony Mathis out of the backfield, and he broke open on the right side in the end zone, and Donovan Smith spotted him for the touchdown.
Well, in that position there, and we'll go down to Ricky. You got Garmin Randolph, who's a jack, who's a kind of an outside backer. The design of that defense has him unmanned against Tony Mathis, Ricky, and that was just a hard cover.
Well, it was. That's what I was going to say. Once he sprinted out, and you've got the running back outside against Garmin Randolph. He's going to win that. He was well behind Randolph, 4, 5, 6 yards behind him. Really an easy throw.
Extra point kick coming from Jack Martin. Kick is good despite a low snap. And Houston comes right back. Covers up the Baylor field goal that tied the game momentarily. 5 plays, 75 yards, only 2:40 off the clock. 24-yard touchdown pass from Donovan Smith to Tony Mathis. Houston regains the lead over the Bears 17-10. Timeout on the field. We will take it. 5:38 to play. Cougars lead by 7. 4th quarter from McLean Stadium in Waco and here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's going to believe this.
And each day ends binge watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Ask for Kasasa Checking. It's our superpower. First Central Credit Union pays 5% APY on your checking account. There's no penalty in this game. Get great returns while having complete access to your cash. Get in motion with First Central's Reward Checking that refunds ATM fees nationwide. Enjoy an automatic savings feature that pays you too. It's a snap to apply online at firstcentralcu.com.
Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Today by both teams. That one rather brisk. 5 plays, 75 yards, 2:40 off the clock for Houston. It ends in the end zone on a 24-yard touchdown pass to Tony Mathis and gives the Cougars the lead back 17-10 over the Bears. Now 5:38 to go. Bears will get the ball back and trailing again by 7.
Yeah, big opportunity. It's 5:38, so Baylor's Coach Grimes knows there's not much time left or many possessions left. He may get one more, depending. This may be the last one, so Blake has to operate accordingly. It's a pooch kick.
Pooch kick, fair catch called for and taken. Good job there. One of the upbacks. Who was that who made the catch? Is that Kyler Jordan? One of the upbacks who made that catch. Called for the fair catch. Did a good job. Baylor's going to have decent field position to begin this possession, trailing by 7.
Well, that'll be a bad deal if you got to go back to the 25. It's at 27. Right now, I mean, Baylor's shown the ability to both run and throw the ball. Rushing 113 yards, rushing 201 passing. U of H, you bet they're going to try to get Baylor in the 2nd and long. So see what they started. Dawson Pendergrass in the backfield with Chapin.
Beginning from their own 29-yard line, play action. Here is Chapin. Pressured, throws it, and it's intercepted. And it fumbled, and Houston picks it up and will run out of bounds on the far side. I think the interception will stand.
Yeah, it will.
And Houston has the ball. Blake Chapin trying to make something happen there. Ended up kind of throwing sidearm off his back foot, and it was picked off. There is a flag down at the end of the play.
Yeah, John, I'm not sure with Blake. I know Blake came off of play action, then he started looking Ricky for something that wasn't there. Then at that point, he should just eat it. Not sure what you saw as we wait for the call here. Well, that'll be something post-play. Here's a call.
Illegal blindside block, number 12, Houston. That's a 15-yard penalty. First down.
Yeah, that's a big one. So that's going to push the ball back outside, I believe, depending on where the actual penalty occurred. 15 yards, I think it's outside, about 38, 39. Is that right? Is that?
They are trying to march it off now. Malik Robinson had the interception for Houston, his first of the year. Only the 2nd interception all season by Blake Chapin. One last week against Iowa State, one here. And as they march it off, JJ, it does push it back to the 40-yard line.
Yeah, so now we'll go down to Ricky later so you saw, but right now as a defense, it's what's next. I mean, you just got, Coach Pallage has to probably get really aggressive here because any points makes this almost insurmountable, really close with 5:24 and counting.
First turnover today by Baylor. They were +2 in that category today. Houston with the ball. Donovan Smith, quarterback draw. Smith to the 30 and dives forward to the 34-yard line. Devin Bobby makes the tackle. 6-yard carry on first down.
Yeah, it's the second drive. If you guys remember, I think it's the second drive that U of H has gotten in really, really good territory. And now they're going to take their time with the ball at now the 35-yard line on that first down 5-yard gain. And really, I'm thinking at this point, if I'm Coach Powledge, I'm bringing pressure. I'm just trying to make outnumber, play man outside and try to outnumber, get Donovan on the ground.
Second down and 4 for U of H. Donovan Smith going to keep trying to get to the outside on the left side. Bryson Jackson holding on for dear life. He stretches, and he'll have a first down inside the 30 to the 29. Devin Bobby was there to finish him off.
The good news is Baylor does have 3 of its timeouts left. So that's the good news. Only good news at this point is U of H takes its time after getting that first down. And you know you're going to get a lot of quarterback run because they really, outside of the quarterback, I mean, he was the leading rusher. You're not going to get much else. Then you're going to get him throwing it. So I'm thinking at this point you might as well commit bodies and force him to say, I'm going to put pressure and make you throw hot. And my guys have to cover.
First and 10 at the 29 for the University of Houston. Donovan Smith takes the snap. He'll hand it off and wrapped up for no gain. In fact, the loss of a yard, Tony Mathis was. Bryson Jackson got to him. Jackson shaken up earlier today, but has come back and played well. Loss of a yard, 2nd and 11. Ricky Bear's defense has to stand up right here.
Well, they sure do. Going back to the play on Blake, that's one where you just got to eat it. Give yourself a chance. He was just trying to make a play. I understand that, but really the problem was they had his legs. He couldn't step into throw, and with that, the ball floated, which created the interception. The Bears here, as JJ mentioned, you've got to hold Houston with no points out of this thing, or you're going to have a tough time winning this football game.
Second down and 11 from the 30. Donovan Smith has thrown 2 interceptions today himself. Crossing route, pass caught. Chateau Reed makes the tackle of Samuel Brown at the 26 it is, and Baylor will use a timeout right here. One of their 3.
It's 3:04.
As it'll be
timeout. Baylor. Their first of the half. Timeout on the field.
It'll be 3rd and 7 coming up for U of H from
Game
the Baylor 26-yard line.
3:04 on the game clock.
Going to add 2 seconds to the clock, so 3:04 remaining. Coach Aranda opting to use one of his timeouts here on defense.
Yeah, I think that was smart. They were going to run it down anyway, and then make a decision on what they were going to do, whether they're going to take a timeout and run a play. I think Holgerson really knows that if any points here are magical for me. But I think Holgerson is a gambler in a sense. He'll take a shot, right? He'll take a shot, and I think it's easy to take a shot because he knows Baylor has to probably sell out to keep you from scoring any point. So I may go max protect, take a shot on the edge, and it's either complete for a big first down or touchdown, or we line up a kick a field goal anyway. So got to watch for that if you're Baylor. But if I'm Coach Powledge, I'm thinking, John, right off the top, I don't care what I got. I'm bringing pressure. I'm going to make him make a real quick decision. I'm going to rely on my corners to play well. I'm going to rely on Caden Jenkins, Chateau Reed, or Carl Williams, one of those young players, to say, hey, look, you got man. I need you to make a play. And they've come through a lot of times. So we'll see what happens.
First meeting since 1995 between these teams, Baylor and Houston. Here's U of H coach Dana Holgerson on renewing this rivalry with Baylor.
You know, this Baylor, like the Baylor thing, I'm excited about this, man. And everybody should be excited about this. 3 hours up the road, Waco and Houston, a lot of players know each other. They were obviously recruit here, and we've recruited a lot of the guys that are on their team. 29th game, 13-14-1. Haven't played since 1995, Southwest Conference. So this is a game that probably makes sense to play every year. Was about to go play him in 2020, and that thing got shut down the day before the game. Still kind of bad about that. But I don't know. Excited about playing this week.
Cougars 0-3 on the road in road games this season, but leading here 17-10 over the Bears. And they've got a 3rd down and 7 coming up at the Baylor 26. Maybe the ball game really maybe decided on this next play.
Yeah, John, well, even if U of H doesn't make it, then that field goal is really what's going to determine probably that goal. Long way of determining, or whatever it is, if they don't But this play is huge. And now you got to think, what does Holgerson do? Because he's got a bunch of plays that he could probably choose from. He could max protect. Baylor really hadn't gotten a lot of pressure. Think about it on Donovan Smith. So I probably could max protect and may go one-on-one because I know they got to give me one-on-one. Baylor has Chateau Reed out to the right. He's going to man up. Remember, they are missing a couple of top receivers. Manjack, 0, and then I think Matthew Golden. I'm not sure if he's back. I hadn't seen him today, so I think he's still out. So Baylor's going to go press man to the two receivers outside. They do have a stack to the left. But I still think you outnumber them and you try to get a negative play and force this field goal to be as far or long as possible.
All right, here we go. 3rd down and 7 from the 26 for the University of Houston. 3:04 on the clock. Houston 17, Baylor 10. Donovan Smith in the shotgun, takes the snap. Pressure on Donovan Smith. They can't get to him. He rolls out to the left side, and Chateau Reed will make the tackle. Smith can't get around the corner. Tackled at the 26-yard line, so no gain on the play. It'll be 4th down and 7. Credit Brandon Bett on that tackle
Baylor
as well, and Baylor uses their second timeout right here.
32nd timeout.
I'll tell you, see Matt Jones walking off. He's a little upset, and I understand why. But on that play right there, that's one where, like I think he'll learn as he continues to play and he tries to go to the next level. He's frustrated. He felt like he was held, and he was held. But a lot of times that official back in the back, that referee that's probably going to call that one, is looking at the quarterback and looking for other
Game
things
clock
other than holding.
operator, please put 2:55
So
on
Matt,
the game
if you
clock.
saw him, he tried to reach out and he got grabbed. Couldn't get Donovan Smith, couldn't get his hand up. He does that. That really makes that a really testy field goal. But Donovan gets around him, and then he picks up, I think, did he lose a yard? Actually, it was basically no gain.
Right, really no gain on the play, yeah.
But that's the difference. Now they're going to line up and probably going to kick, a 44-yarder. But if he gets him on the ground, and then all of a sudden that turns into almost a 50-yarder.
Right.
So big change. So nevertheless, Baylor here is going to come after this kick. And 2:55 to go with one timeout. Man, they need a big special teams play.
All right, Jack Martin's longest this year is 44 yards. This one will be from 44 from the left hash. Would give Houston a 10-point lead with 2:55 to play. It's a good snap. It's a good hold. Pressure by Baylor. The kick is no good. He missed it off to the right side. He missed the 44-yard attempt. It's a one-score game with 2:51 to play, and Baylor has the ball back.
Well, I'll tell you, that's what I mean. When he's at the edge, but really the big thing there, Ricky, I think, is the play that was made by Chateau Reed to get the big Donovan Smith down with no gain and get him to the ground.
Absolutely, that forced the kicker to try to make his longest of the year, which means you're going to try to kick the ball harder. He missed that one far to the right, didn't have much distance. It probably would have gotten there, but barely. He did not hit that ball well at all, so credit the defense for getting the stop. Now you've got to go 251. You got to go 75 yards and put this thing in the end zone.
All right, Bears with the ball, one time out in their back pocket. Snap back to Chapin. Chapin will run up the middle. He slides at the 35-yard line. We'll see where they spot it.
Yeah, quit that baseball slide there, Chapin. I like the scramble, but all he has to do is dive forward. Just do anything but a slide, because the slide takes away 2 to 3 yards. But Baylor is going to sub out. Josh Cameron comes in. Dominic Richardson out. Dawson Pendergrass in the backfield. 3-by-1 set.
2:24 and counting. They'll spot it at the 24 or the 34. 2nd and 3 for the Bears. Chapin again will run. Chapin slides again. He's got a first down at the 40, or they'll spot it just shy of the 40. Clock continues to wind, though. 2 minutes, 9 seconds to go. Bears still 60 yards away from the end zone.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, he has one timeout. Blake has to just know that, if I do run, it's best for me to be able to take some risk and get beyond the sticks.
Snap back, first down 10. Chapin, pressured and sacked. Nelson Caesar got to him there and pulled him down. And Baylor's going to have to use their final timeout right here. A sack back at the 32-yard line.
Baylor. This is their final timeout
John,
of the half.
what we've seen here is
30-second timeout.
has given Baylor
Please
a
put
heavy
1 minute,
dose
50 seconds on the game
of 3
clock.
rush, drop 8. And that's why you see Blake holding. And where did U of H get that from? They got that from Iowa State last week. If you don't conquer it, then it's going to come back and watch you.
Pardon
so
me,
they're dropping
1
8,
minute 52
and
seconds.
it's slowing Blake's processing down because he sees a lot of black shirts back there and not as many white shirts. So what does he do? He holds it just a little longer. Now, if I'm a lineman and I know that, hey, okay, it's 3 rush, no one's coming, there has to be identification for that one of those interior linemen to fan. And fan means I'm going to drop out as Baylor comes back out. Fan means I drop out and I'm going to help one of my defensive tackles. So that's not happening. And even though Baylor, they're only rushing 3, a lot of times we have 2 Baylor linemen just watching for guys who might come.
So the ball spotted just shy of the 33-yard line. It is 2nd down and 18 for the Bears. Minute 52 on the clock, 4th quarter. No more timeouts remaining. Shapen in the backfield. Pass deflected. Close to being intercepted. Dabney, the intended receiver, had fallen down. And a dive at the ball and knocked out of the air. Just incomplete, not intercepted. Will leave Baylor 3rd down and 18 from their own 32. Right back to the line of scrimmage.
They got 38 on the board for some reason. But right here, Blake, if I'm Blake, they're dropping 8. I'm assuming they're going to drop at least 7 or 8 as they show 5. I'm just trying to get 10 yards here. You're just trying to get 10 yards on this completion.
Here's
no
Shapen.
more, no less.
Over the middle, incomplete. Overshot Dabney coming in on a long post on the right side. Now it's 4th down and 18 for the Bears.
Yeah, that was one where he's trying to take a shot. Dabney was going to break open, but Blake had to let it go a little earlier than he wanted to. But that's what I talked about there. I think maybe you just get 10 or so and go from there. Now you have 18 yards, and really you don't have much here. You got, say they got Monterey in the slot to his left. They got a big tight end Jake in.
Bears need 18 yards right here. Here's the play. 4th down and 18. Here's Shapen rolling to the left side, still looking. Oh, now he's going to run with it. He's got to get to the sticks, and he does, across midfield to the 40 and down at the U of H 40-yard line. Gutsy run by Blake Shapen. He converts on 4th down and 18. Bears have it at the U of H 40-yard line.
I'm telling you, that's a risky play because when Blake had to commit, he knew if I got beyond these 2 players as he drops back, 2-by-2 set, he's looking, scrambling again.
Quick snap here, rolling right, passing, right sideline, caught by Jake Roberts.
Out of bounds.
At the 33-yard line. That run by Shapen was 28 yards on 4th and 18. And you said it, JJ, really risky to take off running.
And John, sorry, but yeah, he's scrambling. He sees the backside. There's nobody over there. But there's 2 guys, one behind and one ahead. He says, I got to clear those guys. But he commits and goes, makes the play. Now it comes out, 3-by-1 set here.
1:16 to play. Bears have driven it to the Houston 33-yard line, trailing by 7. Pass underneath is caught by Dominic Richardson. I'm not sure he was the intended receiver, but he makes the catch, and he's down to the 18-yard line. Well, there was another receiver there.
Ricky, I'm not sure. That was Jake Short. Dominic Richardson stole that ball, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and I'm glad he did. That was a good play.
Here we go. Quick snap by the Bears at the 18. Shapen to the goal line. It is caught. Cameron Bonner with the catch at the 2-yard line. The Bears have it at the 2 with 58 seconds to play in the game. It is 1st and goal for Baylor, trailing 17-10.
Now, you think you have all the time, but you don't because you don't have any timeout. So, really, the risk is you still can't run the ball because if you don't get it, you're probably going to lose 20 seconds. So, Blake has to be judicious. If you're going to run it, Blake has to be the one that runs it.
Spotted at the 3. Give to Dominic Richardson. Pushes the pile forward there inside the 1. They got to get back quick.
Yeah, I don't like that play, John, because if you're going to run, you got to let Blake run it.
Oh, a Houston player is down. They'll stop the clock for that. Houston may call timeout.
It's their second of the half.
Wow, Houston calls the timeout.
30-second timeout.
Oh.
I've done that.
Yeah, John, that's a big play right there, John. Is that really right there? They try to run Dominic to sneak it. The only problem is that even with 40 seconds to go, Ricky, and I know this is a big NFL thing, is that if you don't get it, they're going to stay on the pile. It's going to waste about 20, 25 seconds.
Absolutely, and going back to the pass play to Bonner that was at the 3, the contact was made, knocked him back out of bounds. That's why they didn't stop the clock on the out of bounds play. They just stopped it on the 1st down. So they said progress was stopped before he went out of bounds. So that's a tough call. That cost the Bears several seconds right there. But Houston of all things, calling timeout here, that helped the Bears a lot more than it helped U of H.
Wow, all right. Ball is spotted inside the 1. That's where the Bears have it. 2nd and goal from there. 34 seconds on the clock. Baylor has no timeouts remaining. Again, Houston leads it 17-10. But the Bears have it less than a yard away from pay dirt in the end zone.
Yeah, the problem is here, John, I like you got Dawson in, is if you run this ball, he has to get in.
Bears hustle to the line of scrimmage. Shapen under center. Fakes the handoff. He's going to throw it. It's caught. Touchdown, Baylor. Touchdown, Bears. It's Hawkins Polly with the touchdown for Baylor. How about that? There are no flags. The Bears are an extra point away from tying, or do they go for 2 right here?
No,
29 seconds to play.
No, you kick this, John. And Ricky, what did you see?
Well, I tell you what, I thought Blake threw that thing too softly. The edge defender, I thought, had a play on it. That would have been 6 the other way. I thought he should have put more on the ball, but it got there, and that was great concentration with the receiver flashing right in front of the ball.
That crowd reaction will tell you that Isaiah Hankins nails the extra point, and with 29 seconds to go in the game, we are tied at 17. Hawkins Polly, the touchdown catch for Baylor. Who is Hawkins Polly? He is a true freshman from Houston, and he gets the touchdown that ties it for the Bears, 17-17 with 29 seconds to go. How about that clutch drive by Baylor? 11 plays, 74 yards, 2:22 off the clock.
Well, John and Ricky, we talked about this, but that was once again a play-action pass. And Blake was really supposed to boot out. The only thing that educated Blake about I need to pull up really fast is the fact that he was blitzed like 4 or 5 times ago against Cincinnati, whoever it was. So he comes off the boot, he stops immediately knowing, hey, this guy's coming, and he has to just put it up, and does a great job of putting it in a location where only his guy could get it. And that's a huge play by Blake, and it's not just the throw. People look at the throw. It's actually the recognition that off the boot, off the play action, I got to get my head around, and I got to be prepared to stop.
What a huge drive by Baylor. What a huge catch and play by Shapen. The catch. Here's the kickoff, taken 2 yards deep and a fair catch. Houston has the ball at the 25. They've got 1 timeout left, but only 29 seconds in regulation. We are tied at 17, Baylor and the University of Houston.
John, I saw the West Virginia game, so I'm still hesitant on the
right.
Yeah, I saw that game. I don't know if you saw that game.
I did see that game.
But I did see it. And they'll use this timeout judiciously. If Holgerson has anything that I know about, he's going to take a shot to get it. Donovan Smith has a big arm. If he can get Donovan Smith to about the 35, 40, 45, he can get it to the end zone from there. So look for them to try to throw beyond the 6, get something to save something for a couple shots.
Here we go from the 25, Donovan Smith. Get it. Flushered and sacked. Byron Vaughn's got to him. He is sacked back at the 16-yard line. First sack today for the Baylor defense. Vaughn's pushes them back to the 16. Clock continues to run, and they're going to let it run out.
Yeah, that's smart.
Houston's not going to use their final timeout. We will play overtime. Baylor and Houston tied at 17.
Yeah, that's a great play by Vaughn.
This is the end of the 4th quarter.
Because what they were doing, John, they in the 4th quarter there, they were trying to get something across the middle. They had some success with their slot receiver coming left to right or right to left. And I forget if that's Matt Burns. No, it's not Matt Burns. Joshua Cobbs, maybe? No, it's not him. I'm going to get his number in a minute. But they've had success with that, trying to wait to get him clear. He couldn't get clear, and so Byron Bonds, that gave him time to get big Donovan Smith to the ground.
How about that last possession by Baylor, the drive, the touchdown. Blake Shapen to Hawkins Polly, tied at 17. Bears and Cougars will tied at 10. Houston went right back up after that, 17-10. And the Bears on a last-second drive punch it in, had to be a touchdown. Ricky, the Bears force overtime with that last-second drive, and we'll play extra time here today.
Well, even more than that, John. Houston went up 17-10 and then immediately got the pick deep in Baylor territory. All they needed there was a field goal and the game's over. The Bears got a tremendous stop defensively there, and then Houston misses a 44-yard field goal wide right, and then the incredible drive. I'll go back to that one play on that one on 4th down when Blake Shapen ran and picked up a 4th and 18 on the ground, picked up 28 yards. You're not expecting that, and when he took off with the ball, I think we're all saying, don't do that.
Yeah.
And then we're saying, great play, Blake, when it was over.
Yeah, and John, like we talked about on that, I think that's one where you tell Blake, your junior quarterback, if you're a coach, quarterback coach, hey, you owe me one. And Blake made that play, and that's a veteran quarterback. That it's not that he's going to be perfect. It's just that, like, hey, look, there's going to become a time in this game where I'm going to need you to make a play that maybe, an underclassman wouldn't make, so he makes that play. And, John, I want to make sure I give credit. It's Dalton Carnes, the receiver from University of Houston, who's had a pretty good day. Not a lot of catches, but he has 2 catches on the afternoon for 47 yards. So that'll tell you that's about a 27, 28-yard per catch average. And he was the one that Donovan Smith was waiting on. He was trying to wait on Carnes, number 85, redshirt freshman out of College Station, to get across there. But Baylor covered it up. Byron Bonds gets to him, and we're going to be in OT, and we need a dub.
Exactly. Well, what a great comeback. There was a point when Baylor had it seemed like all the momentum in this game. Then it was snatched right back by U of H. Now you would say the Bears may have the momentum again here. But we'll see how it plays out. We'll take you down to midfield where they decide who plays offense and who plays defense first as we move to overtime.
And it's hard. I know that the history, John, is to go defense first and try to figure out what you want to do. But the way my offense is playing in this second half, I know some big plays had to be made. They got a rhythm. If I'm Coach Aranda and we win this toss, I'm seriously considering putting my offense back on the field. Now, defense has done a good job too. Now, I mean, I don't want to go with Coach Pallett's group. I've been maligned this season, but in the second half, they played well. So I know that's probably not what happens, but my offense is playing good. I may give them a shot to go at it.
All right, Matt Jones goes out to meet captains at midfield. Let's take you down there. Our referee is Derek Anderson.
Okay, guys, we need a little bit more time to determine a winner of this game. Keep playing hard. All right, we're going to play a series of overtime periods until a winner is declared. We're going to have a coin toss. The winner's going to have their choice of offense, defense, or end of the field that we're going to play on. Got it? Each team's going to have 1 timeout per overtime period. Good. Houston, you're still the visiting team, so you're going to be calling the toss. What's your call? Heads. Heads is the call. It is a head. You want defense? What side? You're going to play on this end of the field. Houston has won the toss and elected to play defense. Baylor is elected to play on the north end of the field.
All right, there you go. So the Bears will have the ball back first. We'll have the ball first in overtime. First overtime game for the Bears since the BYU game out in Provo last year. Bears fell in 2 overtimes, 26-20. So overtime period to decide this one, Baylor and Houston.
Well, John, I'm looking at the rush totals. That usually is going to tell me something about each team. U of H, 27 rushes through regulation for 112 yards. Baylor, 33 rushes for 149. Now, Blake Shapen is now back on the positive end of the ledger because the sack yardage accounted against him. But if I look at my runners, Dominic Richardson is averaging 4.6 yards a carry as they come out for offense. Dawson Pendergrass, 6.1 yards per carry, and Richard Reese, 7 yards per carry. Dawson Pendergrass in now, so they can use this run game to settle it down a little bit.
All right, you know how it plays out. Baylor begins at the 25-yard line, the U of H 25. First possession in overtime. Fake the pitch right, rolling right. And he hits Drake Dabney on the run. Dabney to the 10, to the 5, to the 2-yard line on the first play. Offensively for the Bears. It is 1st and goal for Baylor at the 2.
Well, you see the adjustment. Baylor's been running that play-action bootleg to the right, and that defender's been right there. Baylor's done it. They've done an adjustment. They have a tight end blocking that person now. Dabney comes across. Nobody's there. Blake does a great job of just giving him an easy ball. There's no hard decision. It's in your breadbasket. All of a sudden now, John, 1st and goal from the 2.
23-yard pickup on that play. 1st and goal from the 2. Shapen in the shotgun, Pendergrass in the backfield. Shapen starts right, he's gonna run with it, and he's down at the 2. Shapen tried to cut back, started right, cut back to the left, No gain on the play.
Somebody's down.
And it's a Baylor lineman. It's Campbell Barrington, the right guard.
And he's holding.
Doesn't look good on that right leg for Campbell Barrington.
Yeah, John, he's kind of.
I'm out on the field for an
his
injury.
left side, kind of in some discomfort, holding the lower extremity. So hopefully it's not too bad. But not sure what happened on that play, Rick, if you could tell. But really looked a little bit discombobulated.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he missed a handoff or it was supposed to be a boot and someone out there, but Blake clearly, when he turned to his right, knew he had to run with the ball, which tells me somebody missed something there. I don't know if it was Blake, don't know if it was the back receiver, but that wasn't the play call for Blake to carry that ball on that one. But you're still in good shape here. You've got 2nd and goal from just inside the 3-yard line.
Yeah, so technically lost a half a yard on that carry by Chapin. Campbell Barrington is okay. We'll see if he has to come out, and it looks at this point like he will. See who Baylor plugs into that right guard spot. We're in overtime. Baylor and Houston tied at 17. A game that was 7-0 Cougars at halftime. Then 10-0 Houston. Bears scored with 2:20 to play in the 3rd quarter. First points of the day. The flea flicker pass from Blake Chapin to Drake Dabney, covering 38 yards, got in the end zone, made it 10-7 at that point. Barrington up on the shoulders of the trainers.
Yeah, he's got a little hitch in his giddy-up, John, and he is on the shoulders, as you mentioned. But I'm glad he got up because I saw Clark kind of looking over there. It's his brother, Clark Barrington, as you guys know. You know, your brother's down, and I'm glad he got up. That way it kind of clears his mind. At least, you know, you never know what it is, but at least you know he's walking off. And so Baylor's going to come out now. I think now you have the opportunity. A 2nd down, you got Dawson Pendergrass, and it's usually a pretty good interior runner. I'll probably go pistol. They're going to put him on the side. But nevertheless, give him an opportunity here if you can get some solid blocks. I think it's, is it Siriaki that came in for him?
Yeah, we'll double check. Can't really see a number there. Here's the play, 2nd and goal, 2.5 yards out. Quick pass, Kelsey Johnson. Can he get there? He is struggling. Did he get to the goal line? No, they're going to say he is just short.
Yeah, they didn't review this.
Ricky, what about it? You're right there.
I don't know. I think they need to replay this one because he was leaning in. I know the official was right on top of it, but you got to look at this one.
Yeah, I think they have to review it because it's coming right at the camera, so they ought to get a good look at it. He did get contact. I thought he should have gotten north. And it's going to be close, really close. I'm surprised they're not at least pausing.
Replay that.
I'm surprised they're at least not pausing. John, to look at this.
Illegal substitution, 12 men, defense. That penalty will be half the distance to the goal. Still 2nd down.
6 inches.
That does nothing for you.
2 inches, right?
Yeah, but now it's going to be, instead of like 5 inches, it's going to be 2.5 inches.
2.5, right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm surprised they're not pausing just to take a look because they actually had a camera angle right down that that sideline. I'm surprised they're not pausing. And I guess we're outside of our window, John. So we're going to run this. Is it 2nd or 3rd?
Well, they push it back. I guess with the penalty, maybe it's 2nd.
2nd down?
They put it at the 1-yard line. Here is Chapin. He's under center. Straight eye behind him. From the 1, Dawson Pendergrass runs it in. Bears score first, a touchdown in overtime. They take the lead, 23-17 over Houston.
Yeah, John, I was thinking on the previous down, that's what they would do because I think Dawson is a pretty good short yardage runner. And if you just don't allow penetration, if you just kind of hold, he does a pretty good job of finding the crease and having a really good positive body lean. On that one, he really didn't have to do much because there was a really decent, good blocking up front. But nevertheless, Baylor pushes it up. They go up by somebody needs to get in on the PAT team. But here they go as Baylor's up. And this is a very important PAT. I'd probably call it here. Yeah, I call it. I call it, Coach. But no, he doesn't have to.
Houston's running a guy in late. Here we go. Extra point kick. And
no, it's only 5
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. We'll try the down.
Yeah, probably. I was thinking you call it, but I just think you're in the middle of the field, Rick, and you got defense going. You just kind of want to save that timeout in case you need it. And it's only going to be now 25-yard PAT right in the middle of the field. And this is one you just got to have Isaiah make. regardless.
Dylan Schaub's the deep snapper. Palmer Williams the holder. Isaiah Hankins. Snap, hold, kick, all good, but a flag at the end of the play.
Oh, John, that's big flag if it is what I think it is, John.
Did Houston jump up over the center?
They're talking
Officials
about
are talking about it. The kick was good.
Yeah, it's not that. It's that, John, they have that rule about over that center and hop it over. Yeah.
Right. Which may be applied where you spot the ball, right?
I think so. I think it can carry
It's different.
over.
It could. I mean, normally it'd be carried over on the kickoff. There's no kickoff. We're in overtime. So I wonder if you'd push them back.
It's no
maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it's no different than like a dead ball a personal foul, I think.
All right, they're talking about it. Kick was good. Baylor leads 24-17. First lead today for Baylor. Bears have not led until this point in the first overtime. All right, here is our referee, Derek Anderson.
Personal foul, leaping on the defense. That 15-yard penalty cannot carry over. Baylor will decline. The try is good.
All right, so can't carry over.
That's a rule they need to look at. I mean, I just think that's, if it can't carry, I mean, you basically are saying any dead ball personal foul can't carry over.
That's right. So you could do anything.
You can do anything.
There. Right.
I could punch in your throat.
Right.
Only thing happened, I get kicked out of the game.
All right, good call, Commissioner. We'll bring that up at our next rules meeting.
It's got to carry over.
But the Bears have scored a touchdown on their first possession in overtime. It's 24-17 Baylor. Houston will have their first offensive possession. They'll begin at the 25, just as Baylor did. And they've got to get a touchdown here to force a second overtime. Ricky.
About that play, if there's a unsportsmanlike conduct or something after the score, does that not go against us? It seems like that play's got to carry forward, but obviously they know the rules. I don't.
Good point. I think the officials are still kind of huddling, talking, maybe not about that specifically, but the officials are talking before we get going with Houston's possession here. 24-17, Baylor leads for the first time today. We're in overtime. Bears trailed 7-0, 10-0, 17-10. Tied it late. They've scored first in overtime. Officials are still talking.
Yeah, they need to talk about that. They need to talk about, we need to talk to the rules guy. That's what they need to talk.
Hang on.
I think Holgerson is asking about something. I mean, he got away with one. I think you figure he don't want to talk about too much.
All right, Derek Anderson, our referee, does go to the far sideline to talk to Dana Holgerson, who seems none too pleased.
Correction, that 15-yard penalty will be enforced here.
Wow, that's huge. That is huge.
And John, I mean, that makes sense because I'm just thinking, I mean, that in regulation, the rule doesn't go out the window because you're an OT. If you have after a score, if you have a penalty,
dead ball.
Yeah, it's dead ball penalty. It's always applied to the kickoff or whatnot. So I thought I've seen overtime games this happen before where they have a penalty assessed and the team is backed up. So there we go. I know those rules,
Way
John.
to go, Commissioner. Very good. All right, so they will begin at the 40-yard line, not the 25. Houston's first possession offensively in overtime. Empty backfield, 3 receivers right, 2 to the left side. Snap to Donovan Smith, pass near side. It is caught at the 35, pushed out of bounds at the 32. Samuel Brown is pushed out of bounds. It is an 8-yard gain to the 32.
Still got to play because it's not like it's first and 30 or something. It's still first and 10. They just backed up.
That's true.
So the Baylor defense still has to play at an elite level. I mean, they need to play like they've been playing in the second half to get this U of H team off the field.
Here it's 2nd and 2 for U of H at the Baylor 32. We're in overtime. Bears 24, Cougars 17. Donovan Smith fakes a pass. He's going to run. He's got the first down up the middle. Minimal gain, 4 yards. Garmin Randolph makes the tackle, but it is a first down for U of H at the 28.
Yeah, I don't like that said. I mean, they run that play a lot, but they've got a couple times where they motion that receiver out, and then the Baylor defender doesn't go out with them. And the safety, David Lemire, tell them, hey, look, come out. And they leave a big void. So we'll see if adjustment is made by Dana Holgerson to attack that space. Empty formation, so you got to watch Donovan Smith here on the quarterback run.
How about Brendan Bett, the freshman, in there in the defensive front for Baylor. Snap back to Donovan Smith. Pressured, nowhere to run. They've got him down at the 28. Garmin Randolph, Brendan Bett combine on the tackle. No gain on the play. Donovan Smith, who is so dangerous with his legs. Gabe Hall also in on that tackle. Tackled for no gain. It's second down and 10 at the 28.
Yeah, well, that's a good play. That's a coverage sack. Donovan Smith was scanning to his right, come back to his left. He didn't have anything. And what the Baylor linemen did, they did a good job. They didn't go beyond the quarterback. They stayed in their lane, and when he dropped his eyes and tried to run, they were there. 2-by-2 set with the H-backer tight end to his left.
Second and 10, the right tackle moved. That's going to be 5 yards back for U of H. 5-yard penalty on the Cougars.
False start, number 74, offense. 5-yard penalty, second down.
Yeah,
we'll back him up 5.
John's going to push him back to, I think, the 33, maybe?
33, right?
Yep. So now it's going to be a second and 15 here. Now the coaches, what does Coach Powers do? I'm thinking you play coverage. You've done a couple good things, but you got to make sure that when we play coverage, guys are playing their zone. They come in 2-by-2 set, and that means that the rushers have to keep him in the pockets. He's hurt us when he got outside the pocket and extended the play.
Here we go, second and 15 from the 33 for Houston. Donovan Smith over the middle. It is caught at the 20 and down inside the 15-yard line. Samuel Brown again. Brown, the West Virginia transfer with the catch. Brooks Miller, the tackle at the 14-yard line, so that is a first down for Houston.
Yeah, that's one right there with Devin. I think it's Devin Bobby. He has to make that play. He sees the receiver set out in front of him. When he comes, he really makes a lunge at it, tries to knock it down, and at that point, second and 15, probably been better just to stop the receiver, and that would have made him a little short, but nevertheless, first and 10 from the 14 now for this U of H offense.
Donovan Smith in the shotgun. He will hand the ball off to Mathis up the middle. Mathis inside the 10 to the 8-yard line. Matt Jones makes the tackle for Baylor. Brendan Bett there as well, a 6-yard pickup. Second down and 4 from the 8 for the Cougars.
Now the Cougars have the rhythm. Now they got the rhythm. And now the only thing that probably keeps them out of the end zone is someone on the Baylor defense now has to make a play. And that means they're going to have to make a play, either turn them over or get in and make a big sack, strip sack. So I would think if I'm Coach Powell, is bring pressure here, force a quick clock.
Mathis in motion, sets up outside. Donovan Smith going to run it himself. He is in the fumble into the end zone. Did Donovan Smith cross the plane? Is he stopped short? Is there a fumble?
Well, they're going to let
ball did come out.
They let it play through, which is a smart thing to do because you always got the review. I thought he was close to down. I thought.
Wow, Ricky, you're right there. How'd it look?
Well, I tell you, it is so hard to tell. He was reaching for the goal line. I thought he might have been across. I didn't see his knee.
On the field is a fumble recovered by Baylor. The play is under further review.
Wow. All right, so the call is a fumble. If that stands, the game is over. They're going to review it quite obviously here and take a look at it. Donovan Smith was stretching for the end zone. Ricky, I thought he may have broken the plane there, but.
Yeah, when he was going, I wasn't watching his knee. I thought maybe he had broken the plane too. It's hard to tell when the ball was coming loose. Was it coming loose as he was going into the end zone or before? It's clear here. I think this is going to be called down at about the half-yard line.
I agree with you, Ricky. They're showing a review, and I think his thigh or knee tapped the ground while he was reaching. And it may be first and goal right there at about the half-yard line, as you mentioned. At least that's what it looks like.
All right, we'll see how the officials see it here. We're in overtime. Baylor scored on their first possession. Baylor leading 24-17 over Houston. First lead today for the Bears. Now Houston on their first possession. The ruling on the field is a fumble in the end zone recovered by Baylor. But they're looking at this review very, very closely.
Yeah, it's a big call here, John.
Yep, here we go.
Yeah, here's the call.
Yeah, it was an easy call.
After review, the runner was down prior to losing the ball. It'll be first and goal for Houston at the half-yard line.
There's Ricky. Ricky ought to work for the official office or something.
Rick is head of officials, and you're the commissioner.
Exactly.
So we got it covered here.
Yeah. Well, John, really, I mean, now you can see. I mean, this is one where you can see the play calls. The play calls have been a lot of Donovan Smith running the ball, and then really beyond that, they did have a couple running back runs, but really not much in the passing game. Just a little bit. They did pick up that first down, but now first and goal from the half. They come out in really a quick, tight formation.
Donovan Smith behind center. He's going to try to climb over the pile, and touchdown, Houston. Donovan Smith runs it in himself. So again, the review.
Ruling on the field is a touchdown.
Overturned the fumble. Houston first and goal inside the 1. Donovan Smith has run it in. Let's pause here 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
All right, 24-23. Question is, Rick, would Houston go for two and the win right here?
Their only timeout of this overtime period.
Don Smith had stayed in the game to go for two. Then they called timeout. So I know it's a consideration, and this wouldn't surprise me at all if they don't go for two here and go for the win.
Yeah, I think I would agree, Rick. I mean, I think if Coach Holgorsen, as he looks at it, he looks at Baylor offense. The Baylor offense, I think, that has scored on every possession in the second half. Baylor came in. They haven't had a lot of possessions. First possession, they go down and get a field goal. But I think that's Drake Dabney on a 38-yard touchdown reception. Then Baylor gets a field goal after pushing the ball into really deep in the territory and having a couple of penalties on the afternoon. And I'm sorry, Baylor did have an interception. It was an interception by the decision by. Yeah, now, John, they are going for it. So the question now is, what is the call? Let's look at the personnel.
All right, Houston going for two and the win here in overtime. Baylor 24, Houston 23. Cougars have just scored, and they're going to go for two.
It's like an old wishbone formation set to his left. So it's four in the backfield. They'll probably break. Baylor's going to call a timeout.
Timeout, Baylor. It's their one and only timeout of the overtime period. This is a 30-second
use their
timeout.
timeout on defense. Odd formation, but you're right, Houston had broken out of that formation, but at least Baylor got a look at it.
Yeah, and John, and then Ricky, I think that's why you hold that timeout. I mean, I know we on the extra point we were saying, hey, look, Isaiah's missed a couple, but it's only 5 yards. It's in the middle, so you hold that timeout. So now, if U of H goes for it, they may have to consider, changing the play because Baylor saw at least your action. We'll see, but then that gives Coach Rand and Coach Powledge an opportunity here. I really would look at Donovan Smith with a run-pass option or on a run after they try to distract you with moving tight ends out and all that. So they kind of come back with an old kind of wishbone formation.
Yep, 4 guys in the backfield, 3 in a line.
Donovan isn't even behind the quarterback.
No. Now they're going to break out of that. Donovan Smith will be alone in the backfield.
This is quarterback run.
Here we go. Houston going for two and the win. Donovan Smith to run up the middle, and he's in for the 2-point conversion. And Houston wins over Baylor in overtime, 25-24 the final score.
Yeah, John, I think, really, you had to call that timeout a little earlier, but I think if Coach would have had the opportunity to let them break out or do whatever, he would have had a chance to know exactly what they were doing. But Donovan Smith, I think on this last drive, we'll look at it. I think he actually was the main runner. I think he ran 3 or 4 times, so I would have been making sure that he didn't run it. But nevertheless, when they broke out, they went empty. Baylor had to break out with them, and then that only left, really 4 defenders inside. And it was an easy run for a guy who's 6'4", 251.
Yeah, Donovan Smith goes in standing up. 2-point conversion. Cougars win over Baylor today. Baylor, a tremendous comeback in the second half, especially the fourth quarter. They score first in overtime to go up 24-17. Houston scores on their first possession in overtime and elect to go for 2 in the win. And they get it, and they'll head home with the victory. Final score, Houston 25, Baylor 24. Stay with us. Our First Central Credit Union postgame show is coming up next here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's going to believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
This has been live coverage of Baylor football. Now, it's time for the First Central Credit Union postgame show. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. HEB, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Stay tuned as we break down the game. Listen to highlights. Talk with Coach Aranda, players, and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
First Central Credit Union postgame show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Baylor and Houston play overtime today. Cougars will head home with the win, 25-24 over Baylor. Bears fall to 3-6 on the season. They are 2-4 in Big 12 conference play. Bears fall to 1-6 in home games this season. Houston with the win is 4-5. They are 2-4 in the Big 12. And JJ, you made the point, the 2 conference wins for U of H, both on the last plays of the game. That Hail Mary to beat West Virginia, and then the 2-point conversion to beat Baylor in overtime today.
Yeah, John. I mean, they hang in there, and that's why I really felt good. I mean, I felt good when we moved them back to the 40. I was like, okay, now you got an opportunity to make them run plays. But Donovan Smith, they basically gave him the ball and said, hey, look, make the plays. And he was the runner. He was, of course, the thrower. And Baylor had him, I thought, in a pretty good position there a couple times. I think we had him at a 2nd and 15, which really at that point you felt good. I was 2nd and 15, but he makes a throw makes about a 17-yard throw on that 2nd and 15, and those are the kind of plays coaches talked about. If you get them at the team 2nd and 15 and you're up, right, you just gotta win those 2 downs to get off the field and get the dub. And Baylor didn't win them, and U of H made the play at the end when they needed to. But U of H, I guess they call the cardiac kids, I'm assuming.
That's true. The way they've won their 2 conference victories this year. Ricky Thompson joins us downstairs outside the Baylor interview room. Nice comeback by Baylor, but comes up 1 point short today.
Yeah, I really thought that at the point where Houston went up 17-10 and intercepted the ball, I thought the game was over then. And then, of course, the Bears held Houston missed the field goal, and then you drive 75 yards and punch it in and tie the game and come right back in overtime and score pretty quickly, go up 24-17. Then on top of that, you get the penalty that drives them back to a 40, so to the 40. So give Houston some credit. They punched in from 40 yards out, went for two, and won a really tough football game, or a tough loss for the Bears.
25-24 the final. Houston over Baylor in overtime. We'll take a break. Be back with more on the First Central Credit Union postgame show in a moment. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Baylor Athletics Group experiences are back. Fans can now purchase exclusive experiences on the Baylor Sports app for an elite, in-venue experience at select Baylor athletic events. New this year, fans can submit their own video board messages to go on the big screen during the game. Baylor football experiences include on-field photos, sideline access during warm-ups, tunnel access during the team runout, and an in-game radio booth experience. Purchase your experience today through the Baylor Sports app.
First Central Credit Union is opening doors to home ownership. First Central's open door mortgage loans up to 95% of the appraised home value with low closing costs, no points, low origination fees, flexible terms, and competitive rates. Consider refinancing your mortgage or securing land for building. We loan up to 75% of the appraised value of land. Apply online at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you.
Some restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Member NCUA.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Brought to you in part by Rudy's Barbecue, a proud sponsor of Baylor football. Be sure to stop by your local Rudy's or Rudy's.com for some real Texas barbecue. Enjoy 100% oak smoked meats, delicious sides, and Rudy's signature sauce. Don't forget, Rudy serves breakfast tacos every day until 10 a.m. 25-24 the final. Houston over Baylor in overtime today. And, guys, we need to name a first-place Foods Darn Good Player of the Game. We're waiting for final stats to catch up or be handed to us before we pass those along to you. But, J.J., Ricky, how about a Darn Good Player of the Game nomination today?
John, that's a good question. I mean, I like the way Blake Shape. It's always easy to pick the quarterback, but I mean, he had. I think these numbers for him, I believe, are updated. I think they had him at 29 of 37 for 263 yards, 2 touchdowns. He did have the pick, but then remember he had the big run to get Baylor back in position to get this game in overtime, as they really pressed to kind of make the mad rush back at him. But you know, you do have a Drake Dabney who finally made some plays after, you know, that one drop, 4 catches, 76 yards, and a score. And I'm trying to think, John, defensively, as I think back at the defensive stats there for the Baylor Bears. We did have the interception, I believe. I forget. I think that was Shatu Reed, I believe.
And Jenkins.
Jenkins ended with 5 tackles, as well as Shatu Reed, and both of them had an interception. So they at least they're worth mentioning.
All right, there's some good nominations. Ricky?
Yeah, a tough call in a game like this, frankly, and I don't have the charts in front of me to see who had tackles defensively. You know, sometimes we forget those interior guys, linebackers, when they have really good games tackle-wise. But I thought Blake played well. I thought Jenkins' interception down on the goal line when Houston was driving to score. That would have been points, field goal, or touchdown. Without that, you don't get to the overtime. So I can go with either one of those guys, but I think as tough as Blake has been with his injury and the pounding he's taken and hanging in there the way he did and the 4th and 18 pickup, I've got no problem going with Blake.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And looking at the defensive stats, just to pass along, Caden Jenkins led Baylor with 5 tackles, had the interception. Chateau Reed, 5 tackles and an interception. Devin Bobby had 5 tackles, and those are Baylor's leading tacklers on the game. But I think we all agree. How about Blake Shapen as our First Place Foods darn good player of the game? Nice numbers, 29 of 37, 263 yards, 2 touchdowns. Did have the 1 interception, only a second interception of the year. And the key run there on 4th and 18, officially a 27-yard run by Blake Shapen to get the Bears that first down, get them out of a hole. He finishes in positive yards, rushing the ball, even with the sacks added in there. So Blake Shapen, our First Place Foods darn good player of the game, brought to you by Hunn's Pickles and Relish, proud sponsors of Baylor Bear Athletics. That's a darn good pickle. Available at restaurants and food service outlets throughout the Southwest. Also look for Hunn's Pickles in the deli section at select grocers throughout North Texas. Take a break. Back with more in a moment. We'll try to get the final stats and hand those off to you and have more on our First Central Credit Union postgame show in a moment. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Follows a tough 25-24 Houston win over Baylor in overtime today at McLean Stadium. We're back after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Postgame show, it's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Kelly Moore. Bears fall today in overtime to Houston, 25-24 the final score. Tell you what, we'll share these stats we have with you right now, and this is off the Stat Monitor, which it doesn't look like has updated to add Houston's drive in overtime, because it shows it as a 24-17 Baylor win over U of H, but this is all we have. So, JJ, how about those? But keep in mind, probably 40 yards will be added for U of H to their total.
Yeah, and even with the 40 yards, Baylor outgained U of H. Baylor ended the game with 413 yards of total offense, and if you add 40, you'll say it was 361. They're showing 321, 361 for U of H. And time of possession, Baylor won that 33 minutes and 21 seconds to 26-39. Time turnovers. Actually, Donovan Smith had 2 interceptions. One, Chateau Reed intercepted that on a great play on the left side of the field there. If you're going, I think that's south. And then, of course, we know Caden Jenkins made a great interception as U of H was going in, thwarting a scoring opportunity for U of H. So, and then Blake had the one turnover that the interception we thought was going to be the end of the game, as Ricky mentioned, but wound up. Baylor ended up stopping them. They missed a field goal, and then Blake makes a great run on 4th and 18, and Baylor scores. So, +1 on the afternoon. I said +1 was a big one, but today Baylor just couldn't pull it out. On the ground, Baylor ran for 150 yards. I really wanted to be up to 150, 160. They got to that number. It was split between Dominique Richards for 11 carries for 51 yards, and Dawson Pendergrass had a great day, 9 carries for 50 yards. Chapin ended up in positive territory with 29 yards rushing on 11 attempts, it shows. A lot of those were scrambles as they were dropping 8 quite a bit. Richard Reese, only 3 touches on the afternoon. They showed a couple wrinkles to try to get Richard Reese the ball. 3 carries for 21 yards, 7-yard per carry average. But overall, you see Blake Chapin, 29 of 37, 263, 2 touchdowns and interception. Drake Dabney, 4 carries, 4 catches, 76 yards and a score. Josh Cameron, 4 for 42, no scores. And then Dominique Richardson out of the backfield, 4 catches for 28 yards. Blake completed the balls to 11 different receivers, so really spread the ball around. And then Donovan Smith, 19 of 24, 209, 2 touchdowns, and he also had the 2 picks. So he wasn't as efficient as you thought he would be. He's averaging 250 yards coming into the game passing. But Donovan Smith wound up using his legs to throw at the Bears. I think this is without the overtime stats. He was 19 to 24 for 209. Then also he had 54 yards rushing. And I think he probably gained another 15 or so right there at the end of the game and a touchdown. So he had 16 for 54 before they had their last possession without a touchdown. But we know he did have a touchdown rushing. Stephon Brown kind of stepping in as they were short. Matthew Golden, who got hurt in this game, and then Joseph Manjack, who didn't play coming into this game. So Stephon Brown came in. He had 7 catches, 59 yards, and a touchdown, and led the receivers there for U of H. So, John, overall, if you look at these stats, third down conversions, U of H is only 3 of 9. Baylor was 6 of 13, so that's actually pretty good. You get close to 50%, that's pretty good. So the interesting thing about the Bears, John, they had the first drive where they drove down, didn't get any points. We missed the field goal, and both teams missed the field goal, so that canceled out. But then we drove another one about 11 plays, got to about the midfield, turned it over on downs, and then, of course, after that, we just in the first half couldn't get any points. So you go into halftime without any points, but you end the game with 24. So that tells you, like, the team about the slow starts Coach talked about. I thought we started pretty good because we drove the ball, and then, of course, the defense stopped them. But overall, John, once again, I think the way we started the game offensively without scoring any points really turned out to be to the detriment of Baylor this afternoon, but they really fought.
All right, 25-24 the final score. In overtime, Houston over Baylor today here at McLean Stadium. Ricky, you still there?
I'm here.
All right, very good. What it does for Baylor is there is absolutely no margin for error now if they hope to end the season in a bowl game for the 12th time in the last 14 years. Bears would have to win out their 3 remaining games, Ricky, to get to 6 wins and bowl eligibility.
Absolutely. That puts the Bears at 3-6, 2-4 in the league, and a tough one next week at K-State, who lost to Texas in overtime today, 36-33. So it's a tough road. You've got to win at K-State, at TCU, and at home against West Virginia. So have definitely put yourselves in a very difficult spot to try to get to that bowl game. But you got to finish these 3 games. We've always been, JJ, in seasons as players where you get to the tail end, and sometimes it's tough to get to Saturday, but they're going to have to do it. They're going to have to show up, and they're going to have to play and play like there's a lot to play for, because you don't want to go in with a losing streak like that, taking the last 3 into consideration as well.
Yeah, very much so. And, 3 tough games, 2 of those 3 on the road, as you said, at K-State, at TCU the next 2 weeks, closing here against West Virginia on the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So that's what's left for Baylor. Houston will play, they've got 3 games left, 2 of those at home. They'll play Cincinnati, they'll play Oklahoma State, and then they'll close at UCF for these Cougars who win their first road game of the year, winning today here in Waco over Baylor, again in overtime, 25-24 the final score. Tough loss, kind of states the obvious, but for Baylor, they sort of, you can't say they didn't pull out all the stops. You think about the flea flicker play that worked for Baylor's first points of the day. That's good to see.
Yeah, John, it was. And, I think Coach Aranda said this team has fought. It's just that, like, the one gap is some of the detail stuff, finishing drives, like on the first drive, getting a lead, changes the tenor of the game. Doing small things. You get a 2nd and 15 in overtime after they're pushed back to the 40. And you give up a conversion on the next down. That's small detail stuff where you expect your guys to make a play. But they did fight. They're going to continue to fight, I'm pretty sure. It's just that you want this team to grow in some areas where they start recognizing and making some of those plays at times where, a coach would really want them to in critical situations.
Oh, perfect. Yep. All right. Thanks, Rick. Drake Dabney joining us post-game as we continue on the First Central Credit Union post-game show. Remind you about his numbers today: 4 catches, 76 yards, and a touchdown, including on the receiving end of that flea flicker. And Drake, thanks for being on with us. And, gosh, what a great comeback. Take the lead in overtime only to come up 1 point short.
Yeah. Obviously not the way we wanted to finish it, but we fought, and we just got to get things going in the first half to give ourselves a better chance. It's not shoot ourselves in the foot, but I'm proud of how the guys stayed in it and kept fighting. So.
I know, Coach Aranda keeps talking about it. I'm sure he's hammered it into your guys' heads about starting fast, and how much of a benefit it is if you can start fast. But that was an issue again today, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's tough. Because I know everyone's frustrated. The fans are frustrated. Trust me, we are frustrating ourselves. It seems like it's the same story every week, but it's just it's not them, it's us. It's what we're doing. It's like we're getting down there and kind of shooting ourselves in the foot, not giving ourselves a chance to score, and it's hard to win games that way. So I think we just really got to hone in on the details and in those intense moments and come up big, but it sucks right now, but we're close, and I still believe in this team 100%, and I still believe that we can figure this thing out. And
yeah, it's good to hear. Good to hear. And I say that about starting fast, but you guys actually, your first possession was a nice drive, just couldn't quite get it in. A couple of penalties backed you up, so you did some good things starting out today.
Yeah, it started out good, and just like I said, when we get down there, it's been a struggle for us all year in the red zone. I feel like we're making steps closer, getting better, but still definitely not where we need to be.
And Drake, talk a little bit about halftime and after that. It seems like y'all stayed longer a little bit in halftime, a little longer, and I've been a part of those locker rooms. Kind of talk about halftime, and then from your perspective, what the demeanor was coming into the second half.
At halftime it was one-score game, so we didn't feel like we were out of it at all. We just really just had to go out there, play loose, be us. Really, the emphasis was play for each other. Play for the defense. They were playing excellent the first half. So, offensively, we just had to trust what we had and go make the plays when they were given to us.
And Dabney, now you're one of the vets on this team. Kind of talk a little bit about kind of what's going to be needed from you as you guys press into this most important time of the season. It's all important with 3 to go and needing all of them to meet at least one of your goals.
For me personally, I'm just going to have to just be at my best at all times and just encourage other guys to be at their best and not only lead vocally but just lead by example. So I feel like when I'm at my best and the rest of our guys are at our best, no one can stop us. But it's going to we got to go back to the drawing board and come to work, come ready to work Monday and throughout this week.
All right, Drake, we appreciate the visit.
Drake.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, Drake Dabney with us, Baylor's leading receiver on the day. 4 catches, 76 yards, a touchdown on that flea flicker. And of his 76 yards, 52 yards after the catch. So well done by Drake Dabney. He had another big catch late, didn't he? Was that fourth quarter, or would that have been overtime? I guess in fourth quarter.
I think it was fourth quarter. I think you're right, John.
Right. So another one, two really big catches out of his 4 total catches on the day. 25-24 the final. Houston wins it over Baylor in overtime. Remind you about our Baylor Coaches Show presented by Rudy's. Next show this week, Wednesday evening, 7 to 8 p.m. It will feature men's golf coach Mike McGraw and volleyball head coach Ryan McGuire. Come join us live at Rudy's on the Circle in Waco, 7 to 8 p.m. this Wednesday. Submit your questions for the next Baylor Coaches Show to the First Place Foods inbox by tweeting at Voice of Bears, First Place Foods. That's a darn good pickle. Ricky, stand by. Let's take a break. Back with more on the First Central Credit Union postgame shows. Still to come, our postgame visit with Bears head coach Dave Aranda. We'll take a break and be right back. It is the First Central Credit Union postgame show, brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Follows a 25-24 Houston win over Baylor in overtime on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Premier ER and Urgent Care.
I'll be right back.
Convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Everything we do for you.
First Central Credit Union says it's game on. Lower your monthly vehicle payments by refinancing your vehicle with First Central. Make it a winning season with refinancing set to your preferences. You decide the due date and frequency. Financed elsewhere? Save money with a new local game plan. Apply online today. We make it easy to score at firstcentralcu.com.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Postgame show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Bears fall to Houston today in overtime, 25-24 the final score. Joined by Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. His postgame comments brought to you by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. Coach, what a great comeback by your team. Take the lead in overtime, only to come up 1 point short.
Yeah, it's a frustrating game. I know a lot of guys are brokenhearted in that locker room there, and while I'm appreciative and honored by their fight and their care factor, our execution, especially early in the game, I think we had a lot of opportunities where it should have been 7 points as opposed to 0 or even 3 points. I think that's, there's a bunch of breaks in it, but those are things that we can control, and we've been working hard to get better at, and it's just unfortunate to see that kind of come back and get us.
Yeah, there were some drives in there first half that looked promising, but like you said, you came away with no points.
Yeah, there is positive things. I thought we were able to run the ball at times, and we're able to move the line of scrimmage. I thought that our backs did a good job of playing with vision, finding a break, and falling forward. And then I thought the O-line did a good job of getting push and movement. But for all of it to be consistent, and for all of it to kind of end up with points on the board is something that we're still striving to do.
Hawkins Poly, we called his name. A couple of really big plays today for him.
Yeah, I'm excited for him. I think, or I know that his future at Baylor is very bright. He is someone that, in everything that we've asked him to do to this point, has done it with great enthusiasm and great effort and great care factor. And there's always a level of physicality to what he does. And so, there's an opportunity for him to see some time this week, and he made the most of it. And so it's really good when you can see that.
Coach, talking first half, talk a little bit about what you saw offensively. The first drive, as John mentioned, very efficient. You were able to run and throw, not for a lot of yards. What was, when you went on the drought there, I think, after that first drive, kind of what did you see from your perspective as kind of the things that may have been holding you back at different times?
Appreciate that. Yeah, I thought early on, in the very beginning, not really sure of, they've played really 3 different defensive structures throughout the year, and so which one they were going to play was a question coming in. Obviously, you prepare for all of them, and we saw elements of all 3 in that first drive, but I thought it was all. I thought the smoothness of it and the ability to kind of matriculate down the field was all predicated on the run game. And then I thought when we kind of dried up was when we were getting negative plays, which took out the ability to run the ball. And so there was, a sack or there was a penalty, there was some holding calls that pushed us back, and then we were not able to recover in those particular drives.
And Coach, defensively, it looked like you had a couple really good opportunities to get them out, especially in that overtime when you kind of had them at 2nd and 15. That's a play that steps out to me. Kind of defensively, it seems like overall you play a game. Talk to me about kind of what your thoughts are, how the defense played, and kind of, what you're expecting coming in.
I think there's been improvement from really, if you were to go from whether it was Tech to Cincinnati to even last week to this week, there's been improvement every week with it, and obviously we want more, and we want wins, and we want all of it. But there's been improvement. The guys on that side of the ball have really been working hard, and the payoff and the execution is there. It's just we did not execute when it matters most.
And my last one there on defense, Coach, it looked like the plan was to bring a little bit more pressure. I don't know if that evolved in the middle in the game, but kind of what was the thought on that part, bringing that star position, those outside guys?
No, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think throughout, you look at Cincinnati, I want to say their first 3rd down was a sprint out to the pass strength, and it was a pick play, and they converted a 3rd down, and then we play last week, and I think we get the same thing from Iowa State on a 3rd down, and so I just think the lack of edge pressure has just invited movement in the pocket and just more plays, and so we've got guys that can rush off the edge, and so the ability to bring them and play tight coverage behind it, I thought helped us at times today.
Coach, we appreciate your visit.
Coach.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Coach Dave Aranda with us post-game. Bears, it's brought to you by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. Bears fall to Houston today in overtime, 25-24 the final score. Bears fall to 3-6 on the year. They are 2-4 in the Big 12. Houston now 4-5. They are 2-4 in Big 12 play. Ricky, final thoughts from you as we wrap this one up and look ahead to the final 3 games of the year.
Well, tough loss. I think that the Bears were in a particular spot late in the 4th quarter where they had the interception and it looked really bad at that point, but make the stop, miss the field goal, and then get the huge 75-yard drive to tie the game, get it into overtime, punch it in right away, and then get the penalty that pushes Houston back to the 40-yard line, and you think, man, this is perfect scenario for overtime. This is exactly what you would like to see if you have to get the ball first. Score and then make Houston go 40 yards. Well, they did it, and they went for 2, picked that up, which didn't surprise me that they went for 2 at all, and win the football game. And I think just with that really makes this more of a devastating loss than it could have been, in that after struggling the entire game, it looked like you were in great position to win it and then let it slip away. So that's a tough one, guys, really tough.
Yeah, and I'm with you, Rick. I like the fight from this team, and you can hear Coach is like, it's like they're looking for the buttons to push. They push them, and it happens in spurts with this team. They perform in spurts, and then in other spurts they don't. But, hey, the Big 12 doesn't let up. Next week you got to go to Manhattan, and it's be a different approach. I mean, in Manhattan, they're going to run the ball more, but they have a couple quarterbacks they can play. Will can run a little bit. They can throw it a little bit, and they're going to run it significantly better than U of H did. But I like the fight. It's just that one of those years where we had a couple years where everything seemed to go right. Now this is the one where every time the other team needs to make a play, it seems like they make it at the right time. But I like the fight of the guys. I mean, I'll never disparage the guys when they're giving you fight. They're giving you fight. It's just that we're just kind of falling a little short.
All right, Bears come up on the short end of a 25-24 overtime loss to Houston today here at McLean Stadium. Those of you listening on our flagship station, we invite you to stay tuned. The postgame fan forum is coming up next with Derek Smith and Elliot Coffey. Get their thoughts and your thoughts coming up on the fan forum, which follows our network sign-off. Thanks for being with us today. We appreciate our entire crew. That includes Jeff Walter, our spotter and statistician, Bob Baker, our engineer. Thanks to Les Marshall. Helped us with engineering issues at halftime. We appreciate Les very much. Thanks to Kelly Moore and Don Gimmer, frequency coordinators, who are second to none. Thanks also to Aaron Sexton, our network board operator, and Gary Moss in network operations. We appreciate them greatly. Speaking for all of them, plus J.J. Joe and Ricky Thompson, I'm John Morris. Thanks for being with us today. Baylor and Kansas State next Saturday. We'll get the game time coming up later this evening for the Bears and the Wildcats from Manhattan. Speaking for our entire crew, I'm John Morris. Final score once again in overtime. Houston 25, Baylor 24. So long from McLean Stadium.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year.
Thanks, Aaron.
Enjoy exceptional service.
All right, John. I'll
See you, man. All right,
Green,
thanks.
alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Hello, hello.
Oh, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become
Nobody here yet,
stories
Darren.
that become
Aaron,
legend.
sorry.
No worries. Just checking.
Got one.
Derek is
Hey, get a picture.
impatiently waiting
No one's gonna
here.
believe this.
And each day ends binge watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
I'm thinking not.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB.
Is he there yet?
Member FDIC.
Hey, Aaron, I'm here.
Okay. Just want to do the quick intro after this close.
Yep. I'll do that.
When we get to the first segment, I have to go to the other room.
I hear you. We'll go. You just hop on and say I'm back, and we'll.
Okay, that's.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. No, anytime, Aaron. We know how that is.
Well, and I was like, that first segment's, they go through a lot.
Usually go long.
So,
yeah, we usually kind of load the clip.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
30 seconds here for the intro, and then that spot, and then on to the first segment.
Texas Aaron, we'll do on the
TFNB
on the rewind segment. Do you have Donovan Smith's 2-point conversion
Yes.
The game winner. We'll roll with that one. We will roll that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Baylor scores and the 2-point conversion?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
On the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Here we go.
Rough day at the office for the Baylor Bears as they fall in overtime to the Houston Cougars, 25-24. Home woes continue for the Bears. A valiant comeback effort falls short. The Bears now at 3-6 on the season. The Postgame Fan Forum is straight ahead coming up. Stay with us. If you want to join us, you can tweet us your thoughts, #BUFanForum, or you can comment on the Baylor Athletic Facebook's page stream or on YouTube. Coming up, 25-24 in overtime, Houston wins. We're talking about it next with Elliott Coffey and Derek Smith in the Postgame Fan Forum.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
This is the Baylor football.
Alrighty.
All right, Aaron.
Fan Forum.
We'll be waiting for your note when you're back.
I appreciate it. And
Yeah.
Cam will be here just in case,
Gotcha.
anything goes haywire. But
Appreciate that.
Sure.
No, we're good. Yeah, all good.
Insurance.
Okay, thanks, Derek.
To find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. HEB, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Here are your hosts, Derek Smith and Elliott Coffey.
There are days, even in a tough season, where the favorables on paper look like for a struggling team they are there. Today was a day that Baylor came back home looking for their first Big 12 home win of the season, Big 12 home win of the season, and it was there for the taking. At many times, despite a very slow start by the Bears, they put together a valiant comeback effort, sent the game to overtime, only to lose in heartbreaking fashion on a 2-point conversion on the game's final play to fall 25-24 to the University of Houston today to fall to 3-6 on the season. It was a game that was there for the taking. The measurables seemed favorable in a lot of ways, but the Bears struggled throughout much of the first 3 quarters on offense. Weren't able to make quite enough plays defensively, and then in overtime, they couldn't get the stop they needed, and they fall to Houston today by a score of 25-24. Alongside Elliott Coffey, I'm Derek Smith. Elliott, this was tough. It was just a rough game on so many levels because it was a football team this week that put a premium on coming out with a fast start, but that wasn't the case. Shut out until there was 2:20 left in the third quarter. They actually put together a pretty valiant comeback effort, as we said, finding a way to tie the game up with 30 seconds left, bringing in players whose names we hadn't even really heard before, called their names before to tie the game up. They get a touchdown in overtime. At times, it seemed like maybe they had made a big play that would change the game, but in the end, it was Houston, a team that in many regards has had just as many struggles as Baylor had this year, finding a way to get for them what is kind of a signature win for their season beyond that West Virginia Hail Mary.
Yeah. No. I completely agree with that. There's a couple of things that, looking at how things played out today, for starters, I know this is just hard on the players, right? I think, played on plenty of teams that have been in this situation here in Waco. Right, at my first 2 years, we went, I think, 4-8 in back-to-back years, maybe 3-9. I think we're probably 4-8 in back-to-back years. And not to say that this team can't still go 6-6, right? It's a 3-6 football team. You can run the table, but you have losses like this, and they're incredibly difficult, to overcome. And I was looking at the show notes from the tailgate show that we went through today, and I was looking at some of the themes that we were really expecting to see. And you mentioned one of them, which was start fast, right? I think, what I talked about was two things. I wanted to see us score on the first drive of the game. That didn't happen, right? We were moving the ball down the field. We looked like we were going to do what, just about everybody's done on U of H this year. I mean, they're giving up 32.5 points a game, right? Moving the ball, vertically on them. We were running the ball successfully, and then penalties show up. Right, kill the drive, we missed the kick. The other thing that I was looking for as well was us scoring 24 points in regulation, right?
Got there, but in overtime.
But we got there in overtime,
yeah.
Right? And so, if we would have scored 24 points today, Derek, in regulation, we would have won the football game, right?
Yeah.
And so it's very tough because that, at times we looked so rhythmic. Right, things were going well, and then it's for every one step forward, two steps back, right? And whether it was on the defensive side of the ball or it was offensively, we just couldn't get a rhythm where we consistently went out there and were able to find something that U of H was doing that we liked, that we exploited, right, consistently. And so, realistically, this is a game that probably shouldn't even have gone to overtime. There's a couple of missed kicks that are mixed into that. There's a little wonky turnover, that led to a field goal or almost a field goal.
There was an overturned touchdown to Josh Cameron.
Touchdown to Josh Cameron, which was ruled a touchdown. Which typically, if you don't have indisputable video evidence, then you can't overturn it. And they overturned it, which was fairly questionable. And so there's so many pain points throughout the course of the game that you want this so much for these kids, right? And these coaches, right? You want this so bad for this team, just to have these things fall in their favor, and just for whatever reason, for everything that fell in our favor in 2021, everything that can go wrong for us in 2023 seems to be happening. And so this is a tough game, right? And I think, there's no doubt in my mind that the kids played hard, right? They were out there flying around. They put everything on the line. This is just one that stings, and I think it'll probably sting for a while, especially because this is one that I think everybody talks about. We had kind of checked on the schedule as a winnable game, right? One that we should go out and win. U of H has not played well this season. They've played, like I said on the pregame show, they lost to Rice. And they've, but they've gone as well as playing tough against Texas, but they've also had games that haven't gone in their favor. And so this is one that we expected to win. This is a game that I think, we expected to win all of the new additions to the conference, right? We beat Cincinnati, we beat UCF, but we had a couple of wonky things that fell in our favor. If you look at UCF, it was that fumble that Caden Jenkins picked up and took to the house. If you look at the Cincinnati game, it was the
special teams.
It was the special teams, right? It was that Byron Vaughn's kickoff return for a touchdown that kind of popped right into his hand. You had 2 interceptions today, but you didn't have that big play that put points on the board for us, and that was ultimately what the difference was. And so those are nice to have, but those shouldn't be what leads you to a win. It should be something that's kind of icing on the cake, and right now that's something that we were kind of living on, feast or famine. So all around, like I said, my heart goes out to the kids and the coaches. I know how hard, they're playing, and I know how hard they're coaching and how they're trying to work on their stuff, but this is a tough loss, man.
You know, I think of the phrase that, you know, Bill Parcells once famously said, at some point you are what your record says you are. Right now this team is 3-6. And, you know, you look, you think how many close games. You referenced 2021. I heard Ricky Thompson on the network broadcast reference 2019 and 2021, those years when so many close games, you know, went the team's way. But there was an element in those games, you know, of guys going out there and taking it. Guys going out there and taking it. And I think what's been tough about this is there's been games, you know, like this was a game that it felt like Houston in some ways was kind of begging us to win, right? I mean, there were plenty of opportunities. You know, it's not that Houston ever really slowed down the Baylor offense. I mean, the Baylor offense was at a relatively comfortable rhythm at portions of the game, but they couldn't get out of their own way at times. They struggled to finish drives, gave up big plays. You know, you think about even that 2-point conversion attempt right there. You have a chance to end the game. I think the play that they ran was one that most people said, if you had surveyed fans before the game and said 2-point conversion game on the line, what play is Houston going to run? They're going to spread them out.
Well, here's that thing. Here's we talk about identity. Identity is, in my opinion, when you talk about an identity, it's like, what can you run on the field that somebody can't stop?
Yeah.
Right? Defensively or offensively, are you guys a spread team? Can you just stretch it vertically? Hey, do you just bludgeon people on the line of scrimmage? What's your identity? What can't people stop by you? And it was that play.
It was that
play.
play.
If they do have an identity, it's that they can spread the ball around. Derek, we haven't even mentioned the fact that they lost their top 2 receivers.
Right. Right.
And so, you know, everybody, I don't want to say everybody knew, but we had a pretty good inkling that that's what they were going to run, right? And the tough thing about that formation is you've got 5 down linemen, you've got 5 people in the box. Somebody had to win one-on-one and then tackle a 6'5", 225-pound Donovan Smith. And, you know,
he's a strong dude.
He's a strong dude, right? And so it's just you know.
Yeah, it's a rough loss. It's a really, really rough loss for, you know, for everyone involved. And I think it just, you know, did it make it better or worse that the team came back? And I don't know. You like seeing the fight. to your point about identity, though, and that's what I think as we talk about nine games in here, Elliot, things go well for Baylor at times in games and in games they've won, but it's often something different. It's on one play, it's Blake Shapen finding a way on a broken play to scramble on an angle. You know, it was 4th and 17, but he probably ran 60 yards on that play to pick up the first down. You know, you do have some plays. I think Dawson Pendergrass is becoming pretty reliable in a short yardage type situation, right? And, you know, you've had some trick plays work. I think we've seen that trick play to Drake Dabney that got the Bears on the board late in the third quarter work a few times. But you're right. You say, what's the play? What's the play that you dial up with confidence? And that's the tough thing for this team. I think 9 games in, things work at times, but it's often not the same.
Derek,
the same thing.
Yeah, it's not. Like, you know, that the trick play that went to Dabney, we scored on it this time. It was a good pass against UCF.
And it sparked us, right?
Cincy, yeah, it was a spark. So we went out there and did it. But I think we do have an identity at this point. I think it's just not one that we want.
Right.
Right.
Well, and again, it kind of goes back to when you got a 3-6 record at this point. You know, even with some tough close losses there, at some point you're 3-6.
Right. And I think it's such a delicate balance of, hey, what can we identify, what can we fix, and then like not being too hasty to define a team as one that can't recover from the record that we have, right? But also understanding that it's important to identify where we are, because once you identify where you are, you can then work on really having some difficult conversations moving past it. Because, I mean, I think schematically it's easy sitting up here in the press box looking at things and seeing what we feel we should do differently, right? Just because the perspective is different. But I'm sure with the time that the coaches have spent with these guys in practice, they know what they can and cannot do, and they're working their best to put them in successful situations. But something that I feel like is sticking with me right now is I feel like we're dealing with so much internal issues of correcting scheme that we don't have a chance to play the other team sometimes. And you know, you can see that, okay, we know that they're going to spread us out wide, but because we have this that we're working on, we can't actually identify the fact that, like, hey, we've got to run this to beat this.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Donovan Smith's touchdown. And so there's a couple things offensively as well. I mean, I feel like especially when we run the ball so well, you get into those, you know, second and shorts and third and shorts, you really want to see us continue to do the simple thing, right, which is get north and south, get the first down, take the easy yards, right, do it quickly. And it feels like there's a lot of instances where we don't take the easy yards, and it comes back to bite us because then a penalty happens, or maybe a drop ball happens. And then all of a sudden, instead of it being a 3rd and 4, it's a 3rd and 8+. Then you're one-dimensional, and then we already know that we maybe have some pass pro issues when they show us that 3-man front, and we can't escape it. But it's because it was a snowball effect of, hey, what did we do? Why did we stop taking the easy yards, right, where they were? So I think a lot to take away from this game. But all in all, like I said, the big thing here is that the guys are still playing hard. It's tough. It's tough.
It's been, you know, you talked about, you know, kind of almost feeling like at times like you're having to fight with yourself a little bit in addition to the opponent. I think it kind of leans into something that I'll say that's not like some, you know, I'm not pinpointing any one like thing for analysis or saying let's run this. It's just this has been a year that it seems like even the good things have come hard. They've just, you know, they've kind of been hard to get. It just seems like the labor to get the good things. You know, it's kind of like, you know, there's been some years. I mean, you think back 2 years ago, there's just a weird way you go in, you feel like, how are we going to find a way to win today? Because they kept doing that. And then sometimes you'd have those games where it, you know, where even in a close game, there's some big plays that feel like they come free and easy, that you create those opportunities. And this year, it just kind of feels like you know, even the good things feel like they have to swim hard against the tide to get them sometimes. And that is not a metric. That is not a number. That's just an observation. You know, just an observation. And you feel because they are working hard. You see it. You see Blake Shapen working hard to come back from injury. You see Dawson Pendergrass getting better. You see these young guys in the secondary finding ways to make some plays. You see Matt Jones making tackles in the backfield, but just for whatever reason to get the things that they've the success we've seen in the past, even the little bits of success here and there, just seem like they're harder to come by. And I don't know what to pinpoint that. It just seems like
it's just hard, right?
Yeah.
And I use the example of, you know, getting easy yardage, but yeah, it just feels like we've got to work so hard for everything. And maybe, you know,
I don't know why.
Yeah, and maybe in years past we've just been spoiled with, you know, some of the success that we've had, but like it does feel like what are typically, in Derek's words, a pedestrian play maybe aren't as simply or as easily executed as maybe they feel like they should be. In particular, when other teams have had a lot of success doing something against a team, you hope that is something that you can replicate. And it would appear that at times we have difficulty replicating the success that a lot of teams have had against certain opponents.
Yeah. Well, and that was, you know, in a lot of ways the case today. This is a Houston team that has given up, as you pointed out, Elliot, you know, 32.5 points per game. They have given up over 40 points multiple times, 4 times.
Averaging 400 yards a game, which we did.
And that's the weird – and that's another thing when you talk about things being difficult sometimes. In regulation, we don't actually have the final stats because of, I guess there's a stat broadcast is having an issue. But
love that for us.
Yes, but, you know, we had 413 yards in regulation. We outgained them in regulation by almost 100 yards. We had 150 yards in regulation on the ground of their 112, outpassed them 263 to 209. We were pretty solid on third down today, 6 of 13 on offense. We were pretty solid defensively on third down. Held them to 3 of 9. We ran 21 more plays in regulation. Those numbers, if you are Houston before the game and you tell a Houston fan, here's the final numbers, they probably look at that and think, oh, Baylor won that game. Baylor won that game 35-20, but
35-20,
or something like that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it was those 7 penalties for 50 yards. Penalties have not been much of a problem as of late. but they were very costly on 2 drives. May have cost the Bears somewhere between 6 and 14 points in the ball game. Obviously, which would have been big in a game that goes to overtime. You had, I think, too many sacks. Too many sacks were allowed in this ball game by the Baylor offensive line, and I think a couple of those, maybe Blake Shapen held on to the ball a little too long. And I think sometimes something like that holds on, or when you have an interception like he had late that ultimately didn't come back to bite the Bears. Sometimes when things are going bad, you're just trying to make a play, and it happens. But the metrics that you look at for the final stats at the end of regulation actually look like they would benefit Baylor, but unfortunately they didn't. The team was kept off the board until late in the third quarter, and the defense, I think you hold them to 10 points through 3 quarters, or 7 points through 3. I beg your pardon. Yeah, 10 points through 3 quarters. You feel like you've done something really good, and that is because their offense has not had trouble scoring points this year, but you couldn't get that complimentary support from the offense.
I mean, here's my thing: is that you give up 24 points, 25 points. That's not a bad performance by the defense.
No, that's not. That's not.
That should be something that we can overcome. We talked about it on the pregame show of maybe this is a shootout. Maybe you see a bunch of points go up on the board. Well, 7-0 at halftime wasn't the shootout we expected. And you can see, and here's the one thing that I will say is that you can see the offense morphing, right? You can see it's going to more of a quick game, more of a traditional spread. You can see we saw some RPO stuff that you had quick game that went wide to. There was somebody that we thought was Monterey Baldwin, ended up being who was
Cameron Bonner.
Cameron Bonner. I was like, okay, that's a new name.
Yeah. Well, they had that inside fake, and Blake would roll out and a play action roll out. That play was very successful, and that's another thing. There's coaches and players who have had success, and you see the work to adjust. But just it just seems like it's in a lot of cases, there's a player too short, and when that happens multiple games, all of a sudden you get to a 3-6 spot.
Yeah, it's just swimming. It's pretty tiring to swim upstream against the tide, and that just feels like what we're doing now. Like I said, still swimming, right? Still swimming, but it's been tough on the guys.
25-24, the final in overtime. Baylor falls to Houston today. Baylor now 3-6 on the season. Houston improves to 4-5. Baylor still looking for that first Big 12 home win. They'll try to get that against West Virginia in the regular season finale. Take a time out, and when we come back, we'll have Rewind. We will take a look at the big plays in this one here with the voice of the Bears, John Morris. If you want to join in the conversation, hashtag BUFanForum, hashtag BUFanForum. This is the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work, determination, commitment. The number one Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
Number one based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
We're breaking down today's game on the Fan Forum. To join in the conversation, tweet your thoughts with hashtag #BUFanForum or leave your comments on the YouTube or Facebook live streams. Now, back to Derek and Elliot.
We welcome you back into the Postgame Fan Forum from McLean Stadium, where the Bears fell behind 10-0, scored with 30 seconds left to send the game in overtime before falling in heartbreaking fashion tonight to Houston, 25-24. Donovan Smith, the game-winning touch, the game-winning two-point conversion that we will hear here, along with other plays in just a moment. I want to let you know, Rudy's is a proud sponsor of Baylor football. Be sure to stop by your local Rudy's or Rudy's.com for some real Texas barbecue. Enjoy 100% oak smoked meats, delicious sides, and Rudy's signature sauce. Don't forget, Rudy's serves breakfast tacos every day until 10 a.m. Don't forget that the Baylor Coaches Show at Rudy's is back again this week at 7 to 8 p.m. The guest this week will be Ryan McGuire of Baylor Volleyball, Mike McCraw of Men's Golf. You could submit your questions for the next Baylor Coaches Show to the First Place Food inbox by tweeting at Voice of Bears. First Place Foods, that's a darn good pickle.
Yep.
Time now for Rewind. Let's look at the big plays in this game. We're going to hear some of them as called by the legendary voice of the Bears, John Morris. And honestly, Elliot, from a Baylor standpoint, this was a game that the highlights don't really begin until late the third quarter, at least on offense, right? I think the defense made plays. They held a good Houston. Houston in a lot of statistics this year is near the bottom of the Big 12 in average in defense and in rushing offense, but passing offense and scoring, they're kind of near the top of the middle or the bottom of the top, however you want to look at it. Right there, this is a team that outside of an early game this year against UTSA has not had trouble scoring points. Donovan Smith is a player with some talent. He's got some good receivers. And we saw that. And in a lot of ways, Baylor did a good job against them. Baylor also moved the ball at times. Baylor had 3 drives of over 10 plays or more that did not result in points. 2 missed field goals and a turnover on downs. Now, the strange thing is all of those drives, Elliott, were 10 plays or more. None of them gained more than 43 yards, which is a weird juxtaposition. You'll see drives like that, right? There'll be a game where you'll have one of those drives that results in a field goal where it's like 12 plays, 48 yards, or what have you. But you usually don't see 3 of them bunched up together like that. Kind of talking about the idea that it just seems like things have been hard to come by for the team at times. That might be a numerical example. 12 plays, 43 yards results in a missed field goal to start the game. I mean, that drive ate up almost half of the first quarter. Did not result in points. And then the Bears force a 3-and-out. However, they go 3-and-out. Then they get a turnover, an interception, a nice play by Caden Jenkins, the first interception that Baylor grabbed to snuff out a 10-play drive and stop that drive all the way down inside the Baylor red zone. So Baylor has some momentum. And again, they get the ball back. Start of the second quarter, they move 10 plays, but go just 36 yards in under 5 minutes and turn the ball over on downs. And at some point, if you keep having drives come up empty, at some point it feels like the opposition is going to find a way to make it happen. And they did just that. After Baylor turned the ball over on downs, Houston needed just 3 plays, 1 minute and 11 seconds to score a touchdown. Donovan Smith with a passing touchdown to Samuel Brown. That made it 7-0. At that point, Baylor looked like it might have a chance to move the football again, to try to answer quickly. But again, after that Houston touchdown, Baylor looked like they'd thrown a touchdown, right, to Josh Cameron. This was a pivotal play in the game, Elliott. Baylor threw a 21-yard touchdown pass. It was ruled a touchdown on the field to Josh Cameron. Really nice play by Blake Shapen and by Josh Cameron. However, Cameron bobbled the ball just a bit, and the play was overturned. Now, you could see the bobble, and I think you could kind of tell he probably was maybe out of bounds, but you don't usually see that get overturned because you could not clearly see that he was out of bounds, and that at the end of the day is the final ruling. It's also possible that they had a camera angle we didn't see, but that was a big play because Baylor, that was a 3rd down play. It was a huge momentum play. Instead, it's wiped off the board, and Baylor misses a field goal.
It felt like an inflection point. I think that if that touchdown gets scored, there was a little bit of like moxie on the sideline. The fans really got into it. That was something that we really wanted, was to go out there and take those points. And so it also felt like a little bit of a sigh of relief, like something once again finally fell in our favor. And then you saw the replay, and I don't think that there was conclusive evidence that his head did bob out of bounds. I think there was an possibility that it did. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, once they took that play away from us and then you kicked that field goal, like it was a very, very frustrating.
It was. I also thought that stunk, too, because Josh Cameron is a guy who's been very involved in the offense the last couple of years, still looking for his first career touchdown. There was some genuine enthusiasm for him from the guys, too, when that happened. I don't know. You played, Elliot. You know there are guys that when they get that first touchdown, when they make a big play, it just seemed like they, guys get excited for him. And maybe I was reading too much in him, but Cameron's been a guy that guys like on this team and look up to.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, if you remember, like, the spring game, like 2 years ago, like going into the 2022 season, like everybody talked about how Josh kind of came up out of nowhere and was like maybe going to be our ace guy. And he played, I don't know how many, touchdowns he had in that spring game, but he played kind of lights out. I was really impressed with what he saw. And so you knew that there was going to be a heavy dose of him last year. And then, with him, having some success then, you thought that maybe this year, especially with dealing with some injuries, maybe he'd be the guy to step up. And I thought that was a great attempt to go up there and get the ball one hand on it. Got absolutely smoked by the safety, but really still found a way to kind of bring it and compete for that touchdown. And so you do want that for him, right? Because that's a guy that's out here that, you never hear nothing but good stuff about the guy, about his work ethic and how he shows up every day for practice. And so you want him to go out there and make those big plays. Kind of in the same way that on Thursday, now that I live in Pittsburgh, I watch Steelers games. Deontay Johnson hasn't caught a touchdown since Ben Roethlisberger was the quarterback of the Steelers, right? For those of you that don't know, it's been at least, two seasons since that happened. And so it's one of those times where somebody goes out there, they're playing their butt off, they're competing every week, and you want to see them get a touchdown. And so it would have meant a lot to the team for him to go out there and get that.
And, he made a really good play on it. He made a couple of really nice plays today. He finished with 4 catches for 42 yards. Baylor had 4 receivers with 4 catches apiece. Dabney, 4 for 76 and a touchdown. Josh Cameron, 4 for 42. Dominic Richardson, 4 for 28. Monterey Baldwin had 4 for 16. So then that comes with just over a minute to go in the first half, and Houston drives down the field quickly. In fact, looked like they might get what would have been a devastating score right before halftime. However, they threw an interception, a really nice play by Chateau Reed. He beat it one-on-one. They had a receiver one-on-one down the left sideline, but Chateau Reed was able to read the football and make a play, and that sent the game to intermission. Houston won the toss deferred to the second half, and they put a little drive together. 14 plays, 67 yards, 8 minutes and 44 seconds. I think that drive looms larger, Elliot, knowing that the game went to overtime as well, right? That game looms a little bit larger because they ate up over half of the third quarter, and Baylor kind of got it going late in the ball game. And I don't know, frankly, would have liked to have seen them have the ball once or twice more in that third quarter than they did, but they did not. Houston got a field goal to make it 10-0.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those times where I kind of mentioned to you, it feels like we're playing against ourselves and the other team. And what I mean by that is we're constantly fighting the clock. Now, if you're putting up points, then the clock is like you're trying to run it out. But when you're eating up a ton of clock and you're not scoring those points, particularly touchdowns, like it will start to work against you, especially if the other team can go out there and score in 3 plays. And so it was like we were allergic to the 2-yard line parts of the game. And that was just an instance where it's good to see us move the ball, but you've got to put points on the board.
Yeah. Well, so they score. They make it 10-0. Baylor finally gets it going. They resort to some trickery, and it paid off in a big way for their first touchdown of the day.
1st and 10 Bears at the 38. Here's a little double reverse and a flea flicker, and a pass is caught on the sidelines. Did he get in? Drake Dabney, touchdown Bears. The double reverse in the backfield, flea flicker back to Chapin, who hit Drake Dabney from 38 yards out, and the Bears are in the end zone for the first time today.
That made it 10-6. The extra point made it 10-7, and now things are moving. Baylor gets a stop, drives again, a 12-play, 69-yard drive, eats up almost 7 minutes. However, they had to settle for a field goal. Elliot, this also a drive that could have been more than it was, but key penalties, and not just one penalty late in the drive, but multiple penalties, forced them out of a potential, first and goal-to-goal situation, close to it, and instead they find themselves needing a goal to go and long and have to settle for the field goal. But they did get it to make it 10-0.
They did get it to go 10-0. I mean, you look
10-10 rather.
Excuse me, 10-10. You look at this. All right, so you've got a Richard Reese rush to the left for 8 yards. You get down to the 2, right? So it's 2nd and 2 on the Houston 2. Richard Reese to the left for no gain, holding on Hawkins Pauly. Scores down the road, so that's good, but 10-yard penalty. So it's now 2nd and 12 on the Houston 12. Before the snap, delay a game, 5-yard penalty. Now it's 2nd and 17, right? Incomplete pass to Josh Cameron.
Sorry, we're sitting here talking.
What is happening?
Normally it's pretty quiet when you and I are in here on the post-game fan forum. But
I think somebody's using the stadium as their own, it's their own playlist.
Okay, the music is over.
Okay, we're
back to normal. Back to normal. I'm sorry.
All right, so Richard Reese, right? So 1st and 10 from the Houston 10. We get it down to the 2-yard line. We get a 10-yard holding penalty. We get a 5-yard delay of game penalty. It's now 2nd and 17 from the Houston 17, where we started. Derek, by the way, 1st and 10 from the 10, 2nd and 2 from the 2-yard line, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're back to the 12-yard line, back to the 17-yard line. We get a incomplete pass to Josh Cameron to take it to 3rd and 17, and then we get a 7-yard rush from
Pendergrass,
from Dawson Pendergrass,
who was one play away from breaking it, but
he was
still, it's 3rd and 17.
Now it's 3rd and 17, and all of a sudden it's 4th and 10 from the 10, and we're kicking a 27-yard field goal when, Derek, we had the ball on the 2-yard line on 2nd down.
Yeah. This is an aside.
Go ahead.
We had a lot of positive first down plays today.
Oh, man.
That was one, right? It's 1st and goal from the 10. You set up 2nd and goal from the 2.
Well,
but
Derek.
You didn't take advantage of it.
No, you didn't. And here's the other thing about this, right? So the quarter starts on 2nd and 8, right? 2nd and 8, 7-yard pass to Cameron Bonner, right? That's the Cameron Bonner, the 84 that we were talking about, the quick game, right? RPO kind of showed the zone read and then quick out to Cameron Bonner, right? 3rd and 1 situation, pass to Hawkins Pauly, 13 yards. Right?
Yeah.
13 yards on 3rd and 1. 1st and 10, Blake Shapen pass to Monterey Baldwin. We eat up 9 yards on 1st down. Right? On 2nd and 1, we get 14 yards to Drake Dabney. Right? The next drive. So 1st and 10, 10-yard rush by Dominic Richardson. Right?
Mm-hmm.
1st and 10 from the Houston 24, 9 yards to Dawson Pendergrass. Right? 2nd and 1, 5 yards to Dawson Pendergrass. Right? 1st and 10, 8 yards. Derek.
That's a drive that should be a touchdown.
That is the drive that should be a touchdown. We've got 1 3rd down, and that whole drive was a 3rd one, and we went for 13 yards. What happened?
That's where we met Hawkins Pauly for the first time.
What happened, right?
Is the penalty, and that's – we talk about resiliency sometimes. It seems like, those penalties, sometimes when things are going well, when you're really rolling, a penalty like that is a minor irritant.
Right.
Sometimes it's the difference in the ballgame. And unfortunately, it's the latter right now, because that was a great rundown you just gave. There were multiple drives in this game where Baylor made big plays. And by big plays on 1st down, we've been talking all year, right? Can you get it 2nd and medium? Can you keep your playbook open?
And
it was.
4 or less, right? Even 2nd and 5 and less,
right? It was, yeah. It was in so many cases, but they were on drives that ultimately didn't result in points or didn't result in enough. There, Baylor, after having 2nd and goal at the 2, had to settle for the field goal. That made it 10-10. Unfortunately, Houston answered quickly and did a little more so. Just 5 plays, 75 yards, under 3 minutes. They find Tony Mathis, former West Virginia running back, wide open for a 24-yard touchdown. He got isolated with Garmin Randolph deep down the field in coverage. I think that's about the deepest I've seen Garmin Randolph, that I've noticed him anyway, down the field defensively in coverage, and he almost got that 6'7" frame up there to get a tip on the ball, but that was your only hope at that point, and he couldn't do it, and it was an easy touchdown.
He's supposed to be our pass rusher. So there's been a couple instances, and I'll probably go over this play in our film room, where we've talked about this the last couple weeks, where you see 6 guys in the line of scrimmage. You've got 4 down linemen, right? You've got the 2 linebackers lined up in the opposing A gaps, and then what they'll do is they'll blitz a linebacker and they'll drop a defensive end. Well, he had a couple plays where he was out wide, one-on-one on receivers, and he jammed the crap out of him, and he did a great job. And I think that the offensive coordinator for U of H saw that. He was jamming him hard. He said, okay, well, don't worry about running around. Just don't worry about anything short. Just go vertical. and he took it vertical, and he's not a coverage guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's outside linebacker, realistically more like a rush end kind of guy, and he just got a little out of his wheelhouse. So that was good on their end. You just kind of wonder how
they got
he
a mismatch.
ends up in
Yeah.
that much of a mismatch. But we're taking some, I think, some liberties at putting people in different positions, but trying to find some success. So,
well, that made it 17-10. At this point, Baylor is in a position where it is pretty much do or die, or so it seems. Blake Shapenhour trying to make a play, throws an interception. He kind of should have eaten the ball there, but he did not, through an interception. However, Baylor dodges a bullet. Houston trying to go for a game-icing field goal, misses it. So Baylor gets the ball back with just under 3 minutes to play, and they march down the field. And they overcame some big obstacles at times, including one of the, I got to say, probably that's got to be one of the longest fourth down conversions in a do-or-die drive that Baylor has ever had, right? You were talking about at that juncture, a 4th and 17. Blake Shapen looks for an outlet, can't find anyone, sees an opening on the field, and scrambles for 27 yards. Probably ran about 60 yards, angling across the field, picked it up, and that was a good moment. That was a good moment. It was fun to see that for him. It extended the drive, and then we talked about at times it felt like Houston was trying to give him the game.
Yeah.
Baylor took advantage of prosperity on this drive. Right, we didn't know the name Hawkins Polly before the game, but we did. Elliott mentioned he picked up that 13-yard reception on 3rd down and 1 on the prior drive, and here he lined up in the backfield, and Blake Shapen found him for the game-tying touchdown.
Bears hustle to the line of scrimmage. Shapen under center, fakes the handoff. He's going to throw it. It's caught. Touchdown, Baylor. Touchdown, Bears. It's Hawkins Polly with the touchdown for Baylor. How about that? There are no flags. The Bears are an extra point away from tying, or do they go for 2 right here? 29 seconds to play.
Well, they did go for the extra point and tie the game up. Hawkins Polly, we've seen some guys. We've seen Baylor has worked in a number of tight ends or backs the last couple of years. We've seen Kelsey Johnson become a guy that they've used at times. Certainly Drake Dabney is one, but Hawkins Polly is a name that we had not said much before today, but he had a couple of big catches, including that one there. If you're wondering, he is a true freshman out of Stratford High School in Houston. You ever play Stratford, Elliott, when you were at Sugar Land?
No, but the year after I left, my brother and his team played against Andrew Luck. Went to Stratford.
Andrew Luck, yep.
Right. So our quarterback in high school was Derek Carr. So you had Derek Carr versus Andrew Luck, and then my high school, Clements, we actually went out there and beat Stratford. So never played against him personally. I kind of followed Hawkins a little bit just because the Houston kids that make their way up to Waco, I like to follow a lot of those kids. And so I recognize him he was a big get for us last year. And so glad to see him out there contributing, trusting him in a pretty crucial situation, right? To put that ball in his hands there and him be the guy that, needs to take us to the promised land. So great by him. I think we've seen a couple balls. I think we've seen more than a few passes dropped that we expected to see caught this year. And so the moment wasn't too big for him. So it's good to see him go out there and make the play.
And that was, I think we talked about the creativity we saw in the red zone. Jeff Grimes,
real quick. Make the play.
Make the play.
Isn't that all you said?
That's what he said. That's always what it is. Yeah. Make the play. He did, and I thought that was that kind of creative Jeff Grimes play calling. Now, that feels like when they knew we're gonna have a guy open there, right? You're gonna have a guy open, so you just do the pitch and catch. And in that case, Baylor did. But how many times last year did we see? I think Baylor. How many times did we see Baylor in the red zone make a play where you had a tight end in a position you didn't usually see him, or just see him wide open. Whether that be they'd find a way to get Ben Sims open. You'd see Kelsey Johnson on a run. We saw that Gavin Yates is another name that I failed to mention earlier, who has had probably a pretty high level of touchdowns and first downs to touches ratio, which right now Hawkins Polly is what two catches, 2 touches of the football, and a touchdown and a first down. That's a pretty good ratio. And I think we've seen Jeff Grimes do that well over the years, and he did so there.
I was going to say, we've had enough success with the tight end position for Ben Sims to be on the 53-man roster in Green Bay
Green Bay Packers,
that show, right?
Absolutely.
A lot of it had to do with his ability to convert in the red zone last year. So
So that made it 17-all. The game goes to overtime. Houston calls heads. It is tails. Blake Shapen and the Bears get the ball at the 25-yard line. First play, boom, a pass to Drake Dabney for 23 yards all the way down to the 2-yard line. And I actually should mention, forgot to do the math in my head, he actually would have finished with, 5 catches for 99 yards because our numbers don't have the overtime stat. So 5 catches, 99 yards, and a touchdown for Drake Dabney. A couple plays later, Dawson Pendergrass rumbles into the end zone basically untouched. And Baylor's done what they need to do. They take the lead, 24-17. Then on the extra point, Houston is called for leaping, which you don't see that very often. That's where you leap forward like a projectile and land on the back of a teammate, make contact with a teammate. That's a penalty. That's an unsportsmanlike conduct. And so that set them back 15 yards. So now Baylor's got the lead in overtime. The defense, which has been pretty solid all day, just needs to keep them from going 40 yards in overtime, which you don't see that very often, obviously. In college, you start at the 25, but that 15-yard penalty set them back 15 yards. And so now Baylor is in good position. Before we talk about the final play, I want to mention this. The officials were all kind of confused there in overtime. There was one point where, I don't know if you noticed this, Elliot.
They said jumping. They said 15-yard penalty. They said that
declined.
Cannot be carried over, so Baylor declines it, and then they go back, and Dana's screaming his head off on the sideline, and then they came back, and I'll let you take it from there.
Well, I'll say this. There was one point there, Elliot, where the chains did not match up anywhere close across the field. The play was about to start, and it looked like a Baylor player alerted them to it. I'm just going to throw that out there. We noticed that down there. But anyhow, they also, it took a while. I mean, it took probably about 5 or 6 minutes to get the Houston possession going. They got it right? They got it right. Houston needs to start back at the 40-yard line.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Houston was able to put a drive together. They score the touchdown, and they decide to go for 2. At this point, both Baylor and Houston call their timeout. Houston lines up after the timeout in a bunch formation. At the last point, they spread everybody out wide. It's really kind of their bread and butter play, trying to get Donovan Smith able to find a lane into the end zone, and this is the game's decisive play.
Here we go. Houston going for 2 in the win. Donovan Smith to run up the middle, and he's in for the 2-point conversion. And Houston wins over Baylor in overtime, 25-24 the final score.
It was hard not to watch that, Elliot. Today, just not feel the pain, but then also think, man, that was too easy in a way. But, I mean, like you said, though, and I think your perspective is good there. You've got a guy in Donovan Smith who they're going to find a way to try to make someone beat him one-on-one. And he's a guy who's built somewhere like a hybrid between a quarterback and a tight end, and he gets a little momentum, and he was in there.
Take the easy yards. Identity. How can you get 2 yards?
Mm-hmm.
What's your best bet? You've got 2 yards. What's your best bet? Spread them out. Somebody's got to win one-on-one, and then they got to tackle that big boy, right? There's probably 4 or 5, at least, teams in the conference they wouldn't have scored that against. Unfortunately, from identity to identity, that wasn't something we were going to stop.
Right.
I don't know how many yards he averaged. I'll go back and watch the film again after this, but not on the whole game, but in those scrambling situations or in the quarterback power, quarterback zone, quarterback counter, right? We saw a couple different looks.
Mm-hmm. And Baylor stopped him at times. There were some plays Baylor made really well on him, and you hope that would be the case there. We saw Garmin Randolph active in there making some plays. We saw Matt Jones make a couple, but unfortunately they're that one that you really needed. Couldn't get the stop, but Houston wins 25-24 in overtime. A little bit later on the program, we're going to have Coffee is for Closers. We're going to talk about Big 12 scheduling when we come back and take a look around the Big 12. A tough day for the Bears. Following overtime 25-24, and we'll be back with more from McLean Stadium after this. It's the Postgame Fan Forum on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Texas Golf Carts has been providing sales, service, and leasing to Central Texas since 1993. We offer many different parts and accessories from various manufacturers and are the only authorized Yamaha and Club Car dealer in Central Texas. Visit our new location off Highway 6 in Waco or call us at 848-5991 and let us know what you are looking for, and we'll provide the expertise in meeting and achieving your desires and specifications. We are also proud supporters of the Baylor Bears. Sick 'em, Bears.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge-watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Back here at McLean Stadium, Baylor falls in overtime by a 25-24 score to Houston. The Bears are now 3-6 overall, still looking for their first Big 12 home win. Alongside Elliot Coffey, I'm Derek Smith. We're going to take a look at some other scores around the Big 12 and across the nation. Got a result I liked today outside of this Baylor game. Elliot got a result I didn't. Astute listeners might well know which two those are, and maybe sharing that. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the new scheduling matrix. So Baylor falls 25-24 in overtime to Houston. Other Big 12 finals today, UCF outlasts Cincinnati in Cincinnati by a 28-26 score. The final Bedlam game. As it's been a rivalry that's been around since before the state of Oklahoma was a state. And congrats to our friends in the Big 12, Oklahoma State, for hanging on in that one and giving Oklahoma a nice parting shot, 27-24. Oklahoma State was down late, scored the go-ahead touchdown about midway through the fourth quarter. They win that one 27-24 and ended up with their fans on the field. I think everyone in the Big 12 was pulling for them today. Texas had a chance to fall in that kind of fashion. However, they were able to get a big stop in overtime and hold on for a 33-30 win over Kansas State. Texas had jumped out to a 17-0 lead in that one. Kansas State came roaring back in the fourth quarter, but bungled some kicking plays and fell in overtime, 33-30. Obviously, I think that's one most of us would have liked to have seen differently. Up in Morgantown, West Virginia, 24-0 lead over BYU just before halftime.
Been waiting for that game all season.
BYU, West Virginia.
That's exactly what I mean. Those are exactly the kind of clash you expect to see, right?
Yeah.
Provo, Utah playing in Morgantown, Utah. Yeah.
Two teams Baylor faced last year in night games, and they fell.
Both tough.
And then Kansas with a 14-0 lead over Iowa State in Ames just before halftime. In the top 25 today, taking a look around, you've got right now Washington, USC locked in a good one at 14-all. Early in the second quarter, Washington number 5 in the nation, USC number 20 in the nation. A shootout in Oxford, Mississippi. Number 10 Ole Miss holds on to beat Texas A&M 38-35. Clemson gets a big win over 15th-ranked Notre Dame. I guess that angry phone call on the Dabo Swinney coaches show, I guess he channeled that into a win. And what's going to be a future Big 12 matchup, 18th-ranked Utah beat Arizona State today. Pounded them, in fact, 55-3. Georgia, number 2 in the nation, held on to beat number 12 Missouri 30-21. And as far as games, those are kind of some of the more interesting top 25 matchups taking place today. Elliot, we mentioned Utah and Arizona State future Big 12 rivals for the Bears coming on next year. And this was an interesting week. The Big 12 scheduling matrix came out today, and what we mean by that, for those of you who aren't paying close attention to that, is they released the schedule for the next 4 years. And obviously, it's a change because if you look back the last 10 years into this year, you knew who you're going to play.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Oh, well, yeah, there you go. You didn't know the schedule of it, but you knew who you're going to play every week.
Yeah, you're going to play your other 9 Big 12 opponents. Well, now the Big 12 has grown. Of course, this year there's 14 teams. Next year it's going to grow to 16, so you can't play everyone. And so there were a lot of questions. What would they do? Divisions? Would you have pods? Would you have rivalries that are protected? Would you? How is this going to work? And in the end, what you have is this. Here's really the one takeaway from it. Here's the one thing you can hang your hat on.
Yeah.
4 protected rivalries. One of them is Baylor TCU. The other one is Kansas State. The other one is BYU Utah. And the other is Arizona State. So you have 3 actually all of them are in-state rivalries. 2 of them, you've got the 2 state schools in Arizona State, Kansas State.
Got the whole state locked
Yeah,
down.
BYU Utah, that's a natural rivalry. And honestly, Baylor TCU is kind of the one rivalry that they showed some respect to. Right? Really, you look at it, Baylor is the one that maybe isn't as obvious on paper where you've got Arizona State, Kansas State. So they showed some respect there.
Of course. And I think history shows that we're rounding out on the 10-year anniversary, of course, next year of the 61-58, but the tie in the conference. And those are 2 programs that when they're hot, right? 2021, Baylor wins the Big 12 and goes out there and beats Ole Miss in the Sugar Bowl. In 2022, TCU goes out there and they beat Michigan in a Fiesta Bowl, right, and play in the national championship. So those are 2 programs that are both having a tough time this year, but matter in the scale of the national title picture, even when we have down years like we're both dealing with right now. And so they know that just from a marketability standpoint, at some point here in the not-too-distant future, it's going to be a big game again. Yeah. And so they're going to make sure that, that is, front and center. And then, of course, like you said, the Arizona school is locked up, right? Really the Southwest, the Rocky Mountain region, we got that locked up, right? You look at BYU and Utah, right? That's a game to be excited about. The Arizona schools, that's a game to be excited about. And, of course, the Kansas schools, right, are a really big one. I know that Iowa State and Cyclone Larry, I don't know if this is the first time Cyclone Larry's gotten a shout-out in a postgame
there we go.
Show, but are pretty upset about Farmageddon, not getting the continuation, but I think something like 375,000 people tuned into that game last year. So maybe it's not enough of the –
It means more to them maybe than everybody else.
Than it does, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so but absolutely, I think it's, because if you look at it as well, you have 4 protected rivalries, the ones that we mentioned, but you also have a couple of teams that you play like 3 times, right? You play them 3 out of 4 years, right? So that for us, like that's Tech. Like we play Tech 3 out of 4 years, but we don't play them 4 out of 4 years. And so I think that Farmageddon is another situation like
where
that.
It's going to be like
4 out of 4 years, but they play 3 out of 4 years. And so they said, hey, we're not going to force anything. We want to, maybe build some new rivalries down the road. Maybe you have some big games, and then, as we go to our next, 5 years from now, as you're going to kind of reset the schedule, then you can say, hey, look, this has turned into a pretty big game. We need to play it every year.
Yeah.
So.
And my take on part of this, too, is Brett Yormark talks a lot about the brand, the Big 12 brand. And, what's that going to be? Because it's not geography anymore, right? That's not what the brands are. There's to some extent there is. The SEC, still kind of that Southern Conference, the Big Ten, you've got that kind of belt up along the Great Lakes, but it's California now, too. So geography is sort of out the window. And you look, there's a lot of schools that won't have played each other much of their history in the Big 12. And I think you don't have many blue bloods, right? You don't have many schools in the Big 12 when you look at next year's roster that feel entitled, right? I mean, there's a lot of chips on the shoulder. There's a lot of schools that kind of have to scratch and claw for the respect that they get. They have to earn that respect. And I think that's going to make the Big 12 fun. It's going to make it chaotic at times. And what I like about what they did, too, is I think it's almost like you're throwing a scrap of meat in a bunch of hungry dogs and kind of seeing everyone go after it. I think that's going to be fun. I also think they recognized there is no way to make the schedule completely fair, right? There's no way to do it. You can't do it. And there's going to be some years, let's just say Baylor and Colorado a few years from now are both neck and neck for a Big 12 title, and we're like, well, shoot, if we played their schedule, we'd be 2 games.
Yeah, you're right.
There's going to be someone every year who can say that, and there's no way around that. And you know what that is? That's sports. That's everyone to to some extent. The other thing you mentioned, they didn't try to force rivalries, and I like that as well. I could see the Big 12 becoming a league where, I think you look right now in the NFL, it happens more so than you see in college, where a rivalry develops based on quarterbacks or close games. You've got your longtime rivalries like Steelers-Browns or, Packers-Bears or Cowboys-Eagles or Giants, some of those type things.
Right.
But you have right now the Chiefs-Bengals, Chiefs-Bills, and those are rivalries based on their quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen. And probably 2 of the 3 of them, there's a decent chance that 2 of those are going to be fighting for the AFC Championship every couple of years. Going back a few years ago, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Colts, Patriots, whomever. Well, I think that might be how some rivalries develop in the Big 12. Maybe a team wins a game on a controversial late call and it sticks in the craw of the fans of the losing team for the next year.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden that rivalry kind of builds something. And I don't know, this is just speculation, but I could see that kind of thing happening in this conference.
Well, I mean, it's going to happen, right? Because I think, especially with the expansion of the playoffs, you're going to have more opportunity to get into really meaningful games. And so, I mean, I think about no further than Baylor TCU. We've always been rivals, but it didn't always matter, right? Specifically when we weren't in the same conference, right? But there were times where I think about my senior year was probably the first game that we had back. We played them in Fort Worth, right? We go out there, we get beat up. That team, we have the video on YouTube where they're yelling at us and berating us as we walk up, right? So that's bad blood about that. Well, heck, that same football team with Andy Dalton goes out and beats J.J. Watt and Russell Wilson in Wisconsin in a Rose Bowl that year, right?
Yeah.
So that's a really good football team. They come back. We have a nail-biter. We have a thriller. We beat them. Right, so you have a little bit of kind of that back and forth. Oh, by the way, they're joining the Big 12, right? So they get added to the conference, right? 2014, right? We both win the conference and clash. You look at 2019, it's a double overtime game on the road, right, where we have to go out there and beat them. 2021, it's the game that keeps us out of the playoffs, right? 2022, they have to scramble and absolutely fight their butt off to get a kickoff. So you have all this stuff that feeds the fuel of this rivalry, right? But for a while there, we weren't even really playing each other, right? We didn't like each other because we burned down their school 150 years ago. But
I forget how that whole story went. There was something there.
Right? But you have that kind of it's that base of it, and so I think that you're going to have other teams here. There's going to be a lot of football play between these schools, and I think the more that those games that they're playing matter, the more you're going to have. I think about how BYU showed up here a couple of years ago, and how much they said, "Hey, look, we love the way that you guys, run your institution. We love the faith-based kind of identity that you guys have." And then we played a heck of a football game against them, right? Went out there and beat the dog snot out of them, but it was a fun football game, right? It was good and all happy. But then the next year we go up there and we play a nail biter that goes down the wire with them as well, and they beat us. And so now it's like, all right, y'all were cool, but that's a team we want to beat. And so they're coming back around, and so you have all of these new things that are going to come out of these, these new matchups. And I think that, like I said, there's a lot of money on the line winning in these games too.
Yeah.
That's going to cause the process of having rivals to go a lot quicker when you have that much money on the line, because people are going to feel it more.
And your point too was well taken about the playoff, the expansion of the playoff too. That's going to open some doors for certainly one team, perhaps multiple teams to get in every year, and that's going to be that's going to add an interesting layer. It's also going to be interesting to know that the Big 12 championship game might be a matchup that you see for the first time in the year, right? Obviously the last few years since they brought it back, it's a rematch every time. It's a rematch every time.
Yep.
That's not going to be the case necessarily. It might be the case, but it very well might not. So it's going to be really interesting to see it all come together. Baylor, by the way, has a certainly a challenging schedule next year when you've got Air Force on the schedule, Utah as a non-conference conference game. I think that's one that a lot of people are going to be saying, huh? And you actually see it in baseball and softball sometimes, where two teams that are close by will say, you know what, it might make more sense for us just to play each other on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night for the RPI rather than to, maybe play against a team from the Sun Belt or or whatever.
I think the ACC did that either last year or the year before, right? They had a game that was like a Syracuse versus it was like one of those or like a Georgia Tech versus somebody up north.
Duke and North Carolina, I think, have done that in basketball before.
Exactly,
yeah,
right?
they've done that. And so basically what it is, it's a game against a Big 12 opponent that doesn't count in the standings, and it's just a quirk of how things played out that this was a matchup that Baylor scheduled several years ago, and things transpired enough where now they're a conference rival, and that's going to be a tough matchup for Baylor.
That's tough. Yeah, because we needed to toughen it. We needed to beef up our out-of-conference schedule, and I don't think that any of us expected Utah's trajectory to take off the way it has.
Right, and for them to be a Big 12 rival,
or for them to be in the conference, right? So,
yeah. So next year, here's what Baylor's Big 12 schedule looks like. So you're going to alternate between playing 5 home games and 4 road games one year, and then 4 road games and 5 home games the next year. Well, next year's Baylor's road-heavy year. So next year, Baylor will play BYU, TCU, Oklahoma State, and Kansas at home in Big 12 play. Road games against Colorado, Texas Tech, Houston, Iowa State, and West Virginia. So there's our kind of a look at the new scheduling in the Big 12. It's going to be really interesting to see this all play out. Baylor has now, in the last 2 years, played all of the 4 teams that were added in 2021. BYU last year, then UCF, Cincinnati, and Houston this year. And starting next year, we'll see on the schedule actually just one of the newest rivals, Colorado.
Yeah.
Of course, that's an old rival as well.
Yeah.
But just Colorado. And then if you want to start seeing Arizona State, you get into to 2025, and that's the case.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think the Arizona schools, I don't have it pulled up, Derek. Turn that this way so I can see it. But yeah, looking at, get Utah at home, but it's Arizona and, so we get them both. So we go to Arizona once we go to Tempe. I might go to that. Or no, that's here. And then Tucson. And then it's 2026.
2026 is at Tempe.
I might go to that, especially because we only have 4 home conference games that year. And so that could be a really fun trip. I think there's direct flights from Pittsburgh to
you can get to Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix is one of those places that most flights go to. I think it's going to be fun for fans to visit some of these new places. And Colorado, that was always a fun trip for people just to go there.
Trip.
Yeah,
it's a good trip. It's funny. I remember the first time I ever went to Colorado was 2010. And if for those of you that haven't flown into the Denver airport, it's like a line, like the front range of the Rocky Mountains, like is just west of downtown Denver, and so east of it is Kansas. It looks like Kansas. It's like high plains.
You go from amber waves of grain to purple mountain majesties at the drop of a hat.
It's quick.
Out there.
It's quick how it happens. And so I remember, flying in, and I was on an east-facing side of the plane, and I was like, these Rocky Mountains don't look very rocky.
Then you get off the plane.
Then you get off the plane, you're like, oh, they're on that side. And it's just a really beautiful drive up there, and it's a very, very fun experience. I struggle with altitude, so that kicked me in the butt, but other than that, we got a dub.
Got a win. Really, that was a big win en route to a bowl game.
That was our 5th win in 2000. I remember that was one of the most fun locker rooms. I bruised a rib diving for a ball because the ground was so hard because it got cold up there this night. But we danced in that locker room like it was 1999.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was a good time.
I think Byron Landor was our player of the game on that post-game fan forum. That was the first year of the post-game fan forum.
Don't give
Byron.
Don't give Byron. Byron's in a group text with me. I talk to that sucker every day.
Okay.
Don't give him
any.
Don't give him any.
You don't have to tell him. You don't have to tell him about that.
Oh, that's funny.
This is the post-game fan forum coming to you live from McLean Stadium alongside Elliott Coffee. I'm Derek Smith. Baylor falls in overtime today to Houston, 25-24. Donovan Smith, a game-winning 2-point conversion on the final play in overtime. Coffee is for closers is coming up next. Back with more from McLean Stadium after this here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband, starting as low as $25 per month. And now we have mobile, too. Visit astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. No contracts, no hidden monthly fees, and no data caps. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cup Club, presented by Green Eye Associates, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today and sick 'em Bears.
You don't want to miss our best price deals during the Black Friday sales event at Allen Samuels. This month, you can save big on the truck you've been looking for, like the new 2023 Rams. Designed to be durable, functional, and stylish, Ram trucks give you that first-class feel. With premium options like luxurious leather-trimmed seating, surround view cameras, plus exceptional legroom and storage, hurry in and shop our great selection in-store or online today. Shop an award-winning dealership with award-winning products, Allen Samuels in Waco. Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
It's time for Coffee is for Closers. The car, the steak knives, the doghouse. Tweet your winners with hashtag BUFanForum or comment on YouTube or Facebook Live.
Back here at McLean Stadium in the aftermath of a tough loss for the Bears tonight as they fall in overtime to Houston, 25-24. The Bears score, get the extra point on the first drive of overtime, but then Houston scores and gets the 2-point conversion. They win 25-24. We are picking the top performers for the Bears today. One area to put in the doghouse. Elliot, I'll start off with my Cadillac selection. And I will go with Drake Dabney today. 5 catches for 99 yards and a touchdown. That's unofficial. I think that's the case. We're waiting on the overtime numbers. But he made some big plays today for the Bears. He had a tough week last week, I think, with that drop. I know I mentioned that drop on both the Fan Forum and the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show.
Heard about that drop a lot.
Yep, I mentioned both. So I'll give him a tip of the cap. He had a nice bounce-back game, and he made some plays that if a few other plays here and there had gone well would have been winning plays. But unfortunately, that was not the case today. But still, a good game for the tight end.
I'm a little bit less enthusiastic about Coffee is for Closers as I usually am, Derek, because I'm hurting.
I know.
This is tough. I mean, do we still give it to Shapen at the end of the day here? I mean,
you could.
Because, I mean, you look at it, right? So he had that one really bad interception. But he also had that scramble, and he threw that touchdown. He had 2 touchdowns on the day, right?
Yeah.
He had the one that went to
could have been a third touchdown.
Dabney, right?
Yeah.
He should have had a third touchdown to Josh Cameron, and then, of course, he had really that last drive that he orchestrated to get it to overtime heavily on his shoulders, right? He did a great job wheeling and dealing. Now, I think we all feel a whole lot better with that decision if we win that football game, but he kept us in it.
Yeah.
And so –
well, and I'll tell you what, I struggle a little bit with the fact that, like, there's certain players who could almost be the player of the game every game, and I think Blake Shapen has become that for this year's 2023 Baylor team. You're right. Like, I think you're right. You know, that 4th and 17 scramble, he doesn't have many advantages come his way, right? Things don't come easy yet. He just keeps fighting and makes plays, and I'm impressed by him.
Right. Yeah,
I'll stick with Drake Dabney, but I like your point on Blake there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what about for the steak knives for you?
I'm gonna go back with Dawson Pendergrass. Like, I think that I feel like his stats don't tell the whole story of what he brings to the offense. Whether it's catching out of the backfield, whether it's running the football. Like, if there's one thing that we do know is automatic, like, he's north and south, and he's going to give us a chance when the ball's in his hand. I know that a lot of times this year from the running back position, we've had some issues with people breaking tackles and not going down at first contact, and he's just somebody that does not go down the first time you hit him.
Yeah.
And there's 2, 3, 4, maybe sometimes 5 guys around him trying to get him to the ground. And so I think we should have and could have utilized him more. I know that we had a more concerted effort in kind of spreading the ball around. I mean, if you look at it, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different folks catch a pass, and then, we had all 3 running backs, account for at least 3 rushes on the day. Richard Reese had 21. I was glad to see him out there again. But I really think that he's the X factor in this offense, and I think that he, on top of what you're seeing from Drake Dabney, his mismatch, and then, of course, what Monterey brings when we get him the football, I'm just really impressed with what I see by him. And for a team that has struggled to run the football, he's just consistently good.
Yeah, I like that. We ran the ball well today. 35 carries for 150 yards. That's over 4 yards a carry, and that's before overtime as well. Dawson Pendergrass with some big plays in this one. Now for the doghouse. And, Elliot, there's a lot of ways we could go, and I actually think back to our last show last year, and I remember this was my doghouse area. And I think I have to go to this area again because Baylor, again, we're looking at the final stats in regulation. Baylor outgained Houston by almost 100 yards. Baylor ran the ball well today. Baylor passed the ball at times very well today. Baylor outgained, Baylor actually held on to the ball for nearly 7 more minutes. Baylor converted on third down, kept Houston from converting on third down. All things that would seem to say you show these metrics after the game without the final score, you think Baylor would win, but Baylor didn't. And I'm just going to go with closing. This is coffee is for closers, right? You gotta close. You got to close drives. You got to make plays. You got to find ways to make the play when it's there. And unfortunately, that's what's been elusive for this Baylor team that has had opportunities to win games, but a slow start, a key penalty on a drive. Closing doesn't mean making the big play late all the time. When you close a deal, what you do at the beginning of the deal can matter every bit as much as at the end. That was kind of the case today. It took Baylor too long to get going offensively. So maybe you can say close. How about you want to say finish? You want to say finish?
I'm going to say finish. I'm going to just drone on real quick.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, I have this pulled up from earlier. So I've got every drive chart from the last 6 games. Right. So I'm going to start, and this isn't necessarily in chronological order, but I'm going to start with the Tech game and work all the way to Iowa State, and then I'll finish, of course, here at U of H. So against Texas Tech, turnover on downs, punt, field goal, downs, fumble, half, downs, touchdown. Right. UCF, punt, touchdown, fumble, downs, field goal attempt. Texas, punt, field goal, punt, downs, punt, field goal, halftime. Then turnover on downs. Cincinnati is punt, field goal, touchdown, field goal, turnover on downs, halftime. Right? And we won that game. Iowa State, punt, downs, interception, fumble, punt. Touchdown, punt. And then, of course, today, field goal attempt, punt, turnover on downs, punt, field goal attempt, half.
So these are first half drives.
First half drives for the last 6 games.
It's hard to you're always trying to play comeback in games like that.
It's just hard, man. It's hard. I mean, you talk about starting fast, but it's that's why I think you see so much yardage, because we can't even just go out there and run our offense, right? We're always playing catch up at some point. Mm-hmm. And so, yes.
That's been our most effective, right? Kind of scrambling.
House, right? Well, it's like somebody has to hit us in the mouth first, and all of a sudden we wake up. So my thing is execution in the red zone, right? Putting points on the board. Got to do it.
Yeah.
Got to do it.
Yeah, that's it's finishing drives in that case. It's finishing plays, kind of just in general in mind. But that's the case. You look 9 games in, Baylor's had opportunities, they just haven't been able to take advantage of enough of them. Baylor back on the road next week. They take on Kansas State. Our final segment is straight ahead. We'll get you ready for that one and wrap things up here after this on the Postgame Fan Forum on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Are you a proud Baylor fan? Do you love prizes? The Baylor Sports app allows fans to track their attendance across athletic events and earn rewards. Baylor Athletics wants to reward the most loyal fans, so register online today at BaylorBoldRewards.com or download the Baylor Sports app straight to your phone. Prizes this year are better than ever, so start earning your points today. And sic 'em Bears.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. On your path, you're your own boss and set your own hours.
Look at that sunrise.
You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
Whoa, that view. It's amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper. Hey, get a picture. No one's gonna believe this.
And each day ends binge watching stars and dreaming about all the things you'll do the next day.
You know what? I'm catching a bigger fish tomorrow.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. This Texan knows how to sick 'em. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com to check out the rugged Tundra today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Final segment on the Postgame Fan Forum tonight. Tough day for the Bears. They fall in overtime to Houston, 25-24. The Bears now 3-6 on the year, 2-4 in Big 12 play. Heading back on the road next Saturday in Manhattan, the Little Apple, at Kansas State. Kansas State, number 25 in the nation to start the day. They absorbed a tough loss in Austin to UT. They were down 17-0. They missed some opportunities late, but found a way to send the game in overtime, only to not be able to convert offensively. They fall in overtime to Texas by a score of 33-30. We don't yet know what time that's game going to be. Actually, last week, Elliot, we pretty much found out the game time right after you and I signed off, I think within the first 20 minutes. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. I think Kansas State, their record, certainly is a little more impressive than Houston's, which might have an impact on whether or not that's televised on different networks or whether it's streaming. But we should know relatively soon when that is, and we know this. It's going to be a tough game. That is going to be a tough matchup. Kansas State is a good team. They play well in just about all phases. It's going to be a really tough matchup, be a big upset if Baylor can pull it off. Baylor's played its best football on the road, so see if they can bring their best football to Manhattan and see what happens.
That's right.
Yeah, that's all you can do, really. I mean, that's all you can do, right?
That's a hard place to play when we're rolling.
Weirdly, we find ways to win there in recent years. That's been a place where, right, TCU, Amon G. Carter Stadium has kind of become that place where we found ways to lose at times, unfortunately, in the last 10 years on the road, kind of like Morgantown. But weirdly, Manhattan has been a place that we have found ways to win, right? You think back 2 years ago, Gary Bohannon gets injured. Blake Shapen, that's where things started for him. Baylor won that game. 2019 had a sack fest up there. Baylor won up there as well. Lost there in 2017, but made some big plays in that game. And then you go back 15 and others. They found ways to win. So for whatever reason, that's been a place that Baylor has played well in what's never a favorable environment.
No, I mean we've won. If we go back, I mean we've won 7 out of the last 10, right? 8 out of the last 11. So we've had a lot of success against Kansas State. I don't know if that applies here.
It may not.
But that's a place that we figured it out, right? We have a tendency to go out there and get it done, and I think it's because historically we played a very similar style of football. We've just done it with better athletes sometimes.
Yeah.
And we're able to take on the top.
Kansas State kind of forces you to, going in, you got to play really tough, and maybe that's brought something out of us.
I hated playing Kansas State back in the day, man. Like, you just knew that they were going to line up. They had that 2 tight end look where they'd have a guy, a 6'6", 250, 260-pound tight end that would just line up on the end of the thing. You just had to hit him all game long. And then you had a bunch of, 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", 300-plus build big boys up front, and they just wanted to run the football, let the clock roll, run the football. We played against Colin Klein, so you had a six quarterback back there, and it was just, I don't know, who's now, I guess, the offensive coordinator there. But it was just, you just knew that it was going to be a grueling, hard, it's one of those days where it's like being a steel worker. You just got to to bring your lunch pail to work and just get ready to be there
was always, it seemed like about once per game they would have some tight end from rural Kansas who was corn-fed and had a name like Evan Kleinschmidt or, something like that. And once a game, they'd get him wide open for a big gain or a touchdown. But Baylor found a way to win those games. Baylor found a way. Right. I remember Jarrett Stidham getting a big win up there. We remember Blake Shapen getting a win. Like, weirdly, some games in which Baylor was up against it, they found ways to win there. Will that mean the same this weekend? Maybe not, but it's an opportunity ahead. By the way, throw this out there, a little nugget for the people still listening. If anyone is headed to Manhattan this week, or at any point, it may be cold up there this weekend. It may be very cold up there, but perhaps the best ice cream in the country is at their in their agriculture building on campus. It is called the Call Hall Dairy Bar, CALL Hall Dairy Bar. Part of their agricultural education, they make ice cream. They have a dairy store, and it is fantastic. So I'm just going to throw that out there. You go there this weekend, you go there at any point, even if it's 2 degrees outside, look up the Call Hall Dairy Bar. Just throwing that out there, Ellie. I don't know if you're an ice cream guy, but it is worth the trip.
Just because I'm lactose intolerant does not mean I'm not an ice cream guy. I am.
Okay.
So it sounds delicious.
Just keep that in the back of your there's not a ton to do out there. That's one thing. In the Little Apple, yeah, that's one place to look up. So
that's right.
We'll just throw that out there for y'all. They are not advertisers on the Baylor Sports Media Network, but I will give them a plug nonetheless. Well, Elliot, it's going to be a big game for the Bears. They're going to be a decided underdog. It'll be a big upset if they find a way to win. So why not go up there and play as footloose and fancy-free as you can, see if you can make some big plays and put the pressure on Kansas State late.
Tough game. Go out there. Let's play some fundamental football. Try to get a dub.
I'll try.
It's that much closer to going to a bowl game.
Yeah, and as we went down, I'll say one other final thought, too. Coach Aranda was talking about how tough the guys were taking it in the locker room. It's going to be a week in which it really tests, can you put this behind you, right? Because if the year that things were going well, this would be a tough loss. In a year in which the struggles have mounted, it's a loss that kind of almost you feel a little bereft at the end of the game, right? But for the Bears, it's going to test that kind of professionalism, right? Go up there and see if you can wipe the taste out of it. Remember what you need to build on, remember what you need to improve, but try to put this week behind them, and we'll see if they can do that.
Correct.
All right. That is next Saturday. We don't know what time it will be yet, but we should know relatively soon. Appreciate y'all being with us tonight, whether on the Baylor Sports Media Network or on streaming on Facebook or YouTube. Appreciate y'all being with us this evening. I want to say thanks to our producer, Aaron Sexton, also our engineer on site, Bob Baker. Speaking for them and Elliott Coffee, I'm Derek Smith. Houston 25, Baylor 24 in overtime, the final. Appreciate you being with us on the Postgame Fan Forum. Good night for now.
Later, guys.
See you, Aaron. Have a good night. Appreciate you.
On
See
the
ya.
Baylor Sports
Thanks, Aaron.
Media Network. Today's game has been brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics.